again, back again. And we're back, and we're back, back again.
Let's start that first episode of Aladdin, King of Thieves. So it's the third movie. You got Aladdin. He's finally marrying Jasmine after 85 episodes, and a second movie after
85.
After a four season of when do you want to do it? Even though they already own all the land and they can do it whenever, they finally decide to do it. And on that day, they get invaded by King of Thieves and his crew, and they're at
the
40 Thieves, and they're at the wedding because they got to get a device.
What was that thing?
It's just
was
like
it a scepter?
It's just like a scepter that we find out later there's a spirit coming out of.
An oracle.
Now, an oracle. So the King of Thieves comes, tries to get the stuff. They infiltrate the wedding. The genie does a horrible job protecting anyone until after the fact, after all the damage is done. He holds up the roof for a little bit. So they're there to get the thing. Aladdin runs away because he's like, it's the 40 Thieves, which means the king must be here. And they fight a little bit. And then after the fact, they get the talisman, they get the spirit, finds out that the fucking king was his dad, the King of Thieves.
So Hank, there is, just to clarify, there is a den of thieves in this movie.
Well, yeah.
So I wasn't necessarily completely wrong.
Listen, I'm totally fine with bringing up Den of Thieves as much as possible. I think it's a great movie.
I actually regret saying
I think
that.
It's a fantastic
let's go back to your
movie.
plot synopsis.
All right, you should watch Den of Thieves. But so there's a conversation that Jasmine and Aladdin have on a balcony. And he's like,
where they have all their good conversations.
Yeah. And he's like, I'm not going to go out there. And she's like, no, you gotta. It's like, he's like, you don't understand. He's like, my mom's dead. I thought he was just like, but Jasmine's mom is dead also. She could absolutely understand where he's coming from.
I don't want to defend this movie, but I will play devil's advocate. I don't think the argument was ever that it was never brought to Jasmine I don't know who my parents were. She was always, because I remember she was always being annoyingly supportive in a way where you couldn't even turn it back on her.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. He was being very blind to the fact that, because I think it's very obvious that she does not have a princess mom, because we see her dad's very active in her life because she has a very prominent home life.
I'm pretty sure her mom is dead. I'm pretty sure they squashed that in the first one.
The mom is a very noticeable absence. And
that's what I'm saying. Aladdin's stupid.
Aladdin is just going on about his dad. Who cares about his dad? His dad is dead, as far as he knew.
So we're at that point before he's going to meet his dad, and I'll continue it. But a lot of these songs, Jasmine's like, you used to show me a world, and she's telling him. There's a lot of songs that are referencing the other songs, kind of.
How many of them do you think reference Jafar that we just completely missed?
I think they skipped Jafar. That's the thing that's interesting about this movie is, he's getting married now, and it's what's the second one about? The second one's just about the bad guy returning.
Well, you read a synopsis for the second one.
Yeah, but the bad guy gets defeated at the end of the first one. So this feels kind of like a true sequel with all the references that they're doing. The first song sounds very similar to Prince Ali. There's another song we'll get into later, which is the villain song that sounds like Prince Ali. This one is basically a whole new world with some different chords, but she even says you showed me a world, and then then they're singing over each other,
which is almost like a direct reference to what is the original lyric from the first movie?
I can show you the world.
There you go.
I know. Yeah,
the point doesn't need to be argued any further.
I know. It's just we're just kind of doing the hits with this one. So anyway, Aladdin goes to see his dad. He goes to the thieves. He follows them to the river, the ocean thing, right? And that's where he says, "Open sesame."
Open sesame. We had a whole conversation. I think that was the first full conversation we had about the movie.
Where I said, did they do this? Is this from the thing? Is this? Yeah. Did they invent this?
Did
Aladdin invent Open Sesame?
Was Open Sesame a phrase before Aladdin 3, King of Thieves, released in 1995?
Yeah.
And I told you I was pretty sure that it was. And so I looked it up. It is actually a phrase from the work Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, which is actually
that's what they're doing.
This is what the movie is adapted from.
Yeah.
So in a sense, this the phrase is actually taken from not necessarily Aladdin, but from the source material.
He's technically Alibaba, if you think about it.
I believe so.
Yeah, they call him something else. I don't know. I want to say Dennis, but I know that's not his name.
Who?
The dad.
The dad? No, it's Callus.
Oh, it's
Or,
Kasim.
Kasim, yeah.
Kasim.
No, I don't know if he's Alibaba or if Kasim is actually a character from
Well, Kasim is played by
John Rhys Davies,
which is Gimli.
Gimli.
Just Gimli.
He's most famously known for Gimli from Lord of the Rings,
I'm-
and also the voice of Treebeard.
And I'm pretty sure he only sings like 2 lines in the whole movie because
He doesn't really sing.
he just kind of says them in a like a faster way
Fascinating, yeah.
under while some music's playing under
With
it.
some haste and some music under it, yes.
So Aladdin goes to the things. He just walks in. He's like, "I'm here. I'm your son," and they're all like, "We're gonna kill your son." And then he draws at the Gimli draws out the fact that he's like, what are we gonna do with this guy? Let's kill him. And then he's like, wait a second, hold it. He's like, well, we're gonna do a Black Panther challenge, basically, where we're gonna get in a circle and you can fight. And then they pick Sakul. Well, Sakul volunteers to fight Aladdin, and they have a fight. And yeah, so like Aladdin just like beats him like really easily, kinda. And then he's just like in the King of Thieves, like he's in the 40 Thieves group. He's the new 39. So we get into our kind of our fourth big musical number, 40 Thieves. It's a catchy song. Like I saw you nodding your foot a couple times throughout the
Tapping
movie,
my foot.
tapping your foot. But just to kind of finish the plot, so we can actually just talk about it without worrying about it. When you get to the 40 Thieves song, after that, basically you just got a lot of Act 2 shit that's not really exciting. He's got to.
Act 2 is where you have the whole thing with Jasmine, which, was the most interesting point for me.
What, the genie's trying to cheer her up?
Yeah, if they find a genie entertaining, that whole fourth wall shattering.
So genie's trying to cheer her up. Aladdin's talking to the dad. They're gonna go like steal something or whatever, but he can't like go through with it. So he's like, I may be your son, but I'm also like, I'm not gonna live your life. So he goes back to Jasmine. They part ways. He gives him like the parrot, and he's like, because they find out where the treasure is, right? So with his dad, they're gonna go get the treasure, but he's like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not a thief. Goes home. They separate. He's back. He's gonna do the wedding, but then we find out that the bad guy, Sakul, played by
Jay Orbach.
Yeah, what he's been doing behind the scenes is what I liked about the movie, which was he went to the guards of the main king and he told
the Sultan,
and he said, I'll give you all the thieves because he lost the fight against Aladdin. He's really pissed. So they're collecting all the thieves, but it gets to a point where he eventually, through a song called Are You In or Are You Out, he convinces the crew that it wasn't him that turned him into the king's policeman. It was Kasim. So then he sings the song Are You In or Are You Out, with it, which is also just the song that he sings, even though I thought it was catchy. So he gets them all on their team, and then when Kasim comes back, they do the old,
the old switcheroo.
Yeah, the mutiny, as you would say. And then they head out. Aladdin has to make a decision to go save him. He's like, I don't want to, fuck that guy. And I agree with Aladdin at that point. Like, fuck this guy. Why are we going after? He wasn't there for us. They all convince him. He goes, he saves them. They defeat the bad guy. And, they save the day. They fly away. The city's sinking. Happy. And then, of course, you have the line of, is this the greatest treasure? And he's like, I don't care about Gimli. He's like, I don't care about this treasure. You were my greatest treasure. Happily ever after, we get married. End of movie. Fantastic. So here's what I want to get to is what it does right for me. Okay, and what I think it does right, it's got a good villain. It does that whole, even though I don't like wedding movies or episodes of show except for Buffy usually. It's got the wedding plot, so we got some going forward. Yes, we have the Disney Pixar father issues that we always have with these or the Marvel, I guess, has more of the daddy issues, but the daddy issue storyline. So it's got a lot of stuff going on, which I think it's got going for it. It's got an okay plot. It has the conversations it needs to have. But my main issue with it, though, is that it just feels like they got Robin Williams to show up for a day and just knock all that out. And that every song is just a ripoff of the first one, even to the end where they just play Arabian Nights. So it's fascinating because it feels like they really, with this third one, they really wanted to like go bang for their buck. I think the animation is a lot better than the second one from what I saw. So it feels like they put a lot more effort into this one. Just with they were like, we got Robin Williams back, so we got to make the plot good. We got to make the music like the first one. We just did that second one, and then we did those 85 episodes.
85.
We did those 4 seasons. Like, we finally got Robin Williams back. We got to make a good one. And I think that they did a good job ending it, and it's done after this. They don't touch it anymore until
This is the end of the Aladdin canon until since the remake, right?
I'm pretty sure. If I'm wrong, I mean, I'm sure someone will like say something about it.
Can we get the go ahead and comment below if you know anything about any additional Aladdin canon?
Yeah, or just like leave it to yourself.
Only official, please.
Yeah, or just like don't, and like I'll figure out someday, and then I'll just be like, hey,
No,
Drew.
leave comments, please. It helps boost boost viewership.
So here's what I want to ask you. I want to ask you basically two questions. For you, does it work as a sequel?
I'll tell you what. If I'm watching this as a sequel, and you want me to actually get into a little bit of my sequel rhetoric, the phrase that comes to mind for me is the stakes have never been lower. I mean, it's not the worst script they could have turned in, but it's void of stakes, where the whole it seems gambit is we need to be back in time for our wedding because it's been delayed too long.
I would say even more
And
than
this
that.
really seems like a side quest.
I would say even more than that. They force in the father. Like I constantly have to like rescue my father. It's like, go get married, dude.
We were talking about
It's like,
that.
why are you
I actually
waiting?
want to jump to that because I wanted to talk about that when you first touched on it. But going to the point of, I mean, like I'll just say it. Aladdin really shouldn't have gone to save his father at the end there. That really went against any kind of like sound logic or kind of build up that the plot was going towards.
I want to keep talking about his father as well. And, he says to him, I had to leave your mother. I had no choice. It's like, what are you talking about? So you come to this town, you have sex with this woman, you give her a dagger to give to if she ever has a firstborn. So you're like, hey, if I got you knocked up, here's a knife. And then he leaves. And then
and it's not even like practical. It's like a ceremonial.
yeah, and then it's like 25 or 22 years later when this kid like sees him, he's like, how was I supposed to know she had a kid? It's like, well, you banged her, you left her a knife in case she had a firstborn. Like, how many times have you done this? How many Aladdins are there? And it just felt like,
And what really, I don't know if he actually even says it, but like, that his argument is like, it's too dangerous for her, for a woman and a child to be here in this den of thieves that I'm king over. But he reforms them. It's like he made them like softies. Like it's totally safe.
I basically think this movie is too father forgiving. And
it is for sure.
And I'm all for father forgiving in a movie, but like this guy,
Aladdin goes out of his way
yeah,
to forgive his father.
Yeah, and it's not like his father's a stand-up guy. It's not like he learned. If anything, it's the worst qualities of Aladdin that he's trying to escape. And he actually has an arc in that because he goes back. We get the nice little lesson for the children, which is, if you
I already forgot what it was.
It's if you do something bad, you come back and you fess up to it, and everything will be okay.
Exactly.
Which was not my experience growing up. My experience was, I can't admit this. But so the father, I don't think he needs to be saved, but then he ends up obviously like they're trying to redeem him at the end, but he still runs away into the night like as a thief. So it's not like we're redeeming behavior here.
But it's like, doesn't Aladdin give him like a knowing smile or something?
Well, no, because he helps him get the hand. He helps him find the treasure. So he's essentially like a billionaire now, just running off.
But he threw it.
Oh, that's right. He did throw it off.
You even paying attention?
Well, then he's still going off to steal something else. It's like he
that's
doesn't.
The thing, you can't change men.
He didn't give him a
that's
job.
the theme of this movie. You can't change men.
So I think this movie works as a sequel, and I think if you just had the first one and then this one, and this was straight to video, but it still had Robin Williams and not an 85 run in between.
So you really just think that all an Aladdin movie needs to be a good sequel is Robin Williams?
Well, first of all, I guess this is the main argument, and I understand this is overdone and this is cliched and everybody's said it and whatever. So I'm just gonna say it again. Yeah, that's his role. Like there is no Aladdin without Robin Williams, and Will Smith brought his version to it, and that's great. But that's a live action version, so new rules. Here, that's his role. So I don't think you need to see Return of Jafar, and I don't think you need to watch.
Well, of course you would think that because you've never seen it. You would have to have seen it, and then you would be able to make that.
This is how I'm wrapping up episodes. I'm going to say, how does it work as a sequel for you? And like you gave your answer. For me, I think it works as a sequel.
Did I give my answer like clearly enough?
You gave it in the sense of like, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but you basically said that.
No, ask me again, so it's clear.
Does it work as a sequel for you?
I don't think it works as a sequel.
Well, I think it does. So we both
Um,
said yes and no. The second one is entertaining. Even if the plot is like, lazy as like a writer, I'll still say, yeah, it's entertaining. The musical numbers are good.
It was entertaining enough.
So yeah, and that was kind of our take on Aladdin, King of Thieves. I think overall, I thought it's kind of worth going back again. You not so much. So that's going to be our episode on Aladdin, King of Thieves. Today we are diving into another Disney sequel, and this will be Little Mermaid. What's it called again? This is The Little Mermaid 2: Return to the Sea. So the second movie starts with Ariel and Eric and their child. The child name is Melody. I believe it's her birthday. She's young, she's a baby, and we're having kind of a birthday celebration of introducing Melody to Ariel's past life at the sea.
It's almost like an unveiling.
It's an unveiling, yeah. So it's almost like a baby shower, but the baby's been born. It's like a baby drowning since they're taking it out to the sea.
Kind of.
It's the first day that she's going to kind of meet everyone in the family. King Triton and all of the sea folk come out to see
The merfolk.
The merfolk all come out to see Ariel, Eric, and the baby.
This is when we have the first musical number.
We have the first musical number, which is just something like, we're all getting together.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not good.
Not great. And when she's a baby, she gets a medallion from...
Triton.
Yes, and it is... You open it up and it just tells the story of their life on the sea.
Well, it's kind of just like a hologram.
Yeah, it's
It
just
would seem like a magical hologram of Atlantica,
Yeah.
which is the city, the previously unnamed city in the first movie.
So during this celebration of sorts, this woman comes out of the sea. And it's really
very familiar looking.
very familiar looking, but it's really funny because it was almost timed up perfectly. Because as soon as this woman comes out of the sea with tentacles, I go, who the fuck is this? And she literally, without a dime, like I believe it's the crab, goes, oh no, it's Ursula's crazy sister man.
Well, it's the fact that they know that like we can't say her name because no one knows who the hell this is.
Mhm.
We have to. It has to be a reference point, and it literally is like a second after she appears. So there is no. If you're looking for setup in this movie, this introduction will very clearly establish that there is none.
So at the ceremony, Morgana grabs Melody from Ariel. She's going to feed her to the shark. And Ariel grabs like a sword. She gets out of it, basically. They get the baby back. But because of this situation, Ariel comes to the understanding that her daughter's never going to be safe if she knows about this water life, because Morgana will like capture her or something.
Because she's a threat in the sea.
She's a threat in the sea, and she doesn't want to harm her daughter. She gives the necklace back to
Triton.
exactly, and then it's just gone in the sea forever. So they literally build a wall to separate the sea people from the people on land. And then this will be kind of our lie, or the thing that we don't tell Melody going forward in the future. Out of nowhere, we kind of just jump to a scene where we're getting ready for a birthday party and we're looking for somebody. And then we go, where's Melody? And then we cut to this girl, this like 13-year-old girl that's already underwater swimming. So we find out that this is Melody that's in the water and that it's her birthday today. And she is already going against her mom's word. She's floating around in the water. She's holding her breath for a very good amount of time.
And we established that she is not, in fact, half like merfolk.
No.
Like it's very clear that she's indeed full-blooded human.
No, this baby is full human baby, but she notices things. She notices that she can like talk to the crab,
Exactly.
for example, or that she can feel. She feels the water calling to her, or the fishes calling to her, or something. So she's got kind of this like hormonal fish connection that's taking place. So when Melody is swimming underwater, she finds that necklace that's from her childhood. She sees her name on it, and she thinks that there's something suspicious about it. So she gets out of the water, she goes to her birthday party, and to more so give into the idea that she's like, awkward and she's a teenager and she doesn't fit in this human world, she has an awkward party. So after the party, she's in her room and she's talking to Ariel, and she's just saying like, I don't know, she's probably talking some stupid stuff about how she feels like an outcast, and Ariel's like, oh, it'll be okay.
It's not stupid. It's like it's pertinent to the plot.
Yeah,
it's her character. It's character building.
After the conversation with Ariel, she decides to do some investigative research on this necklace. She kind of feels like she can't trust her mom to some degree, like she's hiding something from her. So she goes back out to sea with this necklace, and this is when Morgana reveals herself to Melody and she kind of gives her a fake backstory about this necklace.
Well, she kind of just uses it as like a reference to say that she knows about Atlantica, that she's knowledgeable,
Mhm.
and then she kind of just reveals the fact that, or the lie that Triton had stolen her trident, which is actually Triton's trident, the Trident of the Sea from the first movie.
Basically, once we meet Morgana with a grown-up Melody, they're gonna make a deal, and Morgana's gonna go, listen, I'll turn you into a mermaid, and you can fulfill your love of being in the sea, the thing that your mother won't let you do. But in return, you have to go get me this item, this MacGuffin, and the MacGuffin is the
Trident.
the
Trident of the Sea.
the Trident of the Sea. Basically, the same thing that Ursula's after in the first one. So now we have this kind of misinformation mission going on where we're going to have Melody go after the trident of her grandfather, while at the same time, Ariel discovers that her daughter is missing. So she goes to her father and she says, help me search the sea for her. So we kind of got two things going on where someone's looking for the person and the person's trying to, Melody is that person, and Melody's trying to kind of stay incognito and do this kind of secret side mission. So Melody comes across our two cheap discount Timon and Pumbaa, which is a penguin and a walrus. They're going to help her go get the trident, and their whole thing is that they want to be heroes, but they suck at being heroes. I actually didn't mind that. We'll move past it. So they successfully steal the trident from King Trident.
It's not difficult at all.
It's not difficult at all. It's just kind of sitting there. You would think he would be holding onto it at all times, but it's just kind of sitting
He's
there.
actually got like a stand for
He's
it.
got a stand for it.
So he actually lets it leave his grasp quite often.
Yes, and this is another one of those scenes of kind of miscommunication because we have the king looking at a picture of the granddaughter. Little does he know that Melody is there in that moment looking up at him like he's this big villain because Morgana told him, but really that's her grandfather. And either way, Timon and Pumbaa, our walrus and our penguin, get separated from Melody. Melody gets the trident. She goes to Morgana to give it to her. And then when this happens, we get kind of our big confrontation scene where Ariel comes down. Melody's standing in between Ariel and Morgana. She doesn't know who to trust. Morgana's saying like, oh, your mother always lied to you. Trust me, give me the trident. Ariel's like, no, like, don't give, she's the reason why I never told you about this world. Don't give her the trident. So you can probably guess what happens next. Melody gives Morgana the trident. She does Ursula 2.0, where she's basically just trying to be the bad guy with the trident again. Very similar to the last breakdown I did. Battle, battle, battle. Melody goes up on the thing with her new legs. She defeats Morgana, gives the trident back to the king. He defeats Morgana, freezes her. After they defeat Morgana, Trident gives Melody like an offer. Very similar to the offer that Ariel got at the end of the first one, which is you can either come home with me in the sea or you continue to live your life on land. And it's kind of a weird offer because it's like, you're like 13. Were you just going to run off in the sea forever? The same way that a 16-year-old Ariel is just going to run away from her family forever and go on land?
Yeah, exactly. Like she's just leaving her family.
Yeah, this franchise is all about trying to separate families. So Melody says instead, very cleverly, like, I've got a better idea. And they tear down the wall. The water comes all the way up to the steps. Everyone can be happy, even though really, like, you know, this trident can turn people into mermaids, mermen, you know, whatever. But I guess the point is that we can just always talk at the edge of the sea together. They talk at the edge of the sea.
It's about communication.
Communication. And, you know, Melody jumps in the water. She gets all the kids to jump in the water. And yeah, happily ever after. And that is the plot to Little Mermaid 2, Return to the Sea. No.
So interestingly enough, I'll just go ahead and get the conversation started.
Yeah, jump off to what you want to say about this movie.
My biggest thing is everything I disliked about the original Little Mermaid, I liked about this. And then everything I liked about the original Mermaid, I thought dragged in this.
Yeah, let me jump into this because both movies do the same thing, where the plot is the villain needs to get the trident. So they use the naiveness of the young teenage girl,
Protagonist
to do a mission, but the protagonist's mission is often something different, right? So like with Ariel, she wanted to fall in love with a guy, and Ursula can use that naiveness to trick her into, like, you know, getting her voice and then getting the trident later on.
Yeah, I thought that naivety in Ariel was very useful for Ursula to use.
I think they do it better in this movie.
I
just
do,
with
and
that thread, because it's more believable that Melody you know, she has like a calling to sea, almost like Moana. So she
That is my point exactly. I thought that Melody's motivation was a lot stronger. I thought it was there was a lot less of a disconnect because it was much more directed toward finding out who you are and like your past. And there's this mystery of why does this medallion have my name on it, and what is this place of Atlantica? What does it have to do with me? I felt like that was a stronger motivation.
I like Melody more than Ariel.
Exactly, and especially when even when it goes to that scene and she's like in that rowboat with is she with Sebastian at that
I believe
point?
so.
Yeah, and it's just like she's taking the initiative to like go and like figure this out. Like that struck me as just like a very like strong scene. Like this is a scene that like is like a cornerstone of the script.
And it's better than Ariel because Ariel just stumbles across the ship that crashes and she saves the guy that she's going to marry.
Exactly.
Whereas in Melody makes a choice to go out and find out.
She's proactive, and she is proactive. That's all you need in a protagonist.
Yeah.
Ariel is very reactive to the events around her.
And this is good because let's talk about Melody for a little bit. So
Well, I want to just complete my argument real quick, just put a
Okay.
pin in it, and just kind of why I think Morgana is a weaker villain. Her whole plan was just to do what Ursula did, except she does it kind of worse.
Oh yeah, I mean both these, like this second movie is doing the same plot as the first movie, but they're switching everything.
Which
So-
is smart in some places, and then is just
Yeah.
in some others.
So in regards to like Melody going out to sea the same way that Ariel wants to come out to land, like that's a nice flip that works. But with the villain, they just want the same thing, and she's just kind of a worse Ursula. And I actually liked elements of her being a worse Ursula. I thought they were going to play with that more.
That would have been nice, but like we said before, this plot is meaty, and
Yeah.
with these directed to video movies, you got to be like a lean 75.
Yeah.
So there unfortunately probably just wasn't enough room to kind of develop Morgana like that.
And I want to talk about Melody a little bit.
I was gonna say let's go back to
Yeah,
her.
I want to talk about Melody a little bit. So Melody is the daughter of a human woman fish hybrid and basically Eric, who is just
He's technically a prince.
he's a coat rack is what he is.
Okay.
Okay. But Melody is the daughter of these two people, and she doesn't have fish genetics, but they're trying to also reference that she kind of does. And I don't want to get into this whole conversation about fish genetics because it's going to get very sloppy very quick. But it's interesting how they try to have their cake and eat it, to where, you know, she can't breathe underwater. But in that first scene, she is swimming underwater for a very long time. When she has to go down and get that necklace, that medallion, she is like, you know, at the bottom of the sea at that point. And she is not affected by this at all. This is like on sea level, and she is holding her breath for a very, very long time. And they're almost trying to suggest that she has mermaid-like qualities, even though she's a full kind of human. I don't know. And, you know, she can also talk to the crab, which is another thing. Sebastian, which is like, why can this human talk to a crab? So she's got some fish qualities, but she's still a human girl.
Did she ever talk to any sea creatures that's not Sebastian?
No, and
Well, I guess until she turns into a mermaid.
but up until that point, she shouldn't be able to talk to fish because she's not a fish. But she's talking to Sebastian. She's keeping Sebastian almost hidden from Ariel. You have that whole scene at the birthday party where what's going on with Sebastian and her bow tie?
Oh, he gets wrapped up in her bow tie because she is very hurriedly getting dressed because I don't know.
Because she just came from the sea.
Oh, because she just came from the sea and
Yeah.
she's got to be ready for the birthday. Yes, it all makes perfect sense.
And it's interesting that they keep giving Sebastian the orchestra conductor of this underground band, of this underwater band. He is on babysitting duty for all these movies.
He is so he is the royal conductor for for King Triton, and for the last 10 years, 13 years, he's essentially just been jumping around between babysitting jobs, babysitting Ariel, babysitting Melody, and then potentially babysitting the other daughters of Triton in the meantime.
One thing I want to talk about with Melody is her parents. And Eric, in general, like after Melody gets kidnapped and she goes to sea, and Ariel then goes to sea to look for her, Eric does nothing until he comes back on a boat in the third act.
Eric does his duty as a coat rack and just stands there.
Some stuff I also want to get into, just for things that kind of stuck out to us, was the one thing that they do in this movie, with tips in more particular, is that there's a scene where they're all underwater, and I think you pointed this out.
Oh, yes. We've accepted that now Melody is, in fact, a mer person.
Yeah.
So she now has gills,
Yeah.
or fish lungs,
Yes.
as you would call them. However, the penguin and the walrus, Tip and Dash, have not been altered by magical trident in any way, and nevertheless are able to hold their breath for multiple scenes underwater where they are infiltrating Atlantica, stealing the trident, and I don't even know what happens after that. I guess they eventually get back to the surface a few hours later.
And what was the device that you wanted?
Well, that was the whole thing. Was I believe that like an easy workaround or would just be fashioning some kind of contraption for Melody to use while she was human, because we've established that she is going around collecting these valuables, skirting around her mother's objections to her going into the ocean, and essentially doing some deep sea diving. But she's not.
She don't have any equipment.
Yeah, she's not a mer person, so she would in effect kind of fashion some kind of crude contraption that would work, and that she would kind of carry around with her. And when she has her gills or fish lungs, she can then use the device to help Tip and Dash kind of infiltrate with her, and you have a rational reason for why these air breathing animals can now exist in this.
Well, even more than that,
environment.
If you just put a contraption on her in that opening scene where she's swimming underwater, deep, like scuba diving apparently, if she just has a device on, then that's something that her father can use later to go
I was just about to say that.
Save her.
I was about to say two things. I was going to say that does give Eric the Coat Rack something to kind of like make him useful. I was also going to say it is something that would kind of help develop Melody's character a little bit, or give her like a little bit more of a dimension.
Yeah.
Is that she is thinking about her emotional connection to the water in a functional way, where she is using her brain to kind of help her love for the water kind of like grow.
Yeah. Before we kind of jump into ranking it, there's nothing really more I want to talk about with it. I don't know if you want to talk about anything more with it.
No.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward movie. It's straight to video. It's a 1 hour, 15-minute movie. We've kind of already touched on the little weird things that we kind of noticed, but I guess the main question is, the reason why we do the podcast is three main questions. So the first question, as always, is, does it work as a sequel?
I actually have to give this some thought. I had not given this thought.
Okay, so for me, it does not work as a sequel.
Okay.
And that is a little controversial because I actually like this movie a little bit better than the first Little Mermaid. So even with the good musical numbers, even with the shortened runtime, even with some interesting plot elements, it's really just a successful rehashing. That's all it is. So for me, it doesn't work as a sequel because it doesn't kind of hold on its own or bring anything new to the franchise that I think we need.
I'll say this. It doesn't fail because of the original. It fails on its own merits. And for me, a big part of that is the villain. Yeah. If they had fleshed that out a little bit more and, like you said, even maybe paid off the whole, like, making it a joke that she's not as good as Ursula, just even paid that off a little bit more.
Yeah, so I think for both of us, it doesn't work as a sequel. So it's going to get 2 X's. Is it enjoyable? I think that there are aspects of this movie that are enjoyable. I think that the animation is just pretty basic, early 2000s animation, straight to video. It's very shiny. And the songs are enjoyable, but there's so many better animated musicals out there to where if I'm only enjoyed by this because they're singing and because it's colorful, that's a really basic value. So I'm going to say on that level, it's not that enjoyable.
I'll say it was more enjoyable than the original. And I think you'll agree, because you said you would rank it higher. Am I wrong?
I rank it a little bit higher, and it is a little bit more enjoyable than the first one, but there's aspects to the first one that are more enjoyable than this. So they're both kind of a mixed bag for me.
They are. They're both very mixed. I will say I think that this one, honestly, watching them both back to back and just kind of watching them as just strictly analytical, I think that there was more to be gained from the second one, but there was still way too much lacking. I don't think that I would consider it more enjoyable than less enjoyable.
And I think the third category that we're going to be introducing to this whole podcast is, does it need to exist? Because a lot of these first movies are really, really enjoyable, solid movies that you don't need to continue the story. Now, sometimes you have, sequels that do a good job and continue on. Like I would say Aladdin, King of Thieves, yeah, it can exist. For me, that's okay. This movie, Little Mermaid 2, I don't think it needs to exist.
I'm going to say it should exist.
Okay.
For all of the... I don't know if they should have made this movie, but I do think that it is better than not having this movie, if that makes sense.
All right. So basically, if you look down at that voting right there, that's going to be 5 X's and 1 check mark. So
Yes.
for our final thing, as is it worth going back? ... Again. I think unfortunately because of the voting on this, it's one across the board. It's one big X. It's not worth going back to. There are elements to it that you can go back to and get out of it, but as an overall kind of voting thing,
I think there are elements that I think there are elements that justify its existence.
Yeah.
Especially in the ways that it, I don't want to say corrects, but kind of, I think, smartly builds on things that I especially thought were lacking in the original.
Yeah.
That's why I think, like, if anything else, it exists as, I don't know how to word this.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give it to you this. If you need any more understanding about this movie and how we feel about it, the first Little Mermaid has a 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. The sequel has a 33% on Rotten Tomatoes. So we're not necessarily saying anything new. We're not, shocking the world. I think if you've learned anything from our voting on this, it's not the best. And we'll see you after we watch the next sticker. Atlantis 2, Milo's Return. All right, so let's go through this plot first. So this is Atlantis. Milo returns. So the movie opens on two fishermen at sea, and they're fishing, and they're French, and they're talking about nothing. And then the Kraken attacks, and then we jump to Kida in Atlantis. We're kind of picking up where we left off. She's doing a huge exposition dump. It's almost like, in case you missed Atlantis, the Lost Empire, let's catch you up to speed on what is going on. Here's my ship. Here's my pet animal rock lava thing. And we're going through the city.
We'll call it Lava Dog.
Lava Dog. And we're going through the city. She's given just all this exposition about her father and how they got here and how they saved the city and, blah, blah, blah. Milo has been in the city this whole time. He's got a little shoulder tattoo now. He's got his little sash. He is not played by Michael J. Fox this time around. We get...
In this movie, he is played by James Arnold Taylor, who is best known for playing Obi-Wan in the animated Clone Wars TV show.
Is that true?
That is true.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So, after we establish Kida and Milo in Atlantis, giving us our big exposition dump, the crew returns. The crew from the first one, Milo's crew. So we think that the crew's here just to check up on Milo, but then we reveal that they're here to tell Milo and to tell Kida that there was a Kraken attack at sea by some Frenchmen. And Kida thinks that Kraken is like an Atlantis weapon that they have to go after and stop. So we go off on our first mission. We're on a boat. As soon as they're on the boat to go find the Kraken shows up. They go to fight it with these ships that shoot into the water, but Milo and Kida's ship has trouble firing off, so then they just start sinking into the bottom of the ocean. But then the crew shows up in the nick of time right before they're about to get eaten by the Kraken. So they go to a town where the Kraken is known for. I believe it's even called Krakenstan. They meet an old guy named Volgood. He's all creepy. He runs the town. He offers them a place to stay and says he'll take them to the boat repair place the next day to repair their boat. So anyway, the crew walks into some fog and they're investigating the town. They slide down the side of a cliff. Nothing really happens. They return to the town the next day or that night. They see Volgood. They think he's up to some activities. They follow him, and then we reveal that Volgood is working with the Kraken in some kind of cave in which the Kraken is destroying ships, very similar to the first ship that we saw get destroyed by it, and is collecting supplies and items, and then is slowly coming to this cave and delivering the items with its tentacle to Volgood. And we believe at the time that Volgood has the Kraken and all these employees possessed to do a goods supplies run, which is pretty ridiculous. And while they're there...
And we are 30 minutes into the movie at this point?
Yeah, and while they're there, Audrey, who is the Michelle Rodriguez of the group, she gets possessed by the Kraken, and the crew starts to fight the Kraken to save her, and they do. But then as they're kind of floating away in their ships, the explosion guy, Vinny, gets possessed. And then he starts trying to attack the crew who's trying to attack the Kraken. And there's just this big miscommunication. And then we slowly reveal that it's not Volgood that's possessing the Kraken. It's the Kraken that's possessing everybody to do deeds. So I guess the Kraken wants the supplies when it's all said and done. Because he's the one putting the supplies in the cave and everyone's working for him. basically, they defeat the Kraken by firing at the broken ship from earlier that Milo and Keto were in. And then after they defeat the Kraken, it just disappears. And then Volgud and all the people that were possessed, they just go back to normal. And it's kind of awkward because after we defeat the Kraken, we go, well, what's the movie about now?
There's no longer what could be called a plot.
So we're at 30 minutes and we defeat the villain.
Yes, and it's very jarring.
And this is what we find out. So we cut to dinner, and Milo says, like, oh, we got to go back to Atlantis, me and Kita. And everything seems
Milo's return, as it were,
yeah.
back to Atlantis.
Well, we'll get to that, why it's even called that. But so Milo and Kita said, we got to go back to our place. And everyone, it just seems like the movie's about to end. But then the old lady with the microphone at the end of the table says, there's trouble somewhere else. There's reports about another attack with something else. And we have to go to the Southwest. And then what happens is we immediately cut to the Southwest.
Mm-hmm.
So now the crew is in a different location, almost like a desert. And the villain in this new location, the Southwest, is the rumor of these sand coyote tornadoes, these tornadoes that are full of sand coyotes, which Kita believes is like another Atlantean thing potentially. I don't really know. They find some device in this town that like signals that. But
there's some cowboys.
Yada yada yada. Okay.
There's a lot of yada 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 in this movie.
Yada yada yada. They meet a ghost traveler who's like a Native American. He leads them to a cave in which we reveal is this lost city that no one knew about. And apparently Kita's father came to this location, gave his magical crystal to all these cultures like the Mayans, the whatever, and that is the reason why they have been able to have their civilizations, because of this Atlantis king that kind of gave them knowledge and gave them kind of stuff. So once the traveler, the Native American ghost coyote man, once he understands who Kita is, he pretty much just likes her, respects her, he lets them go.
That's when the movie ends for the second time.
Yes.
Now we'll get into the third ending.
So after they do the second mission, we go back home and have another dinner. Where
there's another dinner
where the old guy, it might not be dinner, but the old guy, they're like, hey, we got to go back.
Oh, no, it wasn't dinner. They were just at his house. They were saying goodbye for the second time because this was when they were going to do Milo's return.
So they go to Whitmore's house. They're going to leave again. And then Whitmore just casually reveals, he goes, oh, yeah, and by the way, we had a break-in last night. And then Milo's like, well, tell me about this break-in. And he reveals that someone stole his spear. Now, this story is where, at least for me, it gets really, really weird, because during this explanation of Whitmore telling him about someone breaking into his house, he tells a story about an old man that was a rival to him. And this man's name was Eric. And eventually this man, Eric, found a lost city that he eventually called Asgard. And he started then, through this delusion of finding the city, he started to self-name himself Odin, the king of Asgard.
Thinking that he was Odin.
Well, either way, this third mission is essentially about a crazy man who believes that he is Odin. He believes that he is set to start off or initiate Ragnarok.
With this spear, which is called Gungnir.
Gungnir, that's the spear that he steals off Whitmore's wall. So once Milo realizes that this guy is pretending to be Odin, that he's going to start Ragnarok and destroy Asgard, it's like, okay, I guess...
We'll destroy the world.
We'll destroy the world, yeah, but it's like, it's the exact plot of Thor Ragnarok.
Well, that's Ragnarok.
That's Ragnarok.
Ragnarok is the apocalypse.
So someone mentions like, oh, we got to go to Iceland. So what do you think happens? Cut to, we're in Iceland.
Oh yeah, there's no transition. There's no subs. There's no journey.
So we go to Iceland. Once they get there, they basically just get frozen and they teleport to the Hall of Odin, aka Eric.
They don't teleport. There is a cut where it is implied that they are transported.
Oh yeah, okay. So they get frozen, they get transported to the Hall of Odin, aka Eric. And even more so, to get into kind of this Marvelverse stuff, Eric thinks that Milo is like Loki and that he's there to deceive him, and he immediately attacks him. And even more than that, he thinks that Kita is Brumhilda and like leader of the Valkyrie. After we get to see Eric, aka Odin, doing his thing, he separates the crew while Kita wakes up now in the Broomhilda outfit,
Valkyrie
the
outfit,
Valkyrie
yeah.
outfit, and he's calling her Broomhilda.
Yeah.
He's talking about how he's going to summon Ragnarok. Around that time, the crew finds a way to escape. Kida sees that they're free, so she, tries to distract Odin, aka Eric, to, the lava tunnel where they're going to go do Ragnarok. So basically, they go to the volcano area, or where the lava is. Milo and crew try to stop Odin. He basically gets successful. He summons the fire god. The fire god ends up taking the spear during a scuffle of some kind. And then now we have our two big villains, which is this ice monster that also exists in this world that the crew had to fight earlier to get past. And now we have this fire monster. So the ice and the fire monster both hold on to the spear. They're trying to cause Ragnarok and trying to cause destruction of the world. The crew basically just uses fire and ice to defeat both the monsters, and the monsters turn on each other. They defeat themselves, and Kida gets the spear back. She returns to Atlantis with Milo.
Milo's return.
Milo's return, I guess, finally.
It all comes back around.
So they return the spear, and then Kida decides to do another Marvel reference by doing a Black Panther, which is, we're going to share the crystal with the whole world. No longer will we be hidden. So then you cut to these two fishermen on sea. All of a sudden, things start to shake. Atlantis rises to the top. During that process, they almost kill those fishermen in the process. But Atlantis rises to the top. You got this little baby Atlantis girl that's like, what's that, mama? And she's like, that's the sun. And then she does like a stupid little like giggle. And that's the end. Yeah, and then that's the end of the movie. And then Atlantis is now up above sea level. No more secrets. And that's the movie. And I got to tell you, as exhausted as it was just rereading that plot synopsis, it was even more exhausting watching it.
It's 3 different movies.
It's 3 different movies.
I wanna interject something real quick because I'm doing some quick research right now. But it looked like they had a TV show in development. That they had some scripts maybe written, but nothing more than that. The TV show is going to be called Team Atlantis. And it was going to deal with other kind of like they have a Loch Ness Monster referenced here, and just like other kind of like urban legends or kind of fantasy, like modern fantasy kind of storylines that they were going to explore.
That's a really good point, because this movie feels like the scripts that they had written for the show never gets greenlit. So they go, well, we have these scripts. Can we just take the 3 best stories and turn it into a movie? And I think even more so that's the case, because when we get to the credits of this movie, there's 3 directors and there's 8 writers. And one of those 3 directors, interesting enough, since we started this podcast, is Tad Stones.
Yeah.
Who directed the 3rd Aladdin, King of Thieves. So he's one of the directors of this. You got 3 directors. And it just feels like this movie is not a movie. It's just a go of a TV show.
It feels exactly like that's what they did. And at the very least, I would say that this is probably the most interesting of the sequels we've seen so far.
It's the most disappointing of the sequels.
Oh, for sure. I think it had the most potential.
Well, so I'll say this about, since we've already done the plot, kind of going back in about certain things that bother us. One thing that bothers me about it is, in the first one, you're going to have those Milo fish out of water situations where he's in Atlantis and he's like, how does this work? And Kida's like, it works like this. And he's like, ooh, wow, that's crazy, like blah, blah, blah. We're doing the flip of this now, where Kida's on land and she's constantly having these conversations with Milo. Like, what is this glass cabinet? Like, what do you do with this? He's like, oh, well, you put stuff in there that you want to protect. That's of value. She's like, that's crazy. Who would steal a glass cabinet? They're trying to do all these kind of she's the fish out of water conversations now. But it just comes across as so we're just trying to fill time. We're just trying to get through this.
Which with so much plot to get through, it's like, why how do they simultaneously have time for that?
Well, they do this thing with all sequels where they take the characters that you like and they kind of bring them down to one note. So Mole he's called Mole because he's very good at digging and he's got a lot of tools for it. So in the first one, we get to see all those tools. We get to see how he digs. In this one, since we know he's a digger, they're just like, I don't want to draw the tools. Let's just have him dig with his hands.
Well,
he literally digs with his hands. At one point.
There is one part where yes, he does dig through solid rock with his hands. There's so much about this movie.
He's even eating rocks now as
And
well.
he is
he's
eating
rocks.
I want to talk about Mole because Mole was very interesting because there were certain elements where I really liked how they were working in his note into developing the plot and having him help move the plot forward because of aspects we know about him and we're familiar with.
Yeah, he had a lot of discoveries.
He
He discovered the boulder. He discovered.
he was useful. However, they kept going at it, and there were points where they would literally start using his job just for a gag, where
Yeah.
it was literally just killing time. And with a script like this, you just can't fucking do that.
I think they do that with Vinny too. Like Vinny's the explosion guy.
I think they do it a lot more with Vinny.
He's got a lot of intricate explosions in the first one. This one, his solution for everything is explosions.
Well, that's the way it is in the first one.
Hey, what do we do about this? I'll blow it up. Hey, what are we gonna do about this? I say we blow it up. Hey, what are we gonna do about this? Blow it up. And I'm just gonna keep showing now 2 more times where he does that. I don't even have to say it. It explains.
Yeah.
You know?
But he does that in the first one too.
But they even do it with Audrey. So like my point I was saying about Audrey, about how she's so mad about her machinery, but then she flips on a dime later and it doesn't matter. She's the complainer, we need her complain. You know what I mean? Milo's the scientist, you be sciencey. Hida, you're all about the history, you just
she's a
focus
fish out
on
of water.
history. And it's exhausting.
Before we go into ranking, I just want to talk about, like, as I said before, the original had a lot of good ideas, but it was, as some people would consider, a bit of a mess of a script. With the sequel, I do think that there are a number of ideas here that are worth exploring, and it just wouldn't settle. And then we end up at Ragnarok, and
Yeah.
it's like, how the fuck did we get here? So
Well, there's not one mission, it's 3 different missions.
Exactly.
So there's no investment emotionally at the top for anybody because it's almost like this is like a TV show. So we just have our characters, they have their one notes, and we're just going to send them on wacky missions. And they're trying to tie in the fact that these missions that they're going on are related to Atlantis aftermath.
in some way, yeah. And the big thing that I didn't like was that Kita is kind of some clunky, like, it's like clunky character rationalization. It's like we Vinny and Audrey and all of them, they think that the Kraken is related back to the Leviathan, the creature that have been guarding Atlantis. So they're coming back to Kita and saying, hey, is this another Atlantean war machine, essentially?
Mhm.
And Kita is worried because she does think it is. What I don't like is that they tease us with that idea, because I really like that idea. And it's a very prevalent thing in science fiction, especially things like Star Trek. And they've done it in multiple episodes, is the crew stumbles upon a war machine, like a giant ship that goes around just destroying everything in its path. And they find out that it was built by a war-mongering species that's like been extinct for millennia. So it's like, it's just this war machine that has no purpose, that's just going around destroying things. And the people who had created it have no purpose for it anymore, or they're just dead.
Yeah.
And so that's an idea I really like got behind. I'm like, okay, so we're gonna see like a kids show essentially explore this idea that like Star Trek does.
Mhm.
So I kind of got excited for that.
But then.
Well, and then it doubled down.
Mhm.
And then we get to Krakenstad. What
Yeah,
do you
Kraken
call it?
stand.
Krakenstand, whatever it's called. It reminded me very much of like an H.P. Lovecraft kind of story. He has a very distinct style, and it was very prevalent with the Volgood stuff and the
Mhm.
Krakenstand stuff. And so I thought, okay, so with this kind of like war machine, like ancient war machine on like amok, and then having to deal with that, we're also going to deal with like some Lovecraft stuff and like the Kraken and like the like abyssal horror kind of stuff that he deals with.
So now that we've kind of exhausted talking about this, we're going to talk about it a little bit more, but now we can kind of get into the ranking of this. So as always on this podcast, we kind of break down these sequels into 3 kind of questions. And the first question is, does it work as a sequel? You probably have more to say about this than I do, so I'll just kind of start off. For me, this does not work as a sequel. The reason why is because it's so obvious from the first frame that this is a TV movie, or this is almost 3 episodes of a show, and it's just not, it's not a sequel to me. It's not a sequel to me. So for those reasons, the fact that it just doesn't feel like there's actual intention behind telling a story here or continuing a story, it doesn't work as a sequel for me.
It doesn't work as a sequel for me. It doesn't tell the right story, and especially discussing Atlantis' return, its return to the surface, and whether that should take place at the beginning or the end of the story. I think a true sequel, that event would have had to take place at the beginning, and then the movie would have had to have been about something else.
Yeah.
What this movie is about is not what the original movie was about, even though it introduces, I would say, similar concepts of equal interest or intrigue. They're just not the same themes.
Yeah. So the second one is going to be, is it enjoyable? Once again, for me, it is not enjoyable. I paused this movie 4 times. I did not like the look of it. I wasn't invested in any of the characters. And it's just like, I was very happy when it was over. I could see maybe a kid enjoying it, but only if he's just really young and you need to put something on. But for me, it's not enjoyable.
I think it's enjoyable enough just on the ideas it introduces alone, and just kind of how it deals with ideas like weapon of mass destruction run amok, these kind of like the idea of the deities that it plays with, and like the crystal. Like, it was really unusual in the first one, but it was also very glossed over because the immediate threat was I can't remember his name, Rourke. The immediate threat was Rourke and the who possessed the power. In this movie, they actually explore the nature of that power a little bit more, and it's interesting, if not well executed.
It's just not well executed for me.
Exactly.
I think it's interesting, but you have to be interested in what you're telling.
Yeah.
Right. The third one, which we just introduced this question on our last episode. We kind of touched about it on the first one, but does this movie need to exist? Personally, I don't think this movie needs to exist. I agree that it has good concepts, but it does not execute those concepts well. So therefore, it's just like, it doesn't need to exist. It doesn't bring anything to the table. If you're not going to do it, then don't do it. But if you're going to do it, don't half-ass it.
I agree. The thing is, it's playing with interesting ideas, but it's not really bringing anything new to the table. These ideas aren't new, even though they are interesting, and they're not explored in any unique way. They're barely explored at all, honestly. The script really just does seem more focused on just trying to keep itself together more than exploring anything insofar as like a theme or an idea goes. So that's definitely a no for me.
Yeah. And if you're now keeping the tally, now we're on our kind of final thing, which is it worth going back again? And if you're keeping track at home, that is 5 X's and 1 check mark. So unfortunately, this movie is going to get 1 giant X as not worth going back again. There's obviously elements to it that if you were a fan, like you said, and you want to go to it, you might get something out of it. But the overall experience was not worth it.
For me, it was worth it, but not enjoyable.
Yeah.
We're watching Mulan 2, which actually I think is the first movie we're watching that does not have a subtitle.
Oh, okay.
It's just Mulan 2.
It's just Mulan.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
Yeah, so Mulan 2 starts where there's like kind of some smoke and stuff, and like we're telling the story of like old China, and we reveal that Mushu, not played by Eddie Murphy this time around, we just found that out. So Mushu is now a ghost spirit, and there's like rank in there to where he can, just live a life of luxury. He no longer has to be like a servant. He's almost treated as like a god or whatever. After we kind of get that out of the way, so Mulan's training the girls, and Li Shang shows up. And basically he proposes to her after they've been dating a month. And I believe they haven't kissed yet, because this is, what time is this? This is 200, what is it?
Yeah, for reference, it is sometime between 200 BC and 200 AD, which I honestly thought, I gave it the benefit of the doubt. I thought it was like, 1200s, 1100s.
Yeah.
But no, we're back there.
So Mulan's really excited that she gets to marry Li Shang, but Mushu finds out that if this marriage takes place, that he's going to lose his spot because he's like the ghost of Mulan, but if Li Shang comes in, then he's going to lose the ghost spot. So he's got a whole now mission to go stop Li Shang and Mulan's relationship.
That was really lazy. I'll tighten it up just a little bit. I'll get the wrench in there. So Mushu is essentially out of a job because Li Shang's ancestors and guardian dragons would, in effect, take over his job.
So Mulan's happy that she's getting married to Li Shang, and then they get a message from the Emperor. They go to the Emperor. The Emperor tells them that he needs them to transfer 3 of his daughters to another place where they're
Another
going to
kingdom.
another kingdom where they're going to join an alliance with that kingdom. And the way we make an alliance is we have the three daughters marry three of their princes or something like that. Now Mulan feels kind of not kosher about this because her whole thing is like and which is very progressive for what was that time frame again? 200.
We'll just kind of average out and say it was 0. We'll say it was the year 0.
It was the year 0. So they agree to do the transfer because at the end of the day, there's a war coming.
Well, that's the thing is it's just kind of like it's a vague threat. I don't think they say a war. I think they just say the threat of invasion.
So they go to before we go on the road with the girls, Li Shang and Mulan kind of have to get their crew. So we pick up our original crew from the first one, the 3 bandits. They're singing about, getting a girl worth fighting for, whatever. We get on the road. Obviously, the 3 daughters start to fall in love with the 3 soldiers. While in the meantime, Mushu is just trying really hard to separate Mulan and Li Shang so that he can, get the ghost job back. And so here's how I'll kind of break down the rest of the movie because once we get on the road, basically hijinks, Mushu doing something, Mulan and Li Shang arguing, falling in love scene, a musical number. Along the way, some bandits attack, and then Li Shang dies. So Mulan goes to the New Kingdom with the girls and without Li Shang. Mulan just trades herself. She says, leave the girls alone, because the girls want to have their own life. They sing a song about having their own life. So she's like, let them go and I'll marry this guy because I just lost the love of my life. So I don't have any, I got no love to give.
Yeah. He agrees because she's like a war hero and she's like, I don't know. They have like a whole aside where she's like another jewel in his crown.
So then Li Shang shows up. He's alive. He tries to stop the marriage. They're able to get away with this because Mushu goes into the dragon mouth. Originally he was against this marriage, but then there's a scene somewhere in Act 2 where him and Mulan finds out that Mushu has been doing all this stuff behind her back and trying to separate Li Shang and Mulan, and she gets really mad at him. So he makes it up to her at the end by jumping in this kind of like statue of a dragon's mouth, which all the folk believe is like, their god or whatever. And he starts talking and they all bow for it. And then he allows Mulan to marry Li Shang, and I believe just happily ever after after that. And so I don't really know.
That was the quickest plot synopsis we have done so far. And I don't know, there's a lot of stuff we missed that I do want to go back and kind of circle around to.
Well, let me just, if I can start with this. The plot of this movie was getting 3 daughters to go marry 3 princesses so we could form an alliance. At the end of the movie, nobody marries the prince. So is the alliance still on?
I guess I don't want to talk about this specifically. Let's go ahead and talk about plot. Because plot is very interesting. We open up on our B plot, which is very unique for a storytelling mechanism, where it's literally just setting up Mushu, who likes his job now. He's going to be out of that job if Li Shang marries Mulan. So we've got to establish the hijinks that's going to be playing in the background, which is he's going to try to break them up. But the plot doesn't really kick in for a while, and it's when the messenger comes and summons them for their little escort mission.
Yeah, I remember you literally, as soon as that guy rode in on the horse, you literally said out loud, you're like, "Oh, looks like the plot's like the plot's coming in."
Like finally too, because I was I don't know. I guess it wasn't like horribly timed, but I was getting antsy for some plot.
To kind of organize this a little bit, I'm gonna just start off by saying some things that work in the movie. Because there's a lot of things that don't work in the movie that I think we want to kind of get into and talk about.
Oh, you want to just go ahead and do things that do work?
Yeah, let's just do things that do work to knock it off. I like aspects of Li Shang and Mulan's relationship. The fact that they're kind of equals now. The fact that they are partners on this side quest together. She's gotten a lot of respects in saving the war. I like the fact that she gets recognition for saving the war. And I like the fact that at the end of the song, Girl Worth Fighting For, it ends on Mulan because that's the girl. That's how they kind of built their ideology. Is like, that's why they want girls of their own, is because they like Mulan. I also think some of the musical numbers work. I like the opening one with Mulan where she's talking with the girls, even though they're doing all that, ha, ha, ha.
It was, I don't know, it was a lot of like nothing happening, but it was engaging.
Yeah, it was entertaining.
It was entertaining, yeah.
I like when Li Shang is about to die. There's a shot where she's holding on to him. And even though this is like a sequel, so they don't really let anything kind of sit, there's just a moment where it's actually kind of serious for a second. And I think that's everything that I think works, that the movie does well, or that works in the movie, or that I like in the movie.
There was not a lot I liked in this movie. I will say I think I agree with everything you said, but there's not much else.
All right, so let's dive into what we want to talk about now, which is like the problems we have with this movie. And you can kind of jump in whatever. I'll just say I like the song that the three sisters sing. I just don't like the execution of it. I like what it represents. I like how they feel about it. But the song itself and the lyrics are just very kind of, it's almost like they're just saying sentences. Like none of the words rhyme. They're just kind of talking
in rhythm.
They're like, I want to be a girl because they can do stuff. It's like that didn't rhyme. You can't, you know. So another thing I don't think that works in this movie is the themes of gender, and it's really interesting because they spend a lot of time having conversations about it. And now you can make the argument that having these conversations in themselves is what the theme is. But you know, the first Mulan is her just doing stuff. We're showing everyone what it is. We don't need to kind of spell it out. Whereas in this movie, we literally have Mulan talking to camera and saying like, you can be anything you want to be. She's talking to another girl. She's like, you have to follow your heart.
Well, that's in our reference where I said we were watching it and she was literally just spelling out the themes of the first movie, and that's what the themes are for this movie.
Yeah.
It's just done to a more extreme degree,
Yeah.
and there's nothing different. It's literally the theme's so nice that they did it twice.
Exactly.
The biggest thing that doesn't work for me about this movie, and we'll just kind of see where this goes, is the main plot, which is we've got it's the kingdom of Qui Gong, and the whole thing is the Mongols are massing at the border. We're not going to engage them in open warfare. We're going to form a treaty, and we're going to keep them back that way. Well, I'm initially intrigued because that was very interesting for a Disney plot.
Well, so the plot originally, it sounds like interesting at the top.
Oh yeah. So I was initially on board because it's an adventure. You know, it's an escort quest. You know, like it's almost like an archetype that you can boil down.
Mhm.
So it's like, okay, like we know what's gonna happen almost. We know the beats we got to hit. So let's strap in and let's like check this out. And then, like you said, it like quickly becomes a rom-com where like I thought I was going to get like an escort, you know, an escort quest or something like that. Something where there would be more of a threat than just Eddie Murphy's hijinks. Not Eddie Murphy.
You know, the miscommunication in the first one is the fact that we have to kind of lie about our gender. In this one, the miscommunication is all dependent on our characters kind of becoming stupid and kind of buying into the noise around them. They all fall for Mushu's tricks. They're not like almost strong enough against that kind of thing, which just seemed kind of like a contradiction to the last movie.
Exactly. The other thing that like, because after we established the rom-com stuff and we like, okay, the daughters are going to fall for these soldiers now and they're not going to end up marrying the princes and there's going to be drama because of that. You know, the treaty's in jeopardy. That's the main plot.
I never felt the treaty was in jeopardy.
Well, that's what they're establishing when they're having these daughters fall for the guard. But like, that's what's happening. That's why that's there, is like, oh shit, now, you know, the Mongols are going to attack because we're not unified. But the other thing that's happening is Mushu is, he wrecks the cart. And he really makes this escort mission like very dangerous.
What's interesting about Mushu wrecking the cart is when that cart gets destroyed, it feels like a natural point in the story where things need to get worse. And I felt like there just could have been a more natural way that cart got destroyed opposed to Mushu. But Mushu's really only there to kind of make us move backwards. Whereas if something was relevant to the plot, like if another group of bandits that were actually part of the people trying to attack, if they were the ones that encountered the princess and that's how they ruined the cart, and then they have to fight them to get forward. Like, you could use things from the plot to your plot.
But we just use Mushu.
But we just use Mushu instead.
And it's a thing that's like repetitive with Mushu because it's in the first movie as well. And this threw me for a loop. I love the first movie. Except for there's one thing where like a major plot hinge is that Mushu sends the training soldiers to war just so he can get clout with the ancestor spirits. And he's endangering all of these like unprepared soldiers' lives so that Mulan can get like, you know, clout as a war hero.
Yeah.
And it's very like, that's not something a good character does.
No, Mushu is a very selfish character.
Yeah.
He really doesn't care about anyone but himself.
And I really think like just watching like kind of like stuff that happens with Aladdin, and I'm kind of like, wow, Genie's kind of like a reckless character at some points. Mushu is so reckless, where it almost borders on like antagonistic tendencies.
So I don't really think we have anything else we want to talk about with this movie, so we can kind of just start getting into the ranking of it. So as always, the first question is, does it work as a sequel? I don't know if you want to go first.
I'll go first. No, it does not work as a sequel. This honestly might be the worst offense. This might be the least sequel of the ones that we have done so far, just because it is so hollow. It is just so bare bones rehashing a theme and a scenario that, like I said, doesn't hold up under scrutiny and just doesn't care to try to make it work.
Yeah, I don't think it works as a sequel either. So that's 2 X's. So the next question is it enjoyable / entertaining? So oddly enough, even though I just voted that this doesn't work as a sequel, I do think that it is somewhat enjoyable and entertaining. Even though I have problems with it, like I said, there are elements to it that kind of keep you engaged throughout the whole thing.
I don't think it does.
Well, you said earlier that it's kind of like hollow, but unfortunately, like it's very colorful on the surface. So I feel like it's entertaining and enjoyable for a kid, and there's little sprinkles of things in there that kind of work. So yeah, I only give it a check mark because it's like I'm gonna give it praise for where I'm gonna give it praise even if I'm gonna shit on it for shitting on it as much as I am.
Where it had the interesting ideas like Atlantis did, I just don't think it wasn't enough to hold up the whole movie like it was in Atlantis' case.
So that's why you don't think it's enjoyable or entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the third one is, does it need to exist?
Nope.
I don't think it needs to exist either. So that's going to be 2 quick X's there. So that's 5 X's and 1 check. So that's going to be an X across the board with an asterisk next to it with some of the stuff that I was saying. Whereas there's certain like conversations and there's certain musical numbers and just interesting things that keep you engaged. They don't execute or pay off those things good enough, but they still keep you along enough to kind of, worth kind of watching a little bit. But unfortunately, it's still a big X. We are doing Tarzan and Jane, which is the sequel to Tarzan. Not to be mistaken with Tarzan 2, which is a prequel, but Tarzan and Jane, which is the actual sequel.
A true sequel, indeed, yes.
A true sequel. And what's interesting before we start this breakdown is that they actually did a television show.
Well, that's the thing. Yes, it is. We went in believing that it was a true sequel, but that is actually not the case.
So what's the name of the TV show?
The name of the TV show, I believe, was, you'll have to correct me on this, I think it was Legend of Tarzan.
Okay, so and this went how many seasons?
It was actually 2 seasons, and it was 39 episodes.
Yikes. So 39 episodes, and during that time, they kind of get greenlit for a sequel, which they're going to call Tarzan and Jane. And we will kind of dive more back into that, but it's important to remember that for now. So let's jump into this plot, if you want to call it that, for Tarzan and Jane, the sequel to Tarzan. So it opens up with, I believe, the remaining rights that they had to a Phil Collins song from the first one. With that playing, and Tarzan and Jane are swinging through the vines. They're kind of playing a game of
Tree tag, I think they call it.
Tree tag or upper body tag, and they're just kind of swinging through. Basically, we discover that this is a year after the first Tarzan. So not only has it been a year after, but Tarzan and Jane have been married a year. So she is talking to the animals, and she's talking about how it's their 1-year anniversary with Tarzan, and she's trying to figure out how to do some kind of anniversary party. So Jane goes, maybe I'll do this for his anniversary. And then the gorilla goes, oh, I wouldn't do that because remember that one time. And then we cut to a flashback. And in this flashback, it's been maybe a couple months after she originally decided to stay at the end of the first Tarzan. Her friends come to the jungle. They're trying to convince her to come back to London. They're not exactly excited that she's living this jungle life with Tarzan.
But they have very different feelings on Tarzan.
Yeah, one of them is really horny for Tarzan.
Yes.
And she keeps like saying like, oh, does he always have muscles? And it's like, yeah, he like swings all the time. So of course he's going to have that. So you think that this is going to be like a quick flashback of a conversation, but it just keeps going on and on and on.
Well, a plot develops out of it.
Well, yeah. So basically, Jane tries to convince the girls that everything's okay, so she takes them on a picnic to the jungle. When they go on a picnic to the jungle, things go bad. Some panthers attack. They get pushed back by the panthers and into the river. The panthers follow them in the river. During this time, Tarzan is trying to figure out where Jane's at.
He's going through like some personal stuff too.
Oh yeah, because Jane and the girls want Tarzan to wear a suit, and he doesn't want to wear a suit.
Exactly, and it's a conflict.
Well, he doesn't want to wear the suit, and that it feels irrelevant, but it's actually kind of going to come back later. So he's debating whether or not to wear the suit, and then he decides that like Jane's been gone for too long or something. So he kind of goes where the picnic grounds are, and he realizes that something happens. So we have Jane and the girls trying to get back to kind of homestand while Tarzan is searching for the girls. While they're in the woods, the Panthers attack again with the girls. Tarzan shows up. He does a big fight with the Panthers. After he defeats them, all the women become impressed. Suddenly, he's like won over Jane's friends. So at the end of that adventure, the women return back to London with new approval of Jane's life. And it's like, that's the end of that flashback. And then we cut back to the conversation with Jane and the elephant and the monkey. And we're 23 minutes into this movie.
A long time has passed.
So Jane is in the present again, talking to the monkey and the elephant. And she goes, oh, yeah, you're right. That was a good story, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, I'm thinking I should get Tarzan a gift for our anniversary. Maybe I'll get him something expensive, like a diamond. And she says this as almost immediately to set up the monkey being like, oh, well, you shouldn't have given him a diamond because remember the last time you guys dealt with diamonds. And then we immediately cut to another flashback. And here's our second story of this movie.
And
which
our fears are immediately confirmed.
yeah, exactly.
We're exactly where we feared that we would be, because since we started with Aladdin, we had kind of like been aware that we were skirting around these TV shows, these sequel TV shows that we wouldn't be watching, and we didn't have to watch because this was a sequel podcast where we're dealing with more direct sequels, more meaty plots.
That's not the case.
Than what a TV show would tackle, and that is not the case. We danced around it with Atlantis, where it was actually a true movie. But now we are literally just dealing with a movie that is 3 scripts of a pre-existing show shamelessly strung together to create a flashback-riddled movie. And I mean, at this point, we consider just seriously bailing out.
Yeah, I thought about turning it off.
Just hitting that eject button.
But yet, here we are at the second flashback, which is going to be our second story. And it starts with these 3 dudes, and they're talking about Tarzan, about how he can help them get to a volcano where all these diamonds are. So the 2 dudes with their guns go out to the jungle. They find Tarzan. They tell him about diamonds. And they basically trick him into saying, well, if you help us get these diamonds, you can also get a diamond. And then you can give it to your girl. And then she'll be impressed. So Tarzan wants to get a diamond so he can give it to Jane. So the 2 guys and Tarzan go out to this volcano. Along the way, some alligators attack. Tarzan fights them. After they fight the alligators, they go to the volcano where the diamonds are. They start digging for these diamonds. So after they get the diamonds, the bad guys try to kill Tarzan, but Jane shows up and rescues him.
Which is, I don't know if you want to talk about that real quick, which is they had to deal with Tarzan to give him 1 diamond from this cave that is just besmattered, if that's a word,
yeah,
with diamonds. And I don't know if it's greed or if it's like paranoia, but they can't trust him, so they just say that no, we can't even do that, so we're just going to kill you instead of giving you 1 diamond and letting you walk free.
So the bad guys get away with some of the diamonds. Tarzan, Jane, and the father, they get trapped in the volcano cave. The volcano starts to erupt. Lava gets everywhere. Tarzan goes to the top of the volcano cave and basically just punches his way out. He rescues the gang. They all escape. The lava continues to go on and on until it reaches the bad guys, and then they become stuck in a tree. Tarzan decides to rescue the bad guys, and then after he rescues them, he gets them arrested by some kind of jungle police that I guess just randomly exists, or I guess the town police. But he arrests them, and after, all is done, we end that flashback and we cut back to the conversation with Jane and the animals. So here we are again at our third conversation, and it's interesting because at this point, Jane says to the animals, like, what was the point of you telling that story? And the ape almost explains, she's like, well, I told that story because, it's proof that diamonds are trouble. So this scene is weird for me because it almost feels like the writer justifying why he's sending the audience on these flashback encounters.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And it's almost like it's not even hidden, but almost acknowledged with like a semi-meta joke about how lazy it is.
Yeah.
And like why did we tell that story? Oh, because
Yeah.
it has a loose connection, and the fact that it's a loose connection was a joke. And I don't really want to talk about this anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like Jane would almost say, like, where do you get off? And maybe we'll save that for our Where Do You Get Off podcast.
Exactly.
Where do you get off? Coming next year. So after Jane and the animals talk some more, I don't really care what they're talking about. We cut to our third flashback. And in this third flashback, we see a pilot get shot down by another pilot. And the pilot that flies away after shooting down somebody has a picture of Jane.
Let's go ahead and name this pilot. This pilot's name is Bobby.
So Bobby lands in the jungle and Tarzan goes to help him. And after they encounter, Jane shows up and Jane recognizes the pilot. And like you said, she calls him Bobby. And apparently they're old friends. So Jane and what's his name?
Bobby.
Bobby. They are in Jane's place. They're talking a little bit, and then Bobby reveals that before Jane went on a boat or a plane to get to the jungle, aka before the first Tarzan, he slipped her some little box, and in that box had codes to government secrets or something.
It's all very vague.
It's all very vague. But either way, he has come back to this jungle to get the stolen property that he successfully hidden with Jane before her adventures of the first Tarzan. So Jane is very upset to find out that Bobby is like a traitor to the country of some kind because he's got these secret codes. So she says like, God save the queen, and she attacks Bobby, and she takes the box and she tries running in the jungle. Bobby catches up with her, he stops her, and then he pulls out a gun as if he's going to kill her. But then we cut away, and what we cut away to is the pilot that got shot down. And Tarzan goes to that pilot, and that pilot's name is
Nigel.
and he is played by,
He's actually played by Alexis Denisov.
which is our boy
Wesley.
Wesley from Buffy, and also Wesley from Angel, unfortunately, but mostly Wesley from Buffy. And he tells Tarzan that basically Bobby is a traitor, that he's here to arrest him about the secrets. And then we cut back to Bobby and Jane. He's got her basically tied up in his plane. They're going to take off. While they're taking off, Tarzan comes in at the last minute. He throws a spear at the plane. He's holding on to the rope of the spear with the plane, like Tom Cruise at the edge of a plane. He fights Bobby on the plane. Jane jumps to the front seat to fly the plane.
The plane is flying with no one steering it for a very long time.
Yeah,
Very
and
straight.
And they're fighting on it. Basically, after the big fight, the plane crashes and they're kind of on the edge of a waterfall. And using a connective rope, Bobby is able to escape, and he basically leaves Tarzan and Jane for dead. But the weird thing is that as soon as the plane actually then starts to fall, then they're actually going to die, Bobby hears this and he feels bad, so he goes back to save them. And it's like, after he saves them, he just gets arrested by Tarzan. But it's like, you left them for dead, and then after you just heard one cry for help, you went back and saved them.
Well, it was Jane.
Yeah, but it's still like, you
Well, he
left them
was-
for dead.
He still loves her though.
I guess, but
And
that
they
was
do,
not.
they do a whole thing where it's like maybe he wasn't all bad, but it's like you treated him like he was all bad. So
It's almost like someone asked the writer, like, "Hey, this villain seems shitty," and he was just like, "Yeah." So Bobby gets arrested, and then after that happens, we end our third flashback where Jane is talking to the animals, and basically she just feels like maybe all hope is lost. Maybe she can't celebrate this anniversary after all. So she goes back to her house, but when she opens the door, what's there? Tarzan's there. He's there in his suit. He's there with a diamond ring, and he's there to celebrate the anniversary that she wanted to celebrate all along. The two of them look at each other. The animals are all around. They begin to sing some kind of song about whatever, and then, happily ever after, fireworks, and that's the end of what these people decided to call Tarzan and Jane. So before we break down this movie, I honestly do not have anything I really want to say about it. It's very evident from the beginning of this that this is not a movie, and you even looked up like what was going on with this movie. And can you just break that down a little bit?
yeah, so I found out this movie is just 3 episodes of the TV show that I don't know if they were chosen specifically for this movie or how they were chosen, but they were just produced for this movie. Some kind of additional narrative webbing material was produced to kind of like serve as the connective tissue.
Yeah, they don't even hide it. They literally say like on a website that they were approached to do a sequel, and they said, well, why don't you just use like 3 episodes that you haven't used yet and just turn it into a movie? And this is what we got. So when you consider that, it's just like, I have nothing to say about this movie. So unless you really have anything to go into.
I mean, there are things that you can say about this movie. Is there anything that I want to say about this movie? I mean, no. It is just a collection of TV shows, and we were actively choosing not to do TV shows for this podcast, and we still ended up doing it, and it doesn't make me feel good knowing that.
Yeah.
But I mean, like going the bare minimum and just looking at, okay, what is this movie about? It's about an anniversary. And I'm thinking about just how plots go, especially for sequels like this that we've dealt with in the past. Because as you said, this is our 5th episode.
And it's frustrating because like the intention of this podcast is to look into the sequels that people make. And it's frustrating because I guess we're finding out that people aren't making sequels.
They're not. That's the thing I feel like we've been kind of exploring that a little bit, is that every sequel has some kind of validity to it. There's some kind of motivating factor that is unique. especially to like original. I mean, it is unique to original.
But even
ideas.
like, we did Mulan 2 recently, and Mulan 2 at least like tries to tell a story and continue on themes. Like this movie, very similar to Milo's Return, is just side adventures that don't really add anything to the characters.
Exactly.
So I guess we'll just jump into this. So as always on this podcast, we ask 3 important questions that lead to a final vote. And the first question is, does it work as a sequel? And I'll just make this nice and quick for our audience. It does not work as a sequel for me.
No. No stakes, no character development, no
reason to really do this.
no enjoyability either. I guess I kind of
All
marked
right,
off
so
all
let's jump
aspects
into
right
the
there.
second category, which is it enjoyable, entertaining? I will say this. There are 2 scenes that are enjoyable. The panther fight between Tarzan and the alligator fight between Tarzan, because those are just well executed. But outside of those 2 scenes, it is not enjoyable. I believe we paused this just as much as we paused Atlantis.
We paused it more.
Probably.
For me, it was not enjoyable either. The one thing that I did kind of like was, it was fun and playful how ambiguous they were with who the evil guy that Bobby was working for. They didn't really say. They just said that they were a traitor to the queen, and there seemed to be some kind of conflict going on.
Yeah, I will say Bobby's storyline was probably the most interesting, but I'm probably being biased because we had our boy Wesley in that storyline.
Yeah, that was definitely the most engaging for me.
So to kind of jump to the next one, does it need to exist? I don't think this needs to exist. In all honesty, they probably could have just taken this movie and put it in the TV show because that was their original intention. It's like, why are you even doing this movie in the first place?
For me, no, it does not need to exist. The TV show is probably fine, but is not getting reviewed in this podcast. So that is all I have to say about that.
And if you're keeping score at home, I believe this is the first time on this podcast where that is X's across the board.
A low point for sure.
That is 6 X's, 1 big stinker X, no asterisks. And yeah, this is not worth going back again at all.
It's unfortunate that this is one of our episodes to an extent because we like talking about and analyzing stuff. And aside from just kind of breaking down the plot, there's not much to kind of pick apart here.
The only thing I'll say to wrap it up is that instead of watching Tarzan 2, you can just watch Tarzan and then you can watch George of the Jungle starring Brendan Fraser. Because that is a movie that covers a lot of the stuff that Tarzan 2 covers, and I'm sure the movie covers, but it's enjoyable. Because we are continuing on our list of Disney animated sequels, but we kind of
let's say what happened. We got burned the last couple of times.
yeah.
All right, so the last couple of movies that we reviewed were actually just TV shows in disguise. And we were sick of that happening, and so we made sure that the next time we did this, at least the immediate next time, that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, so we were originally going to do the follow-up to 101 Dalmatians, the animated original from 1961.
Which is 101 Dalmatians 2, Patch's London Adventure.
Yeah, and out of fear of being burned again, we just decided to not watch this movie. We saw like the 1 hour, 17 minutes on it, and we were like, I don't think this is going to be good. So
Got flashback.
Yeah, exactly. So as an alternative, we decided to continue to watch a sequel to 101 Dalmatians, but we chose the 2000 live action version
102 Dalmatians.
starring Glenn Close. And
Still technically a sequel.
in hindsight, it was probably better if we watched the actual animated one because
It's hard to say.
Well, here's the easy thing. I believe that 102 Dalmatians from 2000 has a 31% on Rotten Tomatoes, and 101 Dalmatians 2 Patch's London Adventure has a 67% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Which, to be fair, that's only based off of like 6 reviews, and none of them are actually good. But we'll say maybe for this one we'll use the audience score, which is a 41.
So I guess we're going to do this. We can just jump into it, and we'll kind of make it a little quick. So what's weird about this sequel is that it's not actually about like the Dalmatians, more so as it is about Cruella de Vil and her mental status. So really the plot to this movie is about Cruella de Vil, once again played by Glenn Close, getting out of an insane asylum like prison, and she's had therapy done to her where she no longer hates Dalmatians. This is, of course, is the repercussions of the actions in the first movie. So with this sequel, really, this is kind of a whole new material because they're going to focus on Cruella de Vil. They're going to tell kind of a new story. So this isn't exactly a copy of the animated sequel, the one that we didn't watch. This is kind of on its own story now. Like we're kind of going
I
with a
would
new
argue
thing.
that this is more of a true sequel because we're dealing directly with a more prominent character, which would be the villain, the antagonist. Whereas in Patch's London Adventure, I read a brief synopsis. We're dealing with that dog character that was on the TV that they were watching for a little bit there, and Patch, who was one of the puppies.
And what's also different about this sequel is that none of the cast besides Glenn Close really returns.
Oh, Alonzo also comes back. He's the valet. He's from the first one.
Okay. So besides the two of them coming back, no one else comes back from the original cast. And even the dogs, for like the only Dalmatian that's in this one now is like a grown-up version of a baby one from the first one.
Exactly. It's just one of the puppies.
What was his name? What was the name of the dog that's kind of the main dog from the first one?
I want to say it was...
It's actually Dipstick.
Okay.
So after they release Cruella de Vil from prison therapy because they think that the therapy worked.
They don't release her. She's on parole.
Okay, she's on parole, and she's got a parole officer, and the parole officer is a woman who actually adopted one of the puppies from the first one, Dipstick, and now that puppy now has puppies and stuff. So at the same time, while this is happening, we also introduce the male character, which is played by
Ian Grufford.
Yeah. So he has a dog.
Sorry if I butchered that.
Yeah. So he has a dog shelter, and he's basically, he's interested in dating the woman parole officer.
No. He has his own motivations. His motivation at the beginning is purely, I believe that the adoption place or the home for the animals is called Second Chance. And his primary motivation is to just be looking after these animals.
Yeah. And what Cruella de Vil's plan is to prove that she has changed. She is kind of cleaning all his dogs for him. She's grooming them. She's sprucing up the place.
Well, the big thing too is she's paying because the Second Chance shelter is short on rent. So she is paying the rent so that they can, or she's buying the property actually.
Yeah, and she's doing all this because if she doesn't change her ways, then the next time something happens, all her money is going to go to a dog shelter. And I believe it's the dog shelter from the first one, which is like the it's like
a fun setup for the dogs that I think are all spread up now, or kind of spread up. They really just gloss over it.
Yeah, it's something like that. So then what happens?
She's making nice.
Yeah, she's making nice. And everything seems to be okay, but then there's this one day at the parole office where we also get some stuff right before that scene about how all the patients...
There's such a shoehorned in scene that we keep forgetting, and I think you even might have missed it completely, but it goes back to I think it's Dr. Pavlov, which is a reference, psychological reference, who is the one who's in charge of the therapy that fixed Cruella. They find out that it is essentially undone by loud noises, and that's the purpose of that scene.
So now we have kind of our 30-minute mark, which is what our movies kind of be about, and it all takes place in a parole office, and you have all the Dalmatians besides one Dalmatian, which is Spotless. That's kind of like our main character.
Oddball.
Yeah, Oddball. The spots haven't grown yet. They get into a bunch of really dangerous, Tom Cruise roof stuff, and then while this is happening, a bell starts ringing because the window's open.
Not just any bell, it's Big Ben.
Big Ben. And Cruella gets hit by it a bunch of times, and her hair springs out, and then she basically turns back into old Cruella de Vil. And
that was a fun sequence.
No, yeah, I mean, it's fun, but then that's our movie. The movie is about her trying to get some Dalmatians again so she can skin them and wear them, which is always fun.
The whole thing is, yes, it's the classic vengeance.
It's the classic skin job movie. It's basically the Blade Runner of the puppy world.
Well, I was going to say, it's almost very similar to we keep going back to Little Mermaid 2, or at least I do. Jeez. But just the villain's main plot is just the exact same thing. And it's just the whole gimmick is that it's just vengeance driven. And it's
Yeah, so Cruella's evil now, and then to be honest, this is Act 2 stuff, I guess. What else happens in Act 2?
Well, what I wanted to bring up was during that we have the animals watching TV, and that brought up a very interesting conversation about how conscious these animals are.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really scary how, to some degree, how much they're able to move. I mean, you can imagine offset someone just kind of yelling at the animals to get in all those cute positions. But yeah, it's a little terrifying how well they are able to operate. And I guess I can also bring up the parrot that talks in complete sentences. And he's very intelligent, and that's kind of
All of the animals have a surprising amount of consciousness that if it was in the real world would be very unsettling.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what that was the purpose of that scene, at least as far as I could tell. But I think Lady and the Tramp was playing in the background, so it probably other stuff going
I don't
on.
even care about that. What else happens in Act 2?
Well, it was the thing I wanted to bring up, which is Cruella de Vil essentially reveals her plan now that she's evil. She's going to go back on her vengeance streak, and she's going to get all of the Dalmatians. I don't know if she's going to get the exact same Dalmatians, but she's definitely going to make the same coat that she was going to make from the first movie.
Yeah, so she goes to get like a henchman that's going to help her.
Alonzo, right?
Alonzo.
Or no. That's not a henchman. That's a Skinner. She gets another
So
thug.
she goes to a fashion show to get this guy that's going to help her skin animals, and then she also has a plan to get rid of Mr. Fantastic so she can claim all his animals by framing him of like stealing Dalmatians or something. So now she's got like a way to get the animals, and now she's got like the guy that can do the skinning. So now she can like have this kind of big operation. You know my favorite line between the two of them?
Oh yeah.
And he's like, listen, I might be a skinner, but I'm no stealer.
Oh yeah. They
I might skin live animals, but I don't steal stuff. I'm not a monster. It's
they
like,
do
yikes.
some fun moral jumping around
Yeah.
in this movie.
Oh, there's that line, and then there was also when Glenn Close is like, "Isn't it great getting away with murder?" And she's like laughing.
Oh yeah, that's the whole point. Is at the very least the villain is fun. She has her plan.
Yeah,
she
she
sticks to it. She gets her
enjoys to
thugs.
murder.
I
like it when my murderers like to murder.
She has
Yeah.
she has her plans to keep. She doesn't go after the protagonists.
Yeah.
The humans. But her ultimate plan is, like I said, to make the same coat and the little dash of vengeance on top that I like. The cherry on the revenge sundae is. She's going to make it out of 102 Dalmatians, and the whole gimmick is she's going to add a hood to it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely adding a hood.
And that goes back to what I was saying, where it's like they're just doing the same plan and just making it about vengeance. But at least in this one, there's a sense of awareness, and they're having some fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, to wrap things up, they pretty much like just we get a little dog that's by a speaker, and he barks into the speaker. So then Dipstick hears it, and he runs after to save Dalmatians and stuff. And then the humans show up at some point, and they see the Dalmatians, and then the Dalmatians are escaping while Glenn Close is trying to like kill the Dalmatians. And then there's like a final battle between like the spotless Dalmatian and Glenn Close, and she's like on a thing, like walking real like bad with her shoes and stuff. And then like she gets turned into a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little cake. She gets turned into a cake, and then all the dogs, the intelligent dogs, like put sprinkles and squirts and stuff on her. And I believe happily ever after, she gets arrested. But right before she gets arrested, just to go back really quick, right before she gets arrested, and I mean she's being arrested, like she's in the handcuffs. But she says something like, someone's like, "How are we going to get out of this?" And she's like, "Piece of cake." And then she gets taken away, and then our movie ends. And that's pretty much the movie. Before we rank it, like I'll just say that some things that it does okay is that mostly Glenn Close. She pretty much carries the movie. She turns into a cake.
I would say, yeah, especially in the third act, she does a good job of just kind of like making it fun and keeping it. Because I don't know, that was definitely the point that kept my attention the most.
Yeah, she turns into a cake. That's fun.
The slapstick, yeah, it's all fun.
Yeah, and I like the bong scene with like the Big Ben, where her hair's popping out, and then when she's like turning into Cruella de Vil again, So besides that, though,
the visual humor is surprisingly, I don't know. It might just be because I haven't exposed myself to that kind of humor in a long time.
Yeah, you don't watch a lot of 2000 Disney films.
Yeah, it's the I don't know if that would technically be slapstick, but that humor was very refreshing. I felt like, especially because I feel like no one does that nowadays.
That's some refreshing humor.
Some refreshing humor.
I guess it's kind of cool that they decided to like try to tell like a new story, even though they really didn't. But they started to go down a road of just like her mental state, which if you just kind of kept with that and made an arc, but they just made her evil again and want to do the same thing. So she's twirling her mustache at the end when she's saying like piece of cake.
They know that they can get away with that with a powerhouse like Glenn Close backing it, though.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
she's a brick house.
There's no need to reinvent the wheel with a movie like this.
No.
Stick with what works. Your villain.
I got a lot of Dr. Dolittle vibes from this movie, just with how much the animals communicate with the humans. Like they're able to watch
I was thinking
TV.
like
Dogs versus Cats. You remember that movie?
Yeah, they're intelligent. They're able to watch TV.
Well, yeah,
they're
but
able
also
to...
just like how they would shoot those movies with like practical animals on set with these like human actors, and it would be like that would be the gimmick of the movie, is that these animals are acting with these humans.
There's a couple moments where they use a CGI puppy that I was like, oh, hey, that's CGI actually. So that was kind of cool to see. Like,
I feel like they did a lot of subtle CGI in this that actually looks pretty good.
I really don't have anything else to say about this movie.
I like that Eric Idle's in it. I don't have anything else to say about it, but
Okay.
I thought that's cool.
Shout out to Eric Idle.
Shout out to Eric Idle.
So as always on this podcast, we ask 3 questions, then lead to an ultimate question. But the first question is, does it work as a sequel? And I think it does work as a sequel. And I'm going to be really weird about this because we've had so many stinkers lately that don't work. Whereas if all you get out of this is a great Glenn Close performance and, just some like, I guess really that's it, just Glenn Close. That's the only reason why it works as a sequel for me.
That's actually not a bad argument. It's simple, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
Does it work as a sequel? I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I think especially when this is something that I feel like is just diving way too deep into it, and I don't want to spend too much time on it. But when you think about how much not how much impact, but how much emotional resonance is spent with the animals or invested with the animals in the first 101 Dalmatians, which still resonates with me in certain scenes. And then you go to this sequel where there is no emotional resonance with the animals because the animals are all dead-eyed. So for me, that is why it doesn't work as a sequel.
Okay.
If it worked as a sequel, we would still have that emotional resonance with the animals. And I know that the argument's going to be, well, it's live action. There's so much you can do in 2000 to really, it's still like you can look at The Lion King. They've got the real animals there, and there's still no emotional connection really because,
You're just going into The Lion King right now. Just going after Jon Favreau.
Jon Favreau is objectively one of the most successful directors.
I know. I
in
think
history.
he's great. This is actually that's our Shyamalan twist to this conversation about Jon Favreau. We love Jon Favreau.
Well, that's the thing is I'm not going to say that I love him, but it's no argument. That
we like
Jon
Jon Favreau.
I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's great.
So the second question is it enjoyable / entertaining? I'm going to say that only half the movie is enjoyable, and that's only the scenes with Glenn Close. So for that reason, it gets an X. It's not enjoyable. Only half of it is enjoyable. And I'm more of a bottom half kind of guy than a top half kind of guy in regards to my water and my sequels.
That's actually interesting because I would give this a check. I would say this is enjoyable because of Glenn
Wow.
Close. I guess I'm the opposite. I would say I'm a top half kind of guy or whatever the alternate to your metaphor was.
Well, like
glass half full. I don't know.
So, for me, it's like you can watch it as a movie. That's why it works as a sequel, but you're only going to be half entertained by it. So that's why it's like an X. That's why it's like a check, but an X.
That's the same for me. I just reversed them.
Yeah, no. So we got a tie so far with this. All right. So the third question is, does it need to exist? And I think this is an important question because it's the emphasis on need.
Are you going first or am I going first?
Whatever you want to do, cowboy.
Something like this needs to exist. Something 102 Dalmatians adjacent needs to exist. And what's interesting is I was doing some research while we were watching this, and it turns out that there is, I think, done, or at least in production, a prequel to, I believe, this film series, the live-action 101 Dalmatians film series, called Cruella, starring Emma Stone.
It's great casting.
Great casting, yeah. And what I would say is that I think a movie like that needs to exist. I think as long as it's like half decent on its premise alone, I'm already essentially sold.
Oh.
But a sequel like this that doesn't build on a character like Cruella, it just copies, and that's all it's adding to the canon, the 101 Dalmatians canon. I don't think it needs to exist. But if you're doing something like a prequel, going back and exploring that character in more depth and doing it half decently, something like that I think has merit, and I would argue that does need to exist. But for this movie, it's an X.
Okay, so because you kind of started with like a check mark there, and then you kind of went to an X, and you went back to a check mark.
I know. Well,
so now you're an X.
That's the thing is, I'm arguing that for the prequel for Cruella, not for this movie.
Okay, so the question for this movie though is...
So this movie's an X.
Okay.
Because it's an interesting question. I think additional material should exist because there are, from the original
Well,
animated movie, there is enough interesting content for more stuff. But as far as this sequel goes, no, it's not adding enough.
so then I'm going to do something that's going to kind of blow your mind. Is based on your argument that I'm going to say it needs to exist. Because without a kind of almost a failed attempt at this of seeing where else you could do with the character potentially, you don't get your prequel in which that you want to exist. So
I fundamentally disagree with that, but I don't want to argue about that because that's not what this podcast is about.
so I'm gonna say, because I think there's value to it, you can expand on it. And after I watched the movie, I definitely had more ideas to where you could go with Cruella de Vil. So it does give you a taste of it, of what you would want better done. So for that,
But it's just more of the same.
I know,
it's just
but
more of the same flavor.
for the first half of it, though, it gives you almost a potential taste. So I'll say
It's just a tease.
I'll say it needs to exist. I'll say it needs to exist, which means, if you're keeping track, that is 3 X's and 3 check marks. That
We
is
are
a
split.
first-time tie on this podcast.
Also the highest ranking.
So yeah, so this is a tiebreaker, which means that it doesn't get a check or an X. It goes into what we call sequel limbo. It's a new category we're introducing on this podcast, where if we come kind of at a split decision, it's like it's up for the people to decide at that point. So it goes into sequel limbo forever, and it just exists there. So you can watch it or not watch it. No recommendation, no not recommendation. We couldn't come to an agreement on it, so
That's really underwhelming.
yeah, it goes into limbo. I know.
Is that it?
So yeah, is there anything else you want to say about this movie?
Nothing that wouldn't just be opening like a can of worms.
We don't do that on this podcast.
I mean, yeah, it depends. Do you think we have enough content?
I think that's good enough. And today we are doing the follow-up to the somewhat successful Pocahontas. It won an Oscar, but it's got 55% of Rotten Tomatoes. And there's, some controversy behind it. So I don't know where people currently stand with it. But either way, it was a hit back in the day. So we're doing the sequel, which is Pocahontas 2, Journey to the New World.
I think it's Journey to a New World.
Pocahontas 2, Journey to a New World.
Because the whole hitch there is the New World is America, but in this one they're going back to England. So it's a New World because it's a new world for Pocahontas.
Exactly.
Spoiler alert.
So the movie starts with John Smith, not Jon Snow, getting arrested for treason. And
That's something right off the bat that I want to comment on. I don't like that both movies open up with John Smith.
yeah.
They're both called Pocahontas. You fucking... I mean, yeah, they're both called Pocahontas, and they both open up with John Smith. And the first one, I don't want to spend too much time talking about the first one.
Well,
but
yeah.
the first one has an extended sequence where it's just all about John Smith, and then after like 5 minutes, we finally get to like the main title, and then we get into Pocahontas. But this one does the exact same thing, where the kickstart of the action is John Smith is, something's happening with him.
Yeah. So he fights a bunch of people, fights the bad guy.
Well, we find out who the bad guy is. It ends up being the governor that was arrested in the first movie.
Yeah, he's back again, as they say. The bad guy that's back, he's also doing this because this is a follow-up to the exact events of the first Pocahontas. So the whole thing
It's a direct sequel, yeah.
Yeah, so in the whole thing in this opening is that they're trying to get approval for Warder going back, and John Smith's trying to stop it.
Yeah,
So,
they're gonna send the Armada.
Okay. So after that happens, we cut to Pocahontas, and she is with the crew, and they're playing in the snow, and she's upset because she's got news that John Smith died. I don't know how she got that news.
Well, that's really interesting because there's no way to know how she got that news. But then it's revealed in like a later scene, as if in response to my very question, that through the events of the first movie, there is actually a peaceful coexisting colony, at least on the surface. And that is where Pocahontas indeed did get the news from, because there are ships coming back and forth
Okay.
from England. I didn't know if you saw this, but there were ships coming in and out of
Okay, so
port,
that's how
so
she
there's
could've-
definitely messengers.
That's how
delivering
she
news.
could have got the
Yeah.
news of John Smith dies. So because she's upset about this death, she goes into a song about, where do I go from here? And I like this because it's a nice little Buffy reference.
Exactly.
So after she sings the song, the Americans come back, and this is apparently peaceful times. We have, the Americans just stopping by to probably continue to support that colony that you're talking about and
Exactly.
other things.
Yeah, this is where we see all that.
Around this time, we see a guy get introduced named John Ralph.
John Rolfe.
Yeah, John Ralph. and he's got like John Ralphio. And basically, like, everybody's like around the ship, and Pocahontas, like, saves this guy from a horse, but the guy is on the ground with Pocahontas and he don't like her, so he's like going to slap her. A bunch of Pocahontas's people come out and they're gonna attack, and then Pocahontas has to put it all calm, and she's like, everyone just chill out. And then
We see there's still tension,
Yeah.
even though that there is a coexisting colony for, to some extent.
yeah, and then she meets John Ralph for the first time. They do, whatever exchange, and then we cut to
We introduce who John Ralph is, which for anyone who's not familiar, it's just a Billy Zane type. And he is indeed played by Billy Zane.
So later that night, the guy in the hat, played by Billy Zane, he goes to see the chief, and he's proposing a peace offering, and he wants to introduce the chief to the king back in England, and Pocahontas basically volunteers to go instead of her father. So, that's what she's going to do. So cut to, she sails to America on the ship.
Well, she boards the ship, and she's joined real quick by another character, Uti, who is acting, I don't think it's ever said through dialogue, but is essentially acting as her bodyguard.
Yeah, and then we also reveal that the animals snuck on the ship as well, the pets of Pocahontas.
Because of course they did. I mean, it doesn't even have to be stated at this.
So we're sailing. They try to do some more kind of romance stuff with John Ralphio and Pocahontas.
There's a nice little transition
yeah.
shot there.
And then we arrive in London, and then we kind of get this big London song. I actually like the London song.
I didn't like any of the songs.
There's some references in there of like people from London, like, Shakespeare and some other stuff. So while we're in London after the song, the bad guy shows up, Pocahontas and him talk. He reveals that, he's gonna convince the king to go back to Pocahontas's land and just do all out war. So I guess this is where we kind of get into the plot of the story, because basically John Ralph makes a deal with the king that if Pocahontas comes to a ball tonight and she acts classy and elegant, that will convince the king enough to not go and destroy her land.
I can't believe that this ended up being the plot. We waited 20 minutes or whatever for this plot to kick in, and it's literally Pocahontas needs to attend this ball. And Billy Zane says it best. Like, he goes in, I think it's like one of the characters asks, what's happening? What's to be of Pocahontas? And he's literally like, she's to attend the ball. And he says it exactly the way I was thinking.
As long as she puts on a nice dress and acts all classy and such, we won't kill everyone.
Exactly.
Is basically the Act 2 plot of this, or I guess just the plot of this.
Yeah.
So after this is proposed, I guess Pocahontas then...
we go into a song.
Yeah, we jump into a montage where they're prepping her and they're teaching her how to be classy, and it's just very not chill, as I like to say. While we're at the ball, there's music playing, they're singing a song.
Well, we do the dance, we go through the whole, routine. There's the dance, we do some dance hijinks, Uti's involved. There's the meal. She tries to talk to King James about the invasion and the genocide, but he says we'll talk about it later. And then there's the performance, which there's another musical number for that.
Yeah, and then the bear shows up. So they're harassing this bear, and Pocahontas is upset about it, and she basically, yells at everyone, gets everyone to stop. This upsets the king and the bad guy and most of the people, so they basically seize her and Uti, and
they send them to the tower.
Yeah, they send them to the tower, and they're prisoners and stuff. After this happens, we cut to a pub where somebody's telling a story about how Pocahontas is going to get killed.
Hard transition.
And we reveal that John Smith is still alive, and he hears this, and
a cool shot.
Yeah, it's a cool shot.
It's a cool sequence.
And he hears this, and he immediately gets on his horse, and he gallops away to go save Pocahontas. Along the way, he runs into John Ralphio. They eventually do a plan to go rescue Pocahontas, and they do. And so after they rescue Pocahontas, we kind of are in this spot where she's like, she didn't know John Smith was alive. She's got John Ralphio now. She doesn't really know where to go from here, so she sings another song, very similar to the first one of Where Do We Go From Here? And basically, she decides to go back and confront the king and everyone, and everybody thinks this is a bad idea because she's basically just, they think she's going to get killed. And she's like, no, I'm going to talk my way out of it. So she goes back to the king and such. And, I think it goes successful, but the bad guy gets all the ships to go out still. So as the ships are going out, and John Smith goes after him, John Ralphio goes after him, Pocahontas goes after him, we eventually get the whole...
The animals go after him?
Yeah, we eventually get the whole crew on the ship. They're all fighting, they're all doing their thing. And then Pocahontas successfully stops one ship, which then stops a bunch of ships. And it's a pretty cool scene, but then you reveal later that it's like 10 to 12 ships.
Well, it's pretty cool because it was we got some boat on boat
It's like,
action,
wow,
which
they
I
did
always
a-
love.
Yeah.
And then we got a 3-way, and then we get back to the action. That was actually, that whole sequence was kind of rough, but then there were some cool elements to it. At the end of the sequence, we pull out and we reveal that there's a 10 to 12 ship pileup
Yeah.
in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, they did a good job. And then when they show you that last shot, you're like, oh, wow, they did a really good job.
Apparently.
While they're on the ship, John fights the bad guy, and it looks like all hope is lost. And then John Ralphio comes in and saves the day, and then we defeat the bad guy. So then we're just in a kind of a position where Pocahontas is going back to leave to, her family and stuff, and she doesn't know who to choose. She doesn't choose John Smith. She doesn't choose John Ralphio. And then she goes on the ship, and John Ralph is, he's on the ship with her, and he says that he's going to go back with her, and then apparently they're just in love.
Which is really interesting because the whole thing about being civilized and being British and being English is your sense of honor, and that's the most important thing. And he completely just forsakes his honor.
I mean, they just met too. I mean, it's...
Well, that's how it always is.
Yeah, but she doesn't choose John Smith, and I think they do this as a conscious choice because John Smith is a murderer.
Yes,
just to call back the first one, he kills people, and then he's redeemed or not redeemed, but he changes his ways when he meets Pocahontas. So in this one, he still gets somewhat of a story, but she's not going to end up with him. So they just introduce a whole new guy that she can, who's not as bad, who she can potentially fall in love with, and now he's going back with her. And yeah,
Well, that's the Billy Zane type, because I want to say he plays the exact same character in Twin Peaks. He plays the guy who comes in for the girl and gets in between the main romance. And then, I guess Twin Peaks happens after that.
Billy Zane has had a really good career, just it's taking women away in the final credits.
Really
Shout out to
seems-
Billy Zane. So after the scene, it's pretty much, I guess, just happily ever after.
Roll credits.
And the movie ends. And so before we kind of jump into the ranking of this movie, is there anything you kind of want to jump into and start with?
So before we jump into the ranking, I guess discussing this movie, we could just boil it down to 2 elements: plot and character. The plot for this movie, as we stated, it kicks in late. It's a lot of...
I'll say this really quick, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but her going to the ball is not the plot of this movie. It is a situation that this is almost kind of like a television show, and this is an Act 2 thing that Pocahontas has to do. But the plot of this movie essentially is just the repercussions from dealing from the first movie, right?
I'll say this. Maybe it's not the plot, but it's the first real stakes. Is the dance. It seems to be what everything's building up to.
Well, it's the first time she's given an option or a choice, or there appears to be stakes.
Exactly. Yeah. It's I don't know. It feels like a kiddie ride up until the dance, and then it's oh, this is what.
So maybe we should go into this, because what is the plot to this movie, right? I would say that this is a follow-up to what happened in the first movie, and this is kind of everybody kind of dealing with the aftermath of this. The bad guy is really even more so trying to just go to war again because of what happened, and he's also kind of crossing off X's by getting rid of John Smith as well. So it's just kind of another attempt to do the plot of the first one, but it involves Pocahontas now going to these people and showing them who she is and what she's all about. So it's similar to the first one, but I do think that the plot itself expands just kind of on some of the ideas that the first one, attempted.
The plot hinges on the original. We'll say that. It's existent, but it doesn't really distance itself, I'll say, until the ball. Because that's where we really see a new world.
I want to talk about character now.
The only thing I want to do is pivot to character real quick, and just see what your thoughts are on kind of at least the main characters, at least Pocahontas, John Ralph, John Smith, and the 3 of their relationships and their effect on the plot.
Well, John Ralph's introduction with Pocahontas is, it's that kind of lazy kind of writing we're talking about, where they butt heads in the beginning, and then eventually once he discovers who she actually is, he notices how beautiful she is, and he falls in love with her. And then we even take this to the point where he's going to dress her up, and now she needs to win the approval with her looks. So there are themes in here that definitely do not work for me. I think that is just because of the time in which they're making these movies. They're trying to do mass appeal. So they're trying to do these kind of lazy, archetypes of what they think people are like or what people want to see. But outside of that, the scenes within the scenes where they're talking to each other and, they're stating their cases, I think were decently executed. But the overall kind of themes are, kind of eye-rolling. I just think in general, the Pocahontas movies in hindsight were kind of
the 2 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
the 2 of them were kind of a swing and a miss.
Yeah. Not a fan of the first one, not a fan of this one.
So as always on this podcast, we ask 3 questions that leads to final vote. And the first question is, does it work as a sequel? I'll just start off, and this is going to shock you, Drew, but I think this does work as a sequel.
Oh my god.
I know. And the reason why is because it is a continuation of the first one. It's about the aftermath. There are repercussions for what happened. It takes Pocahontas, it puts her in a new area. I kind of got glimpses of Wonder Woman when we were watching that when she goes to London. But the songs are good. The animation is decent enough. And Pocahontas as a character is good. I believe the actress returns again to play her. So even though there's problems with the movie, based on the other kind of sequels we've seen so far, I don't find this one. I'd be okay with a kid watching this movie. I'm being kind of lighter with this one, but I can see that they've tried to put in the effort. So for those reasons, I do think it works as a sequel.
It's reasonable to like take a lighter approach because you can tell that there was effort made behind a lot of the production of this sequel
And in the acting.
and every element of it, every element of production, but or at least most. But it doesn't work as a sequel for me. Just because it is a direct sequel does not mean it works as a sequel for
Yeah.
me. So because it does not add anything constructive to a source material that I think was like ripe for, some tweaking and some retooling.
Well, this is only 2 years after the fact.
I
too.
know.
So it's not like they learned a lot.
I
in
know.
that time.
It is
The only
strange.
thing they learned was that, oh, that's right, John Smith is not a good guy.
Exactly. Well, yeah, at least they had enough foresight to determine that.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing constructive to add when there was plenty of material that could have been mined, even if it was just a couple years later. I don't know.
No, I can understand that. That's reasonable. Like I said, I'm more lighter on it, but so that's going to be an X and a check. The second question is it enjoyable / entertaining? I'll double down and I will say, yeah, it's actually enjoyable and entertaining. The musical numbers are good. And for me, the difference maker is just these little moments where they just take the time. I know that in general, the themes are not the best, but when the actors take the time to act and they just reflect on certain things or they have these kind of emotional beats, I like that stuff. I like that kind of effort. And even though it's a direct-to-video sequel, when you kind of put in at least that effort, for me, it makes it more enjoyable, entertaining, and I think it's more useful to a younger kid watching because they're actually watching these things play out opposed to like an Atlantis Milo's Return where it's all just about kind of one-note characters. So for those reasons, with a lighter kind of mind perspective, I think it is enjoyable / entertaining.
It's so interesting hearing you be so light on this because you didn't even want to watch this sequel.
I know.
It does not work for me. Hearing you talk about that and about how it works on like performance and just kind of like on certain levels of execution, it does not work on theme and it does not work on plot.
Yeah.
And for me, those are your bread and butter for any story, any type of movie. And because those don't work, it's immediate X.
Well, then this is going to be, I think this is where I'm going to get kind of back on board with you because the third one is, does it need to exist? And I'm going to say it doesn't need to exist.
That's very interesting.
Right?
I like it. I
So-
like it, but
so-
I don't want it to be here.
Yeah, this is kind of like a tornado, right? Because it's like, yeah, this doesn't need to exist, but they did make it. And what did they make? Well, it's almost as if they know they didn't need to make it. So it's like, well, we're doing this. Disney wants us to do it. So we're going to at least attempt. We're going to try to sneak in what we can under these producers' noses. So that's why I'll be lighter on those first two. But yeah, I don't think this needs to exist.
I want to blow your mind. I want to say it does need to exist.
Wow.
No, I'm just fucking with you. No, it doesn't need to exist. Questionable if the first one needed to exist.
No, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So if you're doing that math, that's 4 X's and 2 check marks. So that's going to be kind of one big X. But there is an asterisk once again next to it. I do think that this is better than Tarzan and Jane. I think that this is in the same kind of category as Mulan 2. I think Mulan 2 does a better job of putting ideas and concepts out there that are kind of bigger, whereas in this one is kind of redoing the kind of conflicts of the first one. But I do like the characters in it. So I think that's pretty much going to be it on Pocahontas 2. And today is a very special episode because we are doing Bambi 2, a follow-up to the 1942 Bambi. And this is a sequel that takes place how many years later?
64 years.
First one is 1942, second one is 2006, 64 years in between. What's Bambi been up to? What's
Everyone's
going on?
dying to know.
Everyone's dying to know. So before we get started, what we also noticed about the sequel is unfortunately this is actually a prequel. So if you know the story of Bambi, after her mother dies, Bambi goes off with his father. but then they just kind of jump towards the future. So this movie is what happens between he goes off with his father, then to current day, even though they don't actually speed up to current day at the end of Bambi 2.
Well, yeah, you had kind of mentioned this, that you thought the original movie ended with Bambi's mother getting shot.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, she dies.
Yeah, and when we rewatched it, we realized, no, that's just like the 40-minute mark, actually.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's kind of like the end of Act 2, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then there's the a jump ahead where it's Bambi as a young adult, and this takes place between that jump.
So with that being said, I think we will now start our review of Bambi 2. So Bambi 2 starts immediately picking up after the events of Bambi, but only in the moment when Bambi's mom gets shot by the hunter. So Bambi goes off with his father, played by Patrick Stewart. He takes him back to like a resting spot where they're going to sleep. And Patrick Stewart and the owl are talking, and he realizes that he's going to have to raise Bambi now because he is the prince of the forest. So, and he's a little hesitant about this because, you know, dads don't like to be dads, but...
Well, yeah, he doesn't necessarily realize it so much as Owl kind of guilts him into it.
Yeah.
And then he kind of he makes a compromise with himself where he says he'll do it for the winter, and then and then when spring comes around, they'll find another doe to raise Bambi.
So after winter passes, we now have spring. Bambi's going around with his father. We're having some of that kind of cliche stuff where my son's not what I thought he'd be, and I'm just trying to get my father to love me. So that happens for a while. In between that, Bambi obviously continues on his teenage life. He runs into the girl again that he likes. He runs into a deer bully that is going to be the deer that he fights later at the end of the first Bambi. And that just kind of goes on for a while. So after this all happens, Bambi and his father, they're going out, they're doing some stuff. I believe that there's an attack that happens. Bambi kind of freezes. He doesn't know what to do. So Patrick Stewart comes in and rescues him. And then this is another kind of pivotal moment where it's like the tension of what you're supposed to be now, but maybe you're not ready for it. And there's the father pressure, and then there's the insecurity from Bambi. So...
Well, it's a nice moment too, because he thinks he hears his mother, and so he's going back to the meadow, which is where, you know, it's out in the open, so it's where the danger is. And he's in danger of getting shot, and that's where, you know, he freezes and the father comes in. Patrick Stewart comes in and protects him. Patrick Stewart reveals that, like, that's part of the human's tricks. Like, they had like some kind of deer whistle or deer caller or something.
Yeah, I like that trick where you think it's his mom, but it's actually just a deer whistle.
Yeah, or you think, I thought that they were just gonna like blow it off and just be like, oh, he was just hearing things, but they actually have a in-world explanation for it.
Yeah,
without being too like on the nose about it.
So this tension kind of goes on and on until eventually Bambi starts sticking up for himself. And it kind of starts where he gets the confidence to do this after he is running away from the bully deer.
Rano.
And he jumps from a large section from like, you know, one kind of edge of like a mountain to like the other.
A large valley, yeah. This is all built up by, like, I don't know. Initially, he's thinking he's just trying to be tougher, and they're going like this whole thing where it's like you need to be braver than the thing that's scaring you, or you need to be scarier than the thing that's scaring you.
Yeah. So after Bambi makes that jump, he actually impresses his father. Patrick Stewart was watching the whole time. He's impressed he made the jump. So then they start to have a little bit of a bond.
Before you continue, what also happens is, well, that's the breaking point where winter ends, spring begins, and Patrick Stewart's custody of Bambi has officially expired.
Mm-hmm.
And so Owl, the character Owl, finds a doe to take care of Bambi at this point, and Patrick Stewart just kind of like, just has the doe take him away.
And while this doe is taking care of Bambi, he gets into another fight with Rano. And while the two of them are, you know, kind of butting heads or whatever, the doe comes over and tries to break it up, but she gets caught in a hunter's trap that's like attached to a tree, and it's got a string on her leg, and, you know, some bells are ringing. So the hunting dogs then come running over to, you know, take out the doe, and Bambi has a critical moment where he has to decide whether to run away or kind of go back. And now that he's got this new confidence, he goes back and he draws the dogs away. And when he does that, Prince Patrick Stewart shows up, he cuts the doe free, and then he goes off to try to rescue Bambi. But what happens is Bambi intricately takes out these dogs one at a time.
With the help of his friends.
With the help of his friends. But it gets to a point where Bambi's on like a cliff, and the dog is almost there to the top. It finally gets to the top, and then Bambi kind of has like a Patrick Swayze moment. And he goes, Roadhouse. And then he kicks him off the cliff, and the dog falls. Patrick Stewart sees this happen. He goes like, oh. And then after that, Bambi takes a tumble, and he falls. And Patrick Stewart watches him fall. He's worried that Bambi's dead. And I don't remember, how does he come back awake?
I believe that Patrick Stewart just kind of nuzzles him, and then he just kind of like...
He just wakes up naturally? Really?
Yeah, because I don't think it was ever like, because he wasn't really hurt. He just took a tumble.
Yeah, he pulls like a Vin Diesel at the end of Fast and the Furious 7, where it's like, you know, he's dead and then he mumbles something at the last second, then he wakes back up again.
Yeah, exactly.
So after all that, it's just, you know, all the animals are together. They're all kind of happy again. Bambi finally gets his horns for the first time, because that was the whole other thing where he was waiting for his horns to come in. At the end of the movie, his horns come in, and then I believe it's just happily ever after.
Yep. Roll credits. Now, the only thing we did miss, and you can circle back around this if you want to or incorporate it in any way, but there's that whole musical montage where after Patrick Stewart begins accepting Bambi, there's a whole series of events where they get closer and closer and closer.
Yeah,
and you see kind of like the wearing down of like Patrick Stewart's like facade
Yeah.
and like Bambi actually like reaching him.
And they do it with a song too that's like a really on the nose song, like a father and son gotta get along sometimes.
A lot of music in this.
Yeah. So before we kind of get into the breakdown of this, a couple things that I want to mention right off the top is this has been 64 years since the first Bambi came out. And you could argue that that movie was kind of wrapped around nicely. However, I could see the argument being made that they really gloss over the father in the first Bambi. So this would be a good reason to kind of go back and tell the father story. Outside of the father stuff in this movie, I don't really think there's anything else that they really had to say. And in fact, they just kind of retread over the same kind of beats of the first Bambi, but they just make it more kind of lighthearted, and you know, the colors are really bright and everyone's kind of talking with like a baby voice. So when it gets serious, they get serious. But the rest of the movie is very kind of light and bubbly. So it's kind of weird for me because only half the movie, I would say, is actually like kind of worth it. This movie didn't even need to be an hour 15 long. It could probably just be a half-hour story about the father and the son.
Yeah, because like I believe what you were kind of referencing was all the other characters, like Thumper, Feline, and especially like I think Rano. They didn't really need to be in this movie. None of their characters needed to be developed. They're just there as almost cameos. I think all that really wanted to be addressed was Bambi and his relationship with his father.
Yeah, and I mean, like for the most part, I mean, Patrick Stewart plays the prince well. I think that a lot of the lessons that they're kind of talking about are okay. There's something kind of weird about the fact that he only starts to like Bambi once he sees like Bambi's value in regards to like kind of physical attributes. Like he makes that jump, he fights off the dog, but when he's just kind of being himself, you know, Patrick Stewart's like, oh, my son.
Well, I feel like that's why the montage is so important, or at least so kind of like...
Well, very similar to the Aladdin movie that we did. Fathers and sons don't seem to get along unless they have a musical number that kind of guides them through it.
Exactly. It's all just glossed over, kind of, for the most part, consistently. It's the thing with Disney.
Another thing that I'll talk about is just kind of the animation, and this is kind of what I was saying a little bit before, what things work and don't work. You know, whenever they're dealing with serious subject matter, even in Bambi 2, the animation, I still think, looks decent. Like
it does.
They do dark well.
They keep the style, and it's a very nice style.
But whenever they do kind of lighter conversation stuff, it just looks like a TV movie.
It looks really bad.
So that contrast of how they're able to kind of balance the dark with the light, I don't think they balance it very well, but I do think that the dark scenes that they do, those animators kind of really make those scenes pop. But all the fun stuff, it's just kind of like, you know, cotton candy.
Yeah.
And this will kind of go into like my last thing, and you can kind of jump in here if you want, but because you were already kind of talking about the side characters, but you know, even the bully Rano, like when we have these scenes of like, I'm picking on you, Bambi, because I'm the bully, and it's like you're already dealing with like serious stuff when you're talking about the mom dying and a connection with the father and the son. You have a bully character in this. Can you just make him a little bit of a smarter bully? Like, do you have to have him be so like
one-dimensional?
It's kind of like the bully from Spider-Man, from the Sam Raimi one, like Flash, to where it's just like an over-the-top bully that's just kind of, you know, we need Bambi to have this turnaround, but he can only do it if there's like such an obvious obstacle in his way, which is Rano. So for me, that's where it's like, you know, you took some stuff seriously, but then other stuff you just kind of, you know, did it for the sake of doing it.
I wouldn't even say obvious. I would just say simple, because if you want to talk about Rano, I think Rano was the biggest disappointment, because especially it's not even like them mistakenly like not making him a serious character. He was a serious character in the first one. Like he was a serious threat in the first one. I think that was like the whole climax of the first one.
Yeah.
Was the showdown with Rano. He didn't even have a name. He was just like a terrifying like other deer.
Yeah.
Or buck. But in this one, he's just like a one-dimensional bully who's not even well written, and it's just like inconsistent with the character that was established in the first one. It's like it like detracts.
So as always, the first question on this podcast is, does it work as a sequel?
I'll go first. Yeah, I don't think it works as a sequel. The first issue I have with it is I don't think that the story content needed to exist. I wasn't left wondering or wanting more or to know more about what it was like for Bambi and his father to grow up together. I could assume what that was like, and this movie just showed me that most of my assumptions were correct. The reason I think it actually is like a bad sequel is because, like I said, especially with Rano, the way it detracts him and makes him almost like a weaker antagonist,
Yeah.
and almost makes going back and watching the first movie like less entertaining, knowing what Rano was like, essentially. And I immediately wanted to compare it to like the Dark Crystal and the prequel series, The Resistance or whatever it's called, because that did a really good job using a prequel to go back and make your antagonists amazing, to build a really strong foundation for your antagonists so that when you go back and watch the original source material, every scene that they're in is elevated.
Yeah.
And this does the exact opposite, where they could have elevated Rano and kind of elevated that, dramatic scene in the original movie by developing his character in smart ways. They really just took a very simple, boring way of doing that.
Yeah, I don't think it works as a sequel either. And I only think really 30 minutes of the movie work. And even just kind of add on what you were saying, they probably could have took more risks with the father character, with Patrick Stewart. Because yes, he's a little tough and stuff like that, but he comes around fairly quickly. It maybe would have been more interesting to really dive into that relationship and fill up the script more with that, where he's a really like stern father. And like, he has a backstory for the reason why he is. Maybe he lost his mother or something like that. And maybe that's how he connect with Bambi. But all the reasons you kind of said, and then kind of doubling down on it, yeah, I don't think it works as a sequel either. So we move on to the second question, which is it enjoyable / entertaining? So I'll just jump in and say, I do think that there are elements to the movie that is enjoyable / entertaining. I don't think all of it is, but in consideration to like a child watching it, I will give it a check mark and I'll say it is enjoyable / entertaining. There is still really good animation on display here. There are serious moments that they take the time for, and there are at least, the songs are cheesy, but like I said, it's not the worst thing for a kid to watch or be entertained by versus kind of other movies that we've done on this list, which are just, TV sequels. So there's more effort being put in. So for that reason, I still think it's enjoyable / entertaining.
For me, the enjoyability factor hinges a lot on what I found enjoyable about the sequel. While I agree that there's a lot of good animation, or a lot of like pretty decent animation on display here, especially during the dramatic moments, it's just bogged down by all of these other scenes of just like the comedy and just exposition and just beats that distract from what I feel like the story is supposed to be about. I just don't feel like the character arcs complemented each other, the plot dragged, and those are things that I really consider heavily when thinking about the enjoyability of a movie.
So the third question will be, does it need to exist? And I'll make it pretty kind of quick and easy. I only think 30 minutes of this movie need to exist. I think that there's storylines and questions and conversations that should exist. But this sequel in particular, I really question why it took 64 years to tell the second part of this story. And sometimes that really smells like producers going, what do we have that we still haven't kind of delved into? Well, let's do this one and kind of move on from there. Let's check it off the box, as they say. But yeah, I don't think it needs to exist.
I feel like I kind of said this before, but I do not think it needs to exist for two main reasons. One, it was not answering any burning questions for me.
Yeah.
It was not filling in any gaps. There was clearly an attempt to kind of create a story out of, I guess, like raw materials that could be mined. But like you said, that was like 30 minutes worth of story that they stretched out into 75 minutes. So it fails on that front. And then the second is just seeing what they did with the tertiary characters, especially Rano, and seeing how it affected the stakes and kind of my outlook on the original movie. That really just kind of like sealed the deal and gives it an X for me.
So if you're keeping track at home, that's 5 X's and 1 check mark. I don't know if I would put an asterisk next to this movie, but I do think that they had good intentions behind making it. I still think that, like you said, yeah, a lot of the stuff falls short and it's just a little boring. And the stuff that they do good are far and in between. So for those reasons, it's going to get 1 big X. As you know, we are doing our Disney animated sequel list right now. We are trucking along.
Well into it.
And we only got a couple left. And today's is a very special episode because we are joined by a good friend of ours. Drew, why don't you go ahead and introduce this person?
She is our resident Disney expert, Hunter Lowy.
Hi, guys.
How you doing today?
Good. Watched one of my favorites.
Yeah, yeah. Why don't you, before we start, why don't you tell us about your kind of connection with Disney, like growing up with it? Like, you know, do you like it? Do you hate it? Like, are you a big fan, not a big fan?
I, in a dorky way, Disney is my entire life, based my entire being around it. So when I was little, I would watch 101 Dalmatians, Lion King 2, Lady and the Tramp 2 every single day. I named my dog Angel after Angel in this movie. But yeah, so I just watched Disney all the time. We went to Disney World all the time. I worked for Disney World. I now run a company where I help plan people's vacations to Disney. Everything is Disney.
Wow. And what's the name of that? What's the name of that website or that company?
It is Magic Hunters, and the website is magic-hunters.com.
Beautiful. We're going to bring back around. You're going to tell us some more about it at the end of the episode, so stay tuned for that. So it's fair to say then, in regards to these Disney sequels, that you've seen already a lot of these kind of sequels that we're doing.
Yeah, there's only a handful of Disney movies I haven't seen.
And would you say, in general, the whole sequel verse of Disney, would you say it's a positive experience, or would you say it's a little worn out?
I think if I was watching them now and they made them like they used to, I don't think they're very necessary. They were definitely for like little kids. But then you have like Incredibles 2, where like that was great and everyone enjoyed it and it definitely added a lot more to the story. Or like Frozen 2, like those aren't your like straight to DVD sequels. Like those are actual like things.
Well, I think it's relevant because, you know, with Disney Plus out now, you have access to all these movies. So if you are a kid kind of growing up, you know, you don't know the difference between like the one that went into theaters and made a bunch of money or just the straight to video one. Like you kind of connect it all as one big story for these character arcs. But I think that will be a good transition into figuring out if today's movie also does that. So for our episode today, Hunter, why don't you introduce the title of the movie that we're doing?
All right, we are doing Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamp's Adventure.
And this is, of course, the follow-up to the 1955 Lady and the Tramp. Very similar to the Bambi sequel we just did, Bambi 2. There's like, you know, 40 plus years in between the original and the follow-up in which they're doing. So it's like, yeah, what has Lady and the Tramp been up to for 46 years? We're going to find out. So before we get any further, let's go ahead and jump into this plot. So this is Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamp's Adventure. So we start on, I believe it's the 4th of July.
Independence Day.
It's Independence Day. There's a big festival that they're setting up to. There's a big kind of opening song about how like, this is England town, or this is a town, and we have all these people kind of, you know, getting together. We find out that Lady and the Tramp, some time has passed, and Lady and the Tramp have had their own pups. Like, even though the adults kind of all the same, like the baby's kind of just a little bit old, it's just an older baby.
Well, having kids will do that.
Yeah, but the doll, is specifically Tramp, he's very old. Like he's kind of
Matured.
He's matured a lot. So, but we only believe that it's been like 7 months, right?
A handful of months, yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys want a fun Disney fact real fast?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, so the town that it takes place in is based off of Walt Disney's hometown. And so Main Street USA in all the Disney parks, wherever there's a Main Street, is based off of his hometown, but the architecture is more based off of a town in Colorado.
Do we know what kind of time period this was? Like the art that the architecture is based off of?
I think 1910.
So basically, yeah. So time has passed. Lady and Tramp have some pups of their own. I believe that there are 3 female pups. There's 1 male pup. And the male pup is Scamp. And he's kind of the chaotic one. He's the one that's kind of, you know, he causes chaos. He gets a bath. Then he goes outside immediately in the mud, brings the mud in the house. After all this kind of chaos that Scamp starts, they put him on a leash and they put him outside.
Yeah.
Right? And this is something that was resonant in the first one, because for Tramp, it's all about like, oh, when you're outside, that's the end of a life as a dog. But now in this movie, Tramp is telling Scamp, like, you need to learn discipline. Like, you need to be on this leash. You need to be out here. Like, you're being young, you're being reckless. Obviously, Scamp is being a little rebel. He wants to break free. He wants to be a wild dog.
Before we continue with the plot, can I circle around real quick? Because Tramp 180s in this scene with Scamp.
Yeah.
And it was especially, I picked up on it more with his talking with Lady. But then you brought up the scene with him talking with Scamp when he's outside and chained to the doghouse.
Mhm.
And it's just 2 scenes almost back to back where he 180s on his character from the original. And I could see it being justified. Hunter, what do you think about Tramp and how he's portrayed in the sequel?
I think it's good because it really shows like the contrast of like where Scamp is, and it's just like you were saying, it's just kind of like the polar opposites, like the 2 of them. And you know, Tramp's been inside, and you know, he's got people who love him, and he's clean and he doesn't have to keep running for his life and all that fun stuff and break into the zoo and
Well, his whole defense is he's like, well, I used to be wild like you, but then I fell in love and I got married and I learned discipline, which is now I'm trying to force the discipline on you early on. But either way, it's just kind of a setup to get those two kind of on opposite fields.
Yeah,
right?
if nothing else, it's just there to establish the conflict.
Yeah. So
Which it
basically,
does.
yeah. So after Scamp sings his Moana song, he basically kind of breaks out of his leash and he's able to kind of run free. And while he's running free, he comes across a group of other kind of loose dogs, and they're kind of causing havoc with a dog catcher. After that, he runs into another female dog, which is Angel, which is played by Alyssa Milano. And after he meets Alyssa Milano, she does some parkour, and then she basically tells him, like, you can't handle the street life, kid. So after Alyssa Milano leaves, we cut back to Lady and Tramp, and they realize Scamp is missing. And this is a total of like a 5-second clip. They just go like, where's Scamp? And then we just cut back to Scamp again, like immediately. It's a really quick scene. But Scamp is now at the junkyard. He's looking at all the loose dogs. During this scene, once he kind of crashes into the junkyard community, we introduce our villain, which is going to be Buster. He's the king of the junkyard dogs. After Buster and all the dogs kind of look at Scamp, they also believe that he doesn't have what it takes for this junkyard life, and then that's what leads us into another song, which is going to be Buster's song. It's like, we're the junkyard people and you can't join us. So after we get our junkyard song, basically Buster tells Scamp that he will let him into the gang if he completes a series of tests. And the first test is Scamp has to go steal a can from a sleeping large dog. He has to do this so you can imagine what happens next. He wakes up the dog chases after Scamp. A bunch of kind of wacky hijinks ensue, but it eventually leads to the dog catcher taking away the big large dog. So because of this, all the junkyard dogs are like really happy, and they call like Scamp a hero. They say, wow, you like really did us a favor, blah, blah, blah. Buster's still not convinced. He's gonna give him another test down the line, but for the time being, Scamp has been welcomed into the junkyard community.
The first test is passed.
The first test is passed.
and he learns about Tramp. They're like, you're the best dog ever. And they're like, and then one of them's like, no, you're not, because he's not like the Tramp. And up until this point, Scamp had never known that his dad was a junkyard dog. So then they tell him this whole like dramatic story that Tramp, fought off like 24 dog catchers and survived. And then the loser fell in love, and that's why he's no longer a junkyard dog. And so, Scamp goes to like an existential crisis that his dad is everything that he wanted to be, and he gave it all up.
Yeah, I really like that flashback, because there's a moment where Tramp is like at the edge of a waterfall, and instead of facing all the dog catchers, he decides to pull a Richard Kimball from The Fugitive, and he just jumps off the edge of the waterfall. After this, Scamp and Angel kind of have this like conversation argument about indoor versus outdoor. Angel's whole point of view is like, you're kind of lucky, like you get to being outdoor is not all it's cracked up to be. And Scamp is all like, no, being indoor isn't all it's cracked up to be. And this kind of just goes on for a little bit until eventually they realize that they're about to get run over by a train. After they get out of the river, they kind of joke a little bit, they wrestle. This flirting then leads us into our falling in love montage. They show up to Italian man's restaurant. He gives them a bunch of spaghetti. I like to call this 2001 spaghetti scene. And basically instead of, why don't you, since you're such a fan, why don't you explain what happens in the spaghetti scene?
The spaghetti scene, so they get their plate of spaghetti, they got their 2 meatballs, they're gonna share the spaghetti string like the parents. It's gonna be all cute and we're gonna recreate it. But nope, Angel is a true girl and she just goes ahead and eats that whole plate.
Yeah. A very modern, more interpretation of kids on a date nowadays, which is just eating. So after the date, they're kind of walking through, and they actually see Tramp and Lady, with the owner kind of like coming back from searching for them. The point of this scene is that Angel discovers that Tramp is Scamp's father. She sees the house that they have. She sees the life he has.
She overheard Lady and Tramp talking about searching for Scamp.
Yeah, and so after that, we skip to the next day, and this is the 4th of July festival. This is all the stuff they were setting up in the first scene. During this time, while all the dogs and all the people are at the festival, Buster connects the dots that Tramp and Scamp are related because they like scratch their ear the same way. So after this, he comes up with a plan where he doesn't tell Scamp that he knows, but he says, here's your final test if you want to get in the Junkyard crew. You're going to go down to the picnic in which your own family is having, and you're going to go steal the chicken from everybody and bring it back to the junkyard. So Scamp goes off and does this. He grabs the chicken. All the dogs chase after the chicken. They destroy the festival. Tramp eventually catches up with Scamp and the chicken. Eventually, Buster catches up with the two of them. He yells at Tramp for leaving him in the past. And, now Tramp's defending himself for getting married. Buster's yelling at Tramp. And Scamp's kind of in the middle of all of this. And all the dogs are kind of yelling at him or barking at him where to go next. Like, you come with me, no, come with me, no, come with me. And eventually, Scamp chooses Buster. And he chooses the junkyard life. But right before Tramp kind of gives up and walks away in defeat, he unlocks the gate to a fence, the fence that none of the other dogs could open. And it's almost kind of this like tipping of the hat. And Scamp sees this and goes like, oh, I didn't know my dad could pick locks.
And then, and then Buster goes in and in order to get Scamp's attention once more, takes the leash off of him. I'm sorry, not the leash, the collar.
Yeah. Buster takes the collar off of Scamp, or you're finally leaving your life behind.
You're a junkyard dog now.
Yeah. So they all go back to the junkyard. Angel sees Scamp there. She's upset again. While Scamp and Angel are arguing, Scamp reveals that Angel wants to live his life. And I guess this is like kind of a shameful secret that all the other dogs, including Buster...
Well, it's a betrayal.
It's a betrayal, yeah, of the life that they've chosen. So they all ridicule her. Eventually she decides, she goes like, screw this. And she walks out. So after she leaves, Scamp goes looking for her. And we kind of get this weird scene where we see Buster looking at Scamp looking for her. And Buster's like, I always knew that Scamp didn't have what it takes. He's already looking for her. And he sets up this elaborate kind of plan where he sees the dog catcher coming. He puts out a dog in front of it to distract the dog catcher. It chases after it. But then at the very last minute, Buster pulls his own dog away, and then the dog catcher only sees Scamp in his sight. Yeah.
So yeah, he gets the dog catcher to go after Scamp.
Yeah, so then the dog catcher catches Scamp. He starts to take him to the dog pound. Along the way to the dog pound, Angel sees Scamp in the truck. She goes and runs and tells Tramp and Lady. Tramp goes to the dog pound. He rescues Scamp from the dog pound. He also faces off against the big dog again. But eventually Tramp defeats the big dog by doing some parkour.
And he does the lockpick thing again.
He does the lockpick thing again, and he traps the big dog inside.
Scamp is impressed.
The best part is when the fireworks are going off behind Tramp to be like, wow, you're amazing.
That was the best. That hero shot.
For sure. And then, yeah, after he does all this kind of stuff and rescues Scamp, Scamp's like really impressed and he's finally like looking up to his father. So after all that, they go back to the junkyard and Scamp kind of confronts Buster. He does some kind of kick with a can or something and he forces everything to violently fall on Buster. And I guess Buster's trapped under all this rubble now, which kind of seemed a little...
excessive.
Kind of heavy. So, but they go back to the junkyard because Scamp's going to get his collar back. So they're all reunited again, and during this time, when all the dogs in the family are all kind of like happy that everybody's back, Angel starts to walk away. She looks back all kind of sad. And then this eventually leads to the family adopting Angel. After that, we kind of just have a big happy family, and then it's happily ever after.
Yep, roll credits.
And yeah, I believe that is the plot to Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamp's Adventure. All right, so before we kind of get into the ranking of this, let's get Hunter into this. So Hunter, what are your kind of initial thoughts about Lady and the Tramp 2, maybe even versus when you watched it as a kid versus also watching it as an adult now?
Yeah, it's not as amazing as it was as a kid. Like, I watch 101 Dalmatians all the time, and that one's still like amazing for me because I always like dog movies, but it's not as good as it was.
Yeah, and I think what's a kind of an ongoing theme with a lot of these sequels, kind of like what you said, Drew, was they're kind of retracing over certain story beats. And like even with Tramp, like his whole thing in the first movie is not being a dog on a leash, and in this one he's kind of all about discipline. He's a lot more mature.
More so than Lady.
I would say like when shit actually starts to hit the fan, like when Scamp decides to leave him, he handles it maturely. He's like, well, I'll always be here if you blah blah blah. But he also starts the movie as such like a hothead.
I agree. It's hard to touch on stuff that isn't really just like retreading.
Well, let me ask you this, and this is going to be a question for both of you. Is there anything in the movie that doesn't work, that you don't like, that or doesn't hold up more so for you, Hunter?
I think some of the songs, but I think they bugged me when I was little too. I don't like Scamp's song. I don't like the Junkyard Dog song. And I think that's it.
For me, the biggest failure I think were the title characters, Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah, they don't really do anything. in
They
the
don't.
movie.
They don't do a lot in here, and when they do, it's just to service the plot.
They don't give anything for Lady to do. In the whole
Exactly.
movie.
No, and that kind of always made me mad because her name's still in the title.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But on the flip of that, Scamp and Angel are two pretty solid characters, all around, dynamic.
Yeah, I
interesting.
liked Angel a lot for sure. She was like, the parkour dog who was like the badass. She was kind of like the Black Widow.
of those Avengers.
Yeah, of those Junkyard Avengers. So I don't think we have anything else we really want to say about it. So we can go ahead and jump in the ranking. So as always on this podcast, we ask 3 questions, which leads to kind of a final vote question. And the first question is, does it work as a sequel? Now, with our guest, Hunter. So Hunter, I'm going to start off with you. So for you, does this movie work as a sequel?
I think it technically works as a sequel. Like you're definitely building upon like the new characters that they added at the very end of like the puppies. It's a check mark. I mean, it's got too much sentimental there.
Yeah. I also, what's interesting is that I would say we're pretty harsh on a lot of these sequels that we do, but I'll say that I also think it works as a sequel. I think that some of the story beats that are retreaded, but it's more scarcely put in. Right, it's not as kind of obvious as it was in Little Mermaid 2, for example. And I kind of like kind of the conversations that they have, and I think the animation and the music works. But more so than that, I think they just, like you said, Hunter, they continue on some of the characters and the storytelling. They really lack with Lady, and that was kind of something that was kind of keeping me back from it. But with the new characters, they do kind of put a little bit more effort into them. So for those reasons, I do think it works as a sequel.
It's gonna be a check for me too.
Nice.
I don't think that I could give this an X because I think I gave Mermaid a check in this department, so I feel like I have to give this a check too.
Oh wow.
Because I feel like it was very similar functionality as a sequel to Little Mermaid 2. I don't like what they did with Tramp's character. They did nothing with Lady's character. But as far as Scamp goes, as far as Angel goes, as far as Buster, the villain, goes,
Yeah.
and mostly as far as the plot goes, insofar as alluding to the original and not really building upon it so much, but kind of giving us a different angle to it.
Yeah.
I think that's enough to kind of get it a check from me.
So that's going to be 3 check marks across the board,
Yeah.
actually. So the second question is it enjoyable / entertaining?
Yeah, I think, if you're a fan of the first one, for sure, there's enough callbacks and there's enough of the characters that make it entertaining. Angel's my favorite part, so I just talk about her nonstop. But I think she is a great addition of, kind of this total opposite of what Lady and the Tramp were, is what Scamp and Angel are. And I like seeing that, and I just like dog movies. I'm really into history, so like the town is very pleasing to the eye for me. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that are pleasing to me, I guess you could say.
This is probably a controversial opinion, but that first movie isn't really about anything. But with the sequel, Lady and Tramp 2, there's actually a lot more story going on. It was kind of weird at first seeing like a story being put into Lady and the Tramp after just watching the first one, since the first one's very just like day in, day out. We're going to go do this, we're going to do that, I meet this person, we fall in love, blah, blah, blah. So to kind of piggyback off of all of that, I also think it's enjoyable / entertaining.
For me, all of the reasons you just said are the reason I gave it a check in the first place, comparing it directly to the first one. As far as enjoyability goes, I try to let it stand on its own. And like I said, it was a mixed bag. There was a lot of good. I think there was a little bit more bad. I don't like having a Lady and the Tramp movie where Lady's not doing anything and Tramp's just reacting to the plot happening.
So you don't think it's enjoyable or entertaining?
Even though I honestly don't, I was thinking about it, even though I honestly don't have much negative to say about the plot, I think that having those staple characters being so absent and being, kind of treated as so secondary, that's enough to get it an X from me, but just barely. I would give it X with an asterisk.
So our third question then, and this is going to be interesting for you, Hunter, because you kind of said something in regards to this already earlier. The third question is, does it need to exist?
Yeah, I just kind of said with like the last question, I don't think it's necessary. It doesn't really add to the plot. Like, I guess I'm comparing it to like Lion King 2, the other one I always watched. And that one adds so much to that universe because it's all about, these lions that were with Scar and then they got exiled. And it's all about, Simba through his daughter and like the boy that she loves, lion she loves, making it so the two clans can come together. It's Romeo and Juliet. And so that adds a lot to the plot. And so I don't think this one was as powerful or necessary. There's nothing really added to, whether or not you're a house dog or you're on the street. Adopt, don't shop, I guess, with the animals. But yeah, I don't think it's the most necessary thing.
I agree with you. And I want to break it down in a different way to where, there's so many of these Disney sequels. And what's good about Lady and the Tramp 2 is, yes, they put in a little bit more effort than some of the other sequels that are really bad. And for those reasons, the effort that they do put in, it makes you acknowledge it. You know what, that works as a second story that is enjoyable and entertaining. But in regards to, does it need to continue the story? Do we need to have a second chapter 46 years later after the first Lady and Tramp? No, I don't think it needs to exist. So yeah, I agree with you. For all those reasons, it's going to be an X for me as well. I don't think it needs to exist. Which is shocking because we all started off pretty hot with checks.
So yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time on it because it's gonna be an X for me too, for a lot of the reasons that you two mentioned in the past. For all the reasons you guys said, that's pretty much exactly why I agree with it. I don't want to harp on it too much.
So if you're doing the math at home, that's gonna be 5 checks, 4 X's. This is gonna get 1 giant check for worth going back again. And it gets help from having Hunter on this episode.
I think Hunter literally is, going to be the one that throws it over on the plus, because if it was just us, it would have been a dead split.
Oh, wow. And today we are doing Hunchback of Notre Dame 2, the follow-up to the 1996 Hunchback of Notre Dame. Before we get started, we only have 3 movies left on this Disney animated sequel list. And in hindsight, it's unfortunate that we're doing this movie today because I'm not crazy about the first Hunchback of Notre Dame movie.
I had no problems with it. I really actually liked it a lot. I liked the themes that it was exploring. I liked the fact that, he didn't end up with a girl at the end. But, we're not talking about that movie right now. We're talking about the sequel. So let's go ahead and jump into that. Yeah, I'll introduce the breakdown. Let's go ahead and jump into the breakdown for Hunchback of Notre Dame 2.
So the second movie starts, we are with Quasimodo. We are in France, and basically we just have this kind of big opening musical number about how we're all back. So after this, we cut to some circus people, and there's a leader named Sarouche, and he has this kind of female counterpart, and her name is Madeline. And what we discover through this relationship is that she basically was living in the streets. He rescued her, kind of gave her a life, and now he kind of holds that over her.
We don't learn that right off the bat, but that does come back around. Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm just we're knocking out the plot.
We're knocking it out. Bang, bang, bang.
So after Madeline's situation is explained to us with Sarouche, we kind of jump back to Quasimodo, and we also reveal that some time has passed. And we know some time has passed because there's a little boy. And this little boy is the son of Esmeralda and Phoebus.
Yeah, the child who is played by Haley Joel Osment.
Haley Joel Osment.
Is 6 years old.
Yeah, so 6 years has passed. This is their son. He hangs out with Quasimodo a bunch. He's kind of like the uncle. After all of that, kind of have just a bunch of talking about how, there's been some thefts in town. But all this really leads towards Quasimodo finally meeting Madeline for this first time.
The first true encounter with Madeline and Quasimodo takes place in the bell tower or in the church tower. Sees that he is deformed, sees that he's a hunchback, and then she's shocked and leaves. Quasimodo is stricken by that, and then he immediately goes into a song about love. Yeah. How he loves this woman who just scorned him.
After all of that, she goes back to Sarouche, and Sarouche tells her that she needs to go befriend Quasimodo so that they can steal the bell, because they believe that the bell is very valuable.
There's a very specific bell that is valuable called La Fidèle.
Yeah, and he's gonna he's gonna try to sell it and make some money because he's a thief. There's already been a bunch of thefts in town.
Well, that's the whole shtick, is that the circus comes into town, and then while Sarouche is distracting them with the show, all of the other kind of circus hands go around and they pickpocket all of the distracted townsfolk or locals.
Madeline goes to hang out with Quasimodo. We kind of get a bunch of these scenes where they are dancing in the rain, and the town is kind of creepily watching them dance in the rain. And they're saying wow, Quasimodo found a girl. Eventually this leads back up to the top of his tower where she sees the bell. Quasimodo still doesn't know at the time that this is her intention, but then some of the people start to warn him of this, like Phoebus. He thinks that, Madeline might be up to something, and Quasimodo kind of rejects that, and he does a cliche thing oh, you suspect her to be bad because she could never love me. And Phoebus is all no, I didn't say that. All right. Just saying, let's keep an eye out and stuff like that. So Quasimodo discovers that Madeline is working with Sarouche because Sarouche eventually somehow tricks Phoebus and tells him that Madeline is the one stealing everything. So
he pins it on Madeline.
Yeah, he pins it on her. So they arrest Madeline. Quasimodo's all heard about it, but then
But then Sarush and his two lackeys are free to go into the cathedral and steal the bell.
So also around this time, Phoebus and Esmeralda's son, Haley Joel Osment, he sees that Sarush is also doing some bad guy stuff, so he's going to go alert them about it. But in the process, he gets captured by Sarush. So now this kind of becomes a rescue mission of getting Haley Joel Osment back, as well as kind of stopping the bell theft. Yada yada yada. All the good guys show up. They stop the bad guys. They get the son back. Quasimodo and Madeline, I guess, fall in love. And the whole thing was, I guess, Sarush, the way he treated Madeline was that he always said, like, you're really beautiful, but you're only good for one thing. Like, you're only good for your looks. And I guess Quasimodo is able to see past her looks, and because of that, she's able to see past his. And this is going to be the connection that, I guess, makes them fall in love. So they fall in love, they yell out to the town, "We love each other!" And then, just roll credits. And
that was a pretty rushed summary, but it had all the beats.
Yeah, that is the rushed kind of plot synopsis of Hunchback of Notre Dame 2.
Yeah.
So before we kind of get into the ranking of this, I guess the reason why that was so rushed was because the movie itself is not very engaging and the plot is not very engaging, so it feels as if they rushed to make this. So I'm going to kind of be rushed to break it down. And maybe I'll let you kind of get into more of some stuff that you want to talk about.
The one thing that was immediately depressing about this movie, and the one thing that really made me not care, was I really liked and I really respected that the first movie had Quasimodo. Like, it teased a love interest, but at the end of the day, they didn't end up together, and it wasn't really about romance. It was almost purely, at least as far as the main story arc goes, it was purely about acceptance, and there wasn't really romance in it. And this whole movie is about, well, what if now he's in love? And it's like the whole point of the first one, for me at least, or the whole thing that really helped it stick out, was that we didn't have to go into that territory that Disney goes into over and over and over again. And now for this sequel, we're going into it head first, and we can touch on some other minor things that really just made this sour to me. But that's the big one right there. The big reason that I didn't really care to pay too much attention was because that's what they're coming at me with the plot.
Well, you also mentioned, too, that right away the animation kind of takes you off. Because the first Hunchback of Notre Dame, despite how I feel about it, and I don't like it very much, the animation is really good. And they do a good job of kind of showing the landscape of the town with these big castles. And there's just kind of a different kind of drawing to it that makes it pop. Whereas as soon as we started this one, you were like, oh my God, this looks horrible.
This looks a lot like King of Thieves, which came out like 10 years earlier, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, that tells you that right there.
Well, what I'll say now, what I don't like about it, and the main thing probably is really kind of what you already touched on, which is the love story. And in regards to Madeline's character, who's played by Jennifer Love Hewitt, she meets Quasimodo once, is disgusted by him. She meets Quasimodo a second time, all of a sudden realizes that he, don't judge a book by its cover, just because he's doing it, like, he's just hanging around with the kid. He just looks like a nice role model. And then...
Well, that's the whole thing that connects back to her relationship with Sarush, was that's kind of like the relationship she had with Sarush. And this is a pure version of that, where it's Quasimodo and Zephyr, or Haley Joel Osment.
Yes, and that's fine and stuff, but there is no time put into their relationship. Like, they have one kind of dance in the rain, and all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that they've fallen in love. Like, there's no kind of connection besides maybe 2 scenes worth of information as to why they would like each other. But by the end of the movie, they are in love, and it's like, Jesus, you just met this person.
It is very rushed, and like you said, they don't fall in love, they sing about being in love.
Well, being in love and falling in love is almost like the same thing, especially with these Disney movies, because it just takes a montage or a song, and then they usually come back around.
This is especially rushed. They probably thought they could get away with it for characters like this.
Well,
but yeah, it is noticeably lacking.
I find it interesting that he even wants to fall in love, because he is like a man of God.
He was raised by men of God. He is not a man of God.
I understand that, but he works in the church. He's kind of like an usher boy. I think they could have done more if they focused on a relationship with him and somebody else where they both have an interest in something that they love to do. And he could have had a really strong friendship that turns into love. And I think that would have been more believable than just, I see you, you see me, and I love you. It's like, well, let's actually get into what makes 2 people fall in love, since the first one was just about looks with Esmeralda and with Kevin Kline. So as always on this podcast, we ask 3 questions that lead to a final vote of, is it worth going back again? But the first question is, does it work as a sequel? And I'll just start off first and I'll say, no, it does not work as a sequel. Like I said, the first one in itself has problems, but it is a complete story. I don't see the need to continue this story. It feels almost like they made this out of necessity because they felt bad for not giving Quasimodo a love interest at the end of the first one. But like you said, and I would also argue that that's not the point of the first one. And that's actually kind of the nice thing about the first one. So to do additional story where now it's all about giving him a love interest that also has some kind of, devastated backstory. For me, it's just not worth coming back and bringing these characters back. So for those reasons, it does not work as a sequel.
It doesn't work for me, honestly, just based off of the original movie. There was no grounds for a sequel. It was kind of similar to Atlantis, I would say, like lightning in a bottle, where you can't do anything similar to this ever again, let alone a direct sequel. So don't even bother.
Yeah.
With Atlantis, I think there's enough of a world behind it that you could just give it to someone and they could have fun with it. And clearly that wasn't the case in execution, but at least, there was the idea. With this one, I just don't think there's enough of an idea. The story of the original is perfect on its own, or at least good enough on its own, especially for something like this that doesn't work for the reasons we mentioned, does not work as a sequel for me.
So our second question is going to be, is it enjoyable / entertaining? And I think based kind of on our first responses, it's going to be pretty obvious. I do not think this movie was enjoyable or entertaining. The animation right out the gate does not look good. The musical numbers are kind of weird, to be honest. What they're singing about oftentimes is just kind of like not important or relevant. You're just kind of singing a song to sing it. And, I really like emotionally based songs, or I like you to sing for a reason. And for this, it feels like they were just singing so they could fill the runtime.
I wish I could say that it was enjoyable / entertaining. At the very least, if they're not going to do something new, the whole premise surrounds another festival and the villain is the ringleader of a circus. So at least you could do something fun and crazy and different with that. So that at least gave me some hope, but they don't follow through. It just ends up falling flat. It's
just about getting the bell.
It just ends up being about getting the bell. The circus is just there as a tool. So it's going to be an X for me.
So the third question is, does it need to exist?
No, it doesn't need to exist. The original movie did not need a sequel at all. This is one of the few that I'll just because I really like the idea of like, how can you mine this material, this IP, this intellectual property, and get a sequel that's engaging and interesting and new and different. And I really don't like shutting down discussions like that just based off of, no, the original's perfect or the original's good enough and there's just nothing else there that needs to be explored. But with the case of Disney's Hunchback of Notre Dame, there is no room for a sequel. There's no room for any additional material. The first one got as great as it could on its own. Anything else is just going to fall flat, and that's what this movie did.
I'll even be a little bit more controversial than this, and I'll say that I don't really think the first one needs to exist. I think the first one has some really good concepts. I don't agree with the execution of it. I don't agree with the finishing out of certain storylines with characters, but I'm still okay with it existing. Yeah, this movie, I do not think it needs to exist. I honestly don't know why they made this movie. I don't really know how they got all the talent to come back, but they did. They made it. But if you're like a kid, I think, like you said, you can just watch the first one and you don't need to watch the second one. We don't need to see what happened with Quasimodo's love life. That was never his problem.
That was never anyone's problem.
It's what he thought he wanted, and then it turns out that's not what he wanted. So for you to come back around and saying, no, this is what he wanted. It's like, well, you're only saying that now because you made the movie exist, but I'm saying it doesn't need to exist. So if you're keeping track at home, that's going to be what we call a Tarzan and James. That's going to be 6 X's, no check marks, which means it's going to get 1 giant X, no asterisks. And yeah, it's unfortunate because this is going to be another kind of stinker on the list. But then again, I'm not surprised because we are doing Disney animated sequels.
What's unfortunate especially is I think we would have had a lot more fun talking about the original and just kind of discussing our thoughts on that one.
Yeah, probably. Because the original has a lot more things.
But this isn't that podcast. This is the sequel podcast.
And today we are doing the follow-up to the 1967 The Jungle Book, and we are doing The Jungle Book 2, which was released in 2003. This is another one of those movies where we had a movie come out way back when, and now we're making a sequel, and the question is, why?
Why indeed?
It's a great example of what we're talking about with these sequels, where The Jungle Book is a great musical. It wraps up the story nice and tight. It's an hour 30 and it's done after that. But then all these years later, 30 something years later, the studio's like, or the producers are like, nope, we got something else to tell.
And then just real quick, because we did bring up the original, I just want to say, as far as, because you have history with the original.
Yeah, I probably saw the original. That was probably one of the first Disney movies I saw at a really young age as a kid. And I think I only really connected with it because it is such a musical kind of movie, with the jazz that they do and with the fact that they cast like really talented singers as the animals in the movie. It's just a very fun kind of, like, even though the story is really basic, it's very entertaining and it kind of keeps it alive for you.
And yeah, I had never seen, this was one of the few Disney movies, or at least big Disney movies, that I had never seen. So this was my first time watching it.
So what did you think of the first Jungle Book, just real quick?
I agree with everything you said, where it was very simple, but it was also just a great kind of showcase of essentially telling a narrative almost only through song, or at least primarily through song.
So without saying any more, let's go ahead and jump into this plot of The Jungle Book 2. So we reveal in the opening that not much time has passed. We kind of start this movie off with Mowgli doing narration through shadow puppets explaining the events of the first movie. And he's explaining this to the family of the girl that he follows at the end of the first movie. And we reveal that she's got, like, you know, parents, she's got a little brother, and he's telling the story about how he fought the tiger Shakira and how, you know, he made his way to this village. And we're really just going kind of day by day in the day of the life of these villagers kind of living on the other side of the jungle. So while we're there, Mowgli is very kind of weird about his current situation with living with these villagers, but kind of being raised by animals. He's
got that wild side.
Yeah, he's got that wild side. He's telling his stories about the jungle. A lot of people, they believe him, but they also think that his stories are a little too wild. He's trying to convince a lot of the children to come to the jungle with them. He sings a song, which is a pretty good song, but it's all about like how the jungle's got some kind of rhythm and how, you know, everyone can really have fun in the jungle. So the father of Ashanti is really upset about this, and he's actually played by
John Rhys-Davies.
John Rhys-Davies.
Favorite for Disney.
Who's known for a lot of famous roles, but also he was the King of Thieves on our first episode. He's the father of Aladdin. So he's back again playing a father, and he's upset with Mowgli because his songs are actually leading the children to the jungle.
Like the Pied Piper.
Yeah, he's like leading them across like the river into the jungle, and like Ashanti's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then because of that, John Rhys-Davies shows up and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, what are you guys doing? And he basically explains to Mowgli that, you know, the jungle's a dangerous place, and I know this because I got these tiger scars. And he kind of shows him some like scars.
Yeah.
You know? So after all this happens, cut to John Goodman as Baloo. And I think you had the really good saying, because this is only a couple years after Blues Brothers 2000.
So might as well call them Blues Brothers.
So John Goodman is our new Baloo. He's singing, he's hanging out. He misses Mowgli, and he's kind of talking about how he regrets taking him to that village while he's kind of reminiscing about this.
Not talking to anyone in particular, just talking to himself.
Yeah, just talking to himself. And but while he's kind of doing this, the tiger Shakira kind of overhears him talking. So he's gonna try to kind of follow him, and he's like, Mowgli, huh? So now the tiger's kind of going after him and stuff. So Baloo is upset. So he's decided in this moment that he's gonna head back to the village, and he's gonna try to get Mowgli back. Along the way, the Black Panther has to stop Baloo, and he has to remind him that no, Mowgli is a human being. We literally just went over this a couple weeks ago. He cannot live here. Do not try to go back and get him. After he gives him this kind of big speech, Baloo is not having it, and he's gonna still go after Mowgli. So T'Challa decides to go get the elephants and kind of use them as a wall to stop Baloo, but then he uses some intricate bear tricks to kind of get around them and continue on towards Mowgli. So after this, we cut back to Shakira, who's still walking around. He's still upset about Mowgli, like he just heard Baloo talking about it earlier. But as he's walking through, we get to see the vultures again. And the only difference about these vultures is there's now a fifth vulture that's been added, and this is going to be played by Phil Collins. And I guess Phil Collins is just going to be like this bird that picks on Shakira. He's reminding him of his failures from the first Jungle Book. He's saying like, oh, you let a man cub defeat you. I'm not afraid of you.
And he wasn't even there. He's hearing this all second hand from the other vultures.
Yeah, he wasn't even in the first one, but yet he knows all the events of the first one.
Well, he's being filled in.
Yeah, he's being a real Phil Collins type, you know? So because of this, Shakira gets really mad and he decides to go to the village where the humans are sleeping. And it's nighttime and he's kind of sneaking around. He's looking for Mowgli.
Because as we see on all of these sequels, the villain's plan is to get revenge.
Yeah, it's like
and
deja vu.
that's it. They
All
don't
over
even.
again.
I don't even think they like bother like establishing like a real motive. I think they just have. They literally just have Phil Collins bully him
Yeah.
until he's driven to vengeance.
Mowgli is not asleep. He's kind of awake and he hears some noise kind of that's taken place in the village. So he goes out to investigate it. And we as the audience think this is going to be Shakira who's going to pop out. But in fact, it is Baloo. And Baloo is there to kind of like,
It is John Goodman.
yeah, and John Goodman is there to basically like reminisce with Mowgli while they're kind of hanging out and catching up. Ashanti is trying to wake up Mowgli because she's trying to apologize that he got in trouble earlier for almost getting the kids in the jungle. While she's trying to look for Mowgli or get his attention from his window, Shakira hears this. So Shakira is kind of using her as bait to try to lure out Mowgli. But while this is happening, Ashanti kind of turns her head and she realizes that Baloo and Mowgli are kind of hanging out. She thinks that this is like a bear attack. Then she yells for all the villagers like, help, Mowgli's being attacked. And when the villagers come out, all they see is Shakira. So then we get a real people v tiger fight. Eventually this leads to Shakira kind of breaking loose and breaking free and he gets out of the chaos.
Don't worry, no one gets hurt.
Yeah, no one gets hurt. But after this, everyone realizes that Mowgli is gone, and I believe it's John Rhys Davies and some other person that are like, oh no, Mowgli must have gone into the jungle. So Shakira hears this, he twists his mustache, and he goes, I'm gonna go after and get some tiger justice. So after this, and after everything kind of settles, Baloo and Mowgli are in the jungle and they're back at it. They're singing, they're hanging out. The snake from the first one is also there. He's trying to attack them, but he doesn't realize that they're in the middle of a musical number and that they can't be harmed. So they're just kind of singing, they're reminiscing, blah, blah, blah. And then we cut back to Ashanti and she's still in the jungle, she's searching. She also comes across the snake and he hypnotizes her and he's about to like eat Ashanti, but right before he takes a bite, the baby from the village, who's now also in the jungle, shows up and rescues Ashanti, and now I guess the baby and Ashanti are going to go off and try to find Mowgli together. So after this, we cut back to Baloo and Mowgli, and they're still hanging out, they're doing nothing. Black Panther shows up, he's looking for Mowgli because he knows that the people are looking for him. He suspects that Baloo is hiding him, he's trying to get him back. Mowgli is actually kind of touched by the fact that everyone is looking after him. He thought that they were kind of upset with him and he was going to have to revert back to the jungle. But in fact, they're looking for him. He's kind of touched by that. Around the same time, he's starting to miss Ashanti. He wishes that he didn't run in the jungle, but overall, he's still kind of conflicted on what he wants to do. So after this, we cut back to Shakira and he's still looking for Mowgli when the vultures and Phil Collins show up again. Phil Collins is still taunting him and mocking Shakira, but this time around, Shakira kind of plays it smart and not only is he able to get information from Phil Collins on where Mowgli's heading, which is down the river, but then he also, grabs him by the neck and he appears for the time being that he killed Phil Collins, which sends the vultures off. So now Shakira knows where Mowgli's heading and he's gonna go try to get some more tiger justice. Cut to down the river where Mowgli's at, and we reveal that Mowgli and Baloo are actually looking for sanctuary, and they do this at King Louie's old place. But we find out that King Louie is no longer in power and that this is kind of a safe place for all of the wild animals to kind of come and hang out and dance and sing. And they kind of double down on this by singing a song about kind of being wild animals. After they sing this song, Ashanti and the baby are still searching. While they're searching, Mowgli's kind of separated from the happy song and now he's sitting on a cliff and he's kind of singing a sad version of the Jungle Rhythm song. So it's kind of still wearing down on Mowgli that he doesn't know if he wants to go back to this jungle life because he's missing his new friends and he's missing Ashanti. While this is happening, he actually runs into Ashanti. Then after that, they run into Baloo. And before Baloo and Ashanti meet, Mowgli was telling Baloo like, oh, if I see her again, like I don't care about her, like I care about you, Baloo. So if I see Ashanti again, like go ahead and like scare her. So during this encounter, Baloo tries to scare Ashanti. She's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then Mowgli tries to break it up. And then Baloo's like, I'm just doing what you told me to. And then because of this, Ashanti is now mad at Mowgli that he would set up some kind of plan to scare her, and then she storms off. Mowgli realizes what he does after this happens, and he tells Baloo, like, no, like, I like Ashanti or whatever, and then he goes after looking for Ashanti. So Mowgli goes after Ashanti, he finds her, but then Shakira shows up, and he is ready.
He's ready to get his tiger justice.
He's ready to get his tiger justice. So he decides to taunt the three of them a little bit, and he goes like, go ahead, start running, and then I'll chase after you. The same thing that he does in the first one. So they start to run off. Mowgli decides to hide Ashanti and the baby and kind of, take Shakira away from them. So this eventually leads to some kind of temple ruins that Mowgli is going to like jump to get to, and then once he's in the temple, he's going to hide from Shakira. So after Shakira and Mowgli are in the temple, basically everybody decides to go to the temple and try to help Mowgli. So we got Ashanti going to the temple, we got Baloo who meets the baby, and the baby and him go to the temple, and then Black Panther also sees them running, so then he heads to the temple with them as well. So while they're at the temple, Baloo and Ashanti bump into each other, both searching for Mowgli, and they decide that they're actually on the same team and that they're looking out for Mowgli. So they decide to split up, and they do this kind of plan where they're going to bang these gongs to try to confuse and frustrate Shakira while he's in the middle of this kind of open area looking for Mowgli. So they're banging the gongs, and he's getting frustrated, but then Ashanti bangs the gong a little too hard, and it falls, and it reveals Ashanti. So Shakira is, kind of saying out to Mowgli like, oh, I'm gonna, eat your girl now if you don't come out and like, face me and stuff. Basically what happens is a little battle. Mowgli ends up kind of jumping again across another kind of spacious gap where there's lava at the bottom. Shakira also jumps across. He forces the stuff to fall. They all start to fall, but at the last minute, Baloo grabs Ashanti. He also grabs Mowgli. He rescues them. And then Shakira falls all the way to the bottom, and then a big freaking rock falls on top of him. And you think that he's like, I remember you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, he is DED dead.
But then we reveal like, nope, there was a little opening in that rock that fell on him, and Shakira's alive. And I guess on top of that, the vulture from earlier, Phil Collins, is gonna jump on. He's just gonna, sit on top of the rock that Shakira is trapped in. He's just gonna continue to torment him for the rest of his life with what I'm guessing is probably just gonna be like Phil Collins music. So after the whole battle where they defeat Shakira again for the second time, we all reunite in the jungle. John Reese pulls Mowgli aside, and he apologizes for yelling at him about the jungle being dangerous. He even says something like, I should have never said that to you. But in all honesty, John Reese was extremely correct, because the jungle is dangerous. They almost died again. But either way, after all that, it's happily ever after. Mowgli, Ashanti, and the baby, they go to get more water from the river, and when they're there, they are greeted by Baloo and Black Panther, and basically they just kind of all like hang out, and then they lead them back into the jungle. So this whole thing about not going to the jungle ends again with them going into the jungle. And
well, it's like they're doing the back and forth thing.
Yeah, but it's just so we just head back into the jungle, and then it's roll credits. It's the end of the movie. And then the final thing after all of this is we get a cover during the credits of the I Want to Be Like You song by Smash Mouth.
That was the hands down best part of this movie.
It's literally Happily Ever After, Smash Mouth song, and then I guess it's not so much of a happy ending.
Oh, because Smash Mouth just played?
Yeah, because Smash Mouth just played.
Come on, dude. Like, no, Smash Mouth is great.
So I guess before we kind of get into the ranking of this, some stuff that I'll say right off the top is it's really hard to talk about this movie because I do not think that they even like needed to continue the story. So as soon as you show me Jungle Book 2, my first question is why? Like the first one is a classic movie, they wrap everything up, they end it, and then when we get this story, it's just kind of like, it kind of tries to redo the stuff from the first movie. Because it literally ends with them going back into the jungle, and the whole point of the first movie was getting the kid out of the jungle. And besides that, the only other thing I really kind of want to say is I do acknowledge and I like the fact that there is a really good cast. I think John Goodman plays Baloo good. He's pretty big around this time. And I like the musical numbers. I thought that it was still pretty engaging. And I thought the songs were good. I thought they kept the energy up. But outside of that, it's just kind of the same plot with some things flipped around. We're going to take a girl and a baby, put them in the jungle. We're going to have all three of them fight Shakira now, but they still defeat Shakira and they don't really learn anything and they just kind of go back in the jungle. And the biggest part of that is with Baloo, because Baloo's whole arc in the first one was learning to let go but still be like a father figure, I guess. And in this one, he's trying to get Mowgli back in the jungle, and he ends up kind of getting what he wants at the end of the movie by successfully taking Mowgli back into the jungle with these two new people. So I don't know, to me the thing that worked about the first movie was the fact that the jungle was an actual threat and it was about getting the boy out of the jungle. But with this one, they're kind of just saying that with Shakira now hanging out with Phil Collins, there are no threats anymore, so I guess the jungle's safe. But I would argue the jungle is not safe.
It's unfortunate because I just don't think that there's that much to talk about. Like you said, it doesn't really do anything new or really add on anything. It just kind of posits, what if the first movie didn't end there and it just kept going?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I guess, a couple weeks would pass and then Mowgli would get homesick for the jungle and then something like this would happen. And it plays out almost exactly like you'd expect, which is unfortunate because a lot of the movies that we've done in the past, I would argue, are bad. I don't necessarily think this one was bad. There was a lot of stuff that it did. It was a lot more competent than a lot of the other sequels we saw. It was very much more technically impressive or technically well done than a lot of the other messes we've watched.
Yeah, they probably put more effort into it because the original's from 1967. So it's like, if we're coming back around in 2003 to make this sequel, we at least have to make it like, we have to get John Goodman. We gotta put some effort into it, and we gotta make it somewhat enjoyable, or else nobody's gonna like what we're doing. And I don't necessarily like what they're doing, but like you said, I will acknowledge the fact that it is better than other sequels we have seen so far.
There are, I think, two distinct tiers based on how long the sequel's kind of been in the oven, as it were. If it's been a while, like in the case with Bambi and Jungle Book and
Lady and the Tramp.
Lady and the Tramp, to an extent, you can tell that there's a lot more effort that goes into the sequel, but you're still facing the same shortcomings that any of the sequels that are a little bit more rushed, like I think maybe King of Thieves.
Yeah.
Or Hunchback 2 were. So it's really interesting seeing, like I said, the same shortcomings, but then also seeing so much more, I think a substantial increase in effort for movies like Jungle Book and Bambi, at least on the more technical notes, insofar as like the casting and the animation.
So as always, the first question on this podcast is, does it work as a sequel? And I'll start off and I will say that I do not think that this movie works as a sequel. This is only taking place like a couple weeks after the first one. And really, it's just about Mowgli getting a little homesick, so he goes back to the jungle, and then we repeat the acts of the first one. Regardless of how I feel about how they executed that story alone is not enough to add on to the first one.
You're not doing anything.
Yeah, you're not doing anything new, and you're not bringing anything new to the story. So for those reasons, I do not think it works as a sequel. But
honestly, I agree like 99%. The only thing I kind of want to add is kind of just to add on to what you were saying, a true sequel does something else. It puts a spin or it adds on the source material. It really just kind of injects that little bit that makes it a sequel, not just another movie. And this, we just didn't see that there.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2 X's for that. So the next question is it enjoyable / entertaining? And I'll actually flip my answer here, and I will say yes. I actually do think that this movie is enjoyable / entertaining. I think the casting is good. I think the musicals, for the most part, are good. I think that they do a good job with animation. There are some parts of the songs where the animation is kind of impressive. I think it looks good. They give a lot of depth to it. And overall, I would just say that it's a lot more easier to digest than some other movies. So even though I don't agree with the fact that this is a follow-up to the first one, I do still acknowledge the fact that they did make it enjoyable / entertaining.
I feel like I'm being more lenient, but I agree again. I did find this one a lot more entertaining. Not on tone or story or theme, which I feel like are very important, but I think that the technical elements elevated enough to make it just passable for me.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think this is one of the more impressive voice casts that we've dealt with. It looked better than I would say maybe half of the sequels that we watched. And this was one of the few sequels where I really thought that the music was, more than just barely passable.
So it's interesting. So that's 2 check marks right there. So now we're tied again. So the third question is, does it need to exist?
I feel like we're gonna have the same answer again.
Yeah. So you want to start off or me?
I'll do it this time just so it doesn't look like I'm copying you this whole episode.
Yeah.
I don't think this needs to exist. I think we really got into that at the beginning of this episode with the fact that the first one put a nice little button on everything. This doesn't add anything new. While it is nice that the creators and the producers were able to put something together that was engaging, at least for a younger audience, I don't necessarily think that the effort was worth the outcome.
I guess the main question to ask these people that kind of greenlight these sequels and make them is,
Where do you get off?
no. Is the story you're telling something that you wanted to do in the first one, but you didn't have enough space? And I would argue that the first Jungle Book, they told the story that they wanted to tell. I think that this is just a case where they're looking at what property that they have and how they can continue the stories that they have. And I don't think that is enough to justify why we are reanimating and editing a whole new movie. They're only doing it just because we're going to recognize the characters. That's the only reason why they're making this sequel. It's the only reason why this movie exists. You like the first Jungle Book? Well, here's some more. But it's still, for me, it's an X. It does not need to exist. So if you're doing that math at home, that's going to be 4 X's and 2 check marks, which is going to be 1 giant X. But it's also going to get an asterisk because, like I said, it is an upbeat movie. Like you said, if you have a kid, I think they would enjoy watching it. And I don't think it's a waste of time as much as the concept in general was kind of a waste of time.
This is one of the few where I could genuinely see myself watching it and enjoying it as a kid.
And that's all credit to John Goodman and Haley Joel Osment. And today is a special episode because today is our final episode of the first season of the Back Again podcast. As you know, we've been doing our Disney animated sequels, and today this is it.
We're bringing it to a close.
We're bringing it home. We are doing a follow-up to the 1940 Fantasia, and we are doing Fantasia 2000. Before we get started, I think it's a good movie to kind of bring this to a close because out of our list, we've watched kind of every different variation of a Disney sequel, I'd say. We've gotten a good kind of a chunk of it. We had some good ones, we had some bad ones, we had some good intentions, we had some bad intentions. And now with this one, which is interesting, is that this isn't beholden to a narrative structure because it is just a series of songs from a concert hall that they're mixing in with animation.
So I was looking forward to this, and I had actually opted to make this the season closer because this was the only sequel that I had seen prior to us doing this podcast. So yeah, I don't want to get too much into it right now, but needless to say, I like this movie a lot. So yeah, this is going to be the breakdown for Fantasia 2000. So the first one, I'll tell you what. First thing I can respect right off the bat about this movie is they go right into it. As we kind of get through, I would call it the opening credits because we flash the title right after that. We go right into our first piece, which is Symphony Number 5 by Ludwig van Beethoven. It's the one with all of they look like paper doves or paper butterflies.
Yeah, butterflies.
Yeah. And it's just it's almost a ballet of positive, colorful butterflies that are being harassed and chased to the song by darker versions of themselves.
Which is kind of an ongoing theme that we'll kind of see throughout the rest of this movie. There always seems to be kind of like a light side and a dark side, and the dark side's trying to take out the light side, which, Disney never does that again.
It's a very abstract piece. It ends on a positive note. The song is very recognizable. I think it's a very smart one for them to open up on. But shortly after that, we get into our first host piece, which is Steve Martin introducing what Fantasia is. And I think he does a very good job. You really just need to hear him say the concert feature, which is what they had originally kind of dubbed Fantasia back when they did the original in 1940, before changing the name to Fantasia. So Steve Martin introduces the feature as a whole, and we get into our second number, which is Pines of Rome by Ottorino Respighi. In this piece, there is a pod of whales that have, I don't want to say they've learned to fly, but they've been imbued with flight, and they are beginning to ascend into the sky. But one of the pods, a young calf, goes and harasses a number of birds because now they both share the sky. And the birds begin chasing the young calf into a ice cavern where it becomes trapped, where it's unable to ascend to the sky, and where it's cut off physically from its parents, who we can see are trying to get to it. With some nonverbal help and cues from its parents, the calf is able to find a ray of light that helps it ascend out of the ice cavern, where it's able to reunite with its parents and the entire pod, in fact, and they all ascend through the clouds into the sky, and it's
like space afterlife.
It's very abstract. I always just saw it as another ocean and like almost like a cycle, but this time around, because I've seen this movie multiple times, I saw it much more as like the atmosphere. They're breaking into outer space. After the second piece, we are taken back to a host segment where Quincy Jones introduces our third piece, Rhapsody in Blue by George Gershwin. And what's interesting about this piece is that they use a specific style of animation that is, I believe it's different for Disney, because Disney likes their style a lot and they like sticking to it and they like being known by it. But in this piece, they use animation inspired or drawn directly by Al Hirschfeld. In this piece, I'm going to try not to spend too much time on this piece because it is rather long. There's a lot of stuff happening. There are 4 different character arcs where we explore a day in the life of 4 different residents of, I believe it's Chicago, in the 1930s. It's definitely during the Great Depression. A down on his luck worker who is trying to find money or find a job, trying to be successful. A young man who is working an unfulfilling job, and I realized this going around how lately it's revealed, but who is an aspiring musician. An older man who is in an unhappy relationship and wants freedom, essentially.
He just wants to dance.
He just wants to dance. And a young girl who just wants to be with her parents, and her parents are too busy and don't have the time. Through a series of events, their lives intersect and all end up at the end of the day for the best, even though none of them know that they have had such a heavy impact on each other's lives. I think this was one of the more emotionally resonating ones, especially because you did have the smattering of 4 different characters that just kind of up your odds of one that you can connect to. So yeah, I like this one a lot. This is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
After the third piece, we are taken back to a host segment with Bette Midler, who, interestingly enough, doesn't really go straight into introducing the next piece. She kind of introduces some rejected concepts, which was interesting. Just kind of a reference. There was one that was going to be inspired by Ride of the Valkyries, one inspired by the works of Salvador Dali, a bug ballet, which they didn't really spend too much time on, and one inspired by the polka. After we kind of dance around the idea of the rejected premises and kind of how far they got, she does introduce the 4th piece, which is Piano Concerto No. 2 Allegro Opus 102 by Dmitri Shostakovich. This is the Steadfast Tin Soldier one. It's inspired by a short story written by Hans Christian Andersen. Hans Christian Andersen also wrote the short story that inspired The Little Mermaid, The Emperor's New Groove, and Frozen. So in this one, we see a little tin soldier, as alluded to in the title, who is missing a leg. He is going about his business as toys often do when there are no children in the room, just kind of, coming alive and whatnot. And he sees a beautiful girl who also seems to only have one leg. And he gets the courage to go up and approach her because they have something to talk about. And even though he is successful in flirting, he does find out to his dismay that she does in fact have 2 legs. Though he is put out, there's not much time for him to react, for the villain shows himself a jack-in-the-box who looks like a court jester for some reason, who is also interested in the ballerina.
Interested in the ballerina is kind of like a very small way to put it. He wants to attack the ballerina.
He wants her a lot. There is a confrontation and the tin soldier gets knocked out the window. He gets knocked down a drain in the rain onto a wooden ship and then flies through a sewer tunnel while being hounded by rats. It's all a very intense sequence, and the music, I don't know if you want to play some of the music right here, is very pivotal to the whole sequence. Okay.
And after he got eaten by the fish, I thought the only way he's going to get back into that room is if, by somehow that fish gets captured, they purchase the fish, and it comes back to the house. And then what do you think happens? The fish gets captured, they get purchased, it gets put in the house, and then it falls immediately out of the mouth, and then the kid picks it up and he puts it in the box.
Without saying anything.
Yeah, and then he's back in town for basically
round 2.
Yeah, Jack in the Box fight round 2.
Ding ding ding. This time he is successful during the climactic pivotal moment of the musical piece, and he gets the girl at the end while the Jack in the Box burns. After that piece, we go to a host segment, very quick one, hosted by James Earl Jones, who introduces Carnival of the Animals finale by Camille Saint-Saëns.
Is this the flamingo one?
Yeah, this is the flamingo one.
Okay, I like this one a lot.
Yeah. So one flamingo's trying to have fun. He's got a bunch of yo-yos in order to have fun, but the other flamingos just want him to be part of the flock, and that involves, I don't like gliding across the water or something, doing flamingo stuff.
Yeah.
They use violent means to try to get him to assimilate, but he refuses.
He's got more yo-yos.
He's got more yo-yos than they have authority. So he is able to win in the end, and it's a happy ending. I think this is my dad's favorite because he's got a frame from one of the illustrations.
Well, it's funny you should say that, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew's dad.
So after the Carnival of the Animals, we have Penn and Teller show up to do some sight gags, which I always liked, especially when I was a kid. What was interesting about this one was I liked the host piece more than the actual musical piece itself, because in this instance, we have a rehash of one of the original pieces, which is The Sorcerer's Apprentice, starring Mickey Mouse. It's a classic, it's good, but it's definitely not my favorite in this feature. So just to wrap things up with Sorcerer's Apprentice, I don't want to spend too much time on it, especially because it is technically an unaltered piece from the original, and this is a sequel podcast. So next up is the host segment for the 7th piece, which is introduced by Maestro James Levine. And it has a little animated shtick with Mickey and Donald getting into, some hijinks while they're trying to get set up for the next piece. The next piece is Pomp and Circumstance by Edward Elgar. But in this one, we essentially have the story of Noah's Ark, with Donald Duck and Daisy Duck being assistants to Noah as he builds his ark, gets all the animals rounded up, gets them to safety on the seas of the flooded world, and then to the new land.
Yeah, I like the love story with them both thinking that they died horribly.
That's the source of the drama for this one.
In the storm, but then they find out that they're both alive and like they're in love. Not super crazy about the Noah's Ark stuff. It was kind of interesting seeing Disney do a religious story. So I wasn't a big fan of that. However, it was still cute that they worked in Donald. But I don't really have anything to say about this piece.
I'm fine with it being a religious story. What about Evan Almighty?
Well,
that's what they did.
But that's different, dude. That's got John Goodman in it. And if you know anything about this podcast, is that you get flying colors if you have John Goodman in your movie.
After Pomp and Circumstance, we get to our final piece introduced by Angela Lansbury, who wraps things up as she does.
Golden Girls.
The 8th piece is The Firebird Suite by Igor Stravinsky. And this one tells the story of a nature spirit who is...
I think she is awoken by the elk, and I think that's kind of like a metaphor for the life on Earth and Mother Nature, like both kind of waking up at the same time, or, there is not one without the other, if I had to try to get kind of deep about it. Welcome back to another episode of Matt Gets Deep about Fantasia.
The elk wakes her up. She begins kind of doing her spring thing, as spirits like her do. Spreading life, spreading green, all happiness and joy, until she reaches a point where her green don't go. And she's very concerned about this and soon begins investigating. Whatever it is, the meteor, or the malign entity, awakens and begins destroying all of the spirit's creation before ultimately destroying her. She is not completely lost, however, as the elk, who somehow survived, it's not really shown how he survives, kind of breathes life back into her a little bit and is able to get her up, just barely surviving.
Yeah, and then after that, while she's on the elk, she starts to cry because she's so traumatized from this experience, and she realizes that her tears are creating life again. So this kind of rejuvenates her. She sets off into the sky, and then she makes it rain, which then creates life everywhere again. And then your kind of last shot is all the grass is returned, and the elk is looking out saying, "That's my girl."
Music crescendos,
Mm-hmm.
and then it essentially just doesn't smash to credits, but we fade to credits. So what do you want to talk about before we really go into our rankings? There's not really plot or character. I don't really think anything.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is that, there's not really a lot to critique about this. If I had to critique one thing, it would be the host segments. And the only thing that just felt weird about them, besides obviously it does feel like, a production that's taking place. But it also felt like something you would watch like in a museum. Like if I had to go to a trip to like the Grammys or something like that, there would be all these video segments of celebrities doing kind of cheesy bits while also introducing kind of the next piece. So that was the only thing that felt dated to me, because it was just very like, oh, I remember when we only had one television and like, Steve Martin's coming out and like he's doing a wacky thing and stuff. But I think you can kind of skip past those parts and then you can just get back to the music. But I enjoyed pretty much every segment, and I think as a whole I enjoyed it more than the original, because the original they really just focus on like animals and objects and their kind of narratives, even though there's not a lot of narratives. With this one, it's mostly like animals and people, and the narratives are a lot more cohesive and they're a lot more engaging, and they actually try to build some kind of mini story out of it. And I think that addition really helped not only give it a reason why they're making this, but also like helped just entertainment wise, just upon viewership. Like I just thought it was interesting and stronger, and I definitely enjoyed watching this one more than the first one.
The only thing I'll say about this is definitely the one that I'll be judging a lot more based on an emotional response, because like I said, I had grown up with it, than on like a analytical response, as I did with all these other sequels. I think just about every segment except for Carnival of the Animals and Sorcerer's Apprentice have a really strong emotional beat that I can just like connect to every single time I watch it. Yeah.
So with that being said, let's go into our season finale of our 3 questions that go to an overall answer of worth going back again. And as always, the first question is, does it work as a sequel? And I'll start it off, and I will say that it does work as a sequel. And the only things that don't work in this movie is probably just the host introductions to things, because it just looks super hacky and cheesy. But as far as the animation, the music, the narrative, and just kind of a continuation or an expansion on what they're trying to do, I do think it works as a sequel.
I think it does work as a sequel, but I think it primarily works on merits of the content itself, not necessarily was now a good time to do a sequel, but did something like this need to be a sequel? And you can just go back to the historical roots of this, where they had always intended to make sequels of this. I don't know if you would call them sequels, but they had always intended to make it a continuously changing experience.
Yeah, they mentioned something at the top, right?
Exactly, yeah. They had always intended to go back and do other musical pieces set to other animation styles, but they never had until now. It was Walt Disney's vision to do this multiple times, but this was the only time they were actually able to do it successfully.
So yeah, so it sounds like it's going to be 2 check marks for us right off the bat.
Yeah.
So the second question is it enjoyable / entertaining?
I'll start off this one. For a lot of the reasons I said for the first one, this is enjoyable / entertaining. When you have an interesting concept on its face, like Fantasia, which not a lot of people know about, I feel like, and Fantasia is such a unique idea, but no one seems to know about Fantasia, at least a lot of the people I talk to. So when you take an interesting, at least to me, idea like that, you inject effective storytelling into it, that's all you really need to be enjoyable / entertaining. The stories don't have to be anything special. I'll admit, I'll straight up say they don't have to adhere to all of the maybe strict rules that we kind of expect from other traditional Disney sequels, but those are traditional narratives. So there are structures and rules that they need to follow. These are abstract narratives, so they have the leniency or they have the authority to kind of deviate from those rules as long as the animators and the storytellers are successful. And like I said, in this case, we see time after time that they are.
Yeah, I also think it's enjoyable / entertaining. And even just to comment on what you just said, Disney has always lived in this kind of short story universe. It's like their bread and butter.
Mm-hmm.
So especially with this sequel, like I would expect them to knock out these kind of short stories, because if they can't get that down,
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where they live all the time. Whereas with their narratives, like, it kind of varies across the board. What's interesting about this sequel versus the other sequels is a lot of them were coming out in the 2000s, like we said. And the animation with this one is really good. And when you look at how much effort they put into this animation, I don't know how you could watch this and not be entertained or not find it enjoyable. And I really feel the effort being put into it, because let's say you take this versus like a Little Mermaid 2, like, the animation and the effort is not put in there. So for the effort alone, I will say is enjoyable / entertaining. But then also on a personal level, I just think that the stories work, and I think that the arcs work, and I think the emotional themes that they're trying to do, besides the Noah's Ark one, are interesting. And they really ended on a strong one with the Mother Nature kind of being attacked and having that kind of haunting scene, and then kind of giving rebirth to all the grass and to all the life on Earth. And just overall, I just think that there's a lot more depth with the sequel, and it makes it enjoyable and entertaining for all ages involved. So that's going to be 2 check marks again. So that's going to be 4 check marks so far. So the last question is, does it need to exist? And I'll start it off. And I think that this question, when we started this podcast, we were thinking of these questions, I feel like, does it need to exist? Oh, is that like a really kind of harsh way that you're asking it? And I think it's understandable to ask that because when you look at how many sequels just within the Disney animated franchise there are so many, and there are so many that there is no effort put into them, and the stories don't go anywhere, and the characters become one note, and basically everything that you love from that classic slowly gets kind of stripped away as they go on and on. So when we talk about does it need to exist, I think we're also talking about, does this have to be shown to people? And people's time is valuable, and if you're listening to this podcast, we appreciate your time. So in regards to these sequels, I do think that this movie needs to exist. I think this movie is worth your time. I think that this movie brings something to the table that not only kind of reminds you about the original, but then it kind of makes you think about what else we can do and how we can go further. And in regards to where they kind of leave everything off, I wouldn't mind seeing a third Fantasia, and I wouldn't mind if they continued this kind of series of songs and animated shorts to combine into some kind of ultimate experience. So yeah, I'm a fan of the movie. I think that besides those two things that I mentioned, I think that it's a really good time, and I think it needs to exist.
I definitely think it needs to exist. When you have an idea like this where everything is just lightning in a bottle and all you really need to do is just inject consistent, good, simple storytelling into it, you really have something that I think is not only successful, but has legs. I think it's something that you could make more of. And honestly, I think it's a shame that there isn't more of this. This is the first time that I think there needs to be more than just a sequel. I think there either needs to be multiple sequels as Disney intended, or I think it would work very well in kind of a short format TV show, especially with all of the ideas that Disney's kind of throwing at Disney Plus right now. I think that like 30 to 40 minute kind of mini concert session with maybe like 4 or 5 animated pieces, all of them kind of centered around like a specific theme maybe, and then bringing back the host segments but making them actually good. And it's a weird feeling to really kind of like be going through all of these sequels and just kind of like, do these need to exist? And then finally getting to one where it's like, why aren't there more of these?
Yeah.
And it's kind of mind-boggling that there aren't more of them.
And if you're keeping score at home, this is going to be a first time on this podcast. And what a way to close out the season with 6 checks, no X's. It's going to get 1 giant check as worth going back, ... again.
Well deserved.
Yeah, it's a good way to close it out. I'm glad we watched this movie. And it's almost like this movie knew what we had to go through this season, because what's the runtime?
70 minutes.
Yeah, it's quick, and it was like, hey, guys, we'll take care of this for you. Just sit back, and then we're gonna get through this. And I believe even you pointed out, like, how long are the credits?
The credits, it's billed at like 75 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the credits are like, I think over 5 minutes.
Okay.
Because they do a lot. There's a lot of people who worked on this movie. They
Yeah.
do a lot for each different piece.
And this is the Back Again podcast. This is our rank episode. So we just finished season 1 of the Back Again podcast. We did a select list of Disney animated sequels. We took 12 out of there's like over 25, so who the fuck knows how many movies there are. But we watched 12 of those movies, and today we are kind of ranking them from 12 to 1, worst to best. This is kind of our wrap-up episode. It's a wrap-up of the season. We're going to rank some episodes, and then at the end of the episode, we will be making an announcement to which movies we're going to be doing for season 2 of the Back Again podcast. So make sure that you stick around for that. So before we kind of get into this ranking of all these 12 Disney movies, some things that I'll say about the season in hindsight. I definitely went into this podcast and with this first season kind of looking for the answers to the question of why are these characters coming back again? Why is this movie this original? And when I say like this movie, I mean like all the original movies that we love. What is it about making this one movie and then having success off of it and then be like, well, we got to think of another story. So going into this first season, I definitely was more optimistic into thinking that there would be more effort put into a lot of these sequels, and I think we shot ourselves in the foot because we kind of avoided certain Disney animated sequels that we knew would be better. We instead of going for the ones that we thought would be the easy ones, like maybe Lion King 2 or
Frozen 2.
or
Lilo and Stitch 2. Krunk's New Groove, I think, is actually supposed to be good too.
I think that there are sequels that are kind of non-offensive, but just insignificant. And then there are sequels that are probably just better because they're more modern. But in general, we really wanted to focus on that like early 2000 era where their animation was just getting a little bit better. So they're like, all right, let's go take all our classics and let's do, classic Disney 2.0. But I would argue that classic Disney 2.0 was just, for most part, was just a lot of bad animation, was a lot of, repeated story tropes, a lot of repeated villains, and as far as what the villains wanted, were often the same thing as the first movie. So overall, I think I had higher expectations going into the Disney kind of animated sequel verse, but it was a little bit more rough than I anticipated, but I think that was based off of the selections that we did. And then on top of that, I'll finish this up with saying that I do think it was a somewhat successful season at looking at just their overall significance in the kind of whole concept of what a sequel is and why you would even go back again. So I got to see a lot why they went back again, and I think we did a good job at least of deciding which ones are worth going back again.
Going into the season, I definitely had higher hopes too. But at the same time, you have to understand what these movies are. I think Hunter kind of said it best. Because you and I were going in very analytical and just like, how do these function as sequels? And Hunter was the one that just kind of said, like, these sequels are all kind of made for kids. So I think it kind of had something to do with the TV shows. I don't know how the bureaucracy or the functionality worked behind the scenes, but it seems to me like they were possibly making these movies for like the Disney Channel, maybe like with the intention of running them on the Disney Channel after they had kind of been released on video or something. It felt like there were definitely ulterior motives, but that they were beyond, we just need money. It felt like they were almost used as props for something else, whether it be these TV shows or whether it be the Disney Channel or direct-to-video sales, whatever.
Yeah, there was a lot of direct-to-video, like, Disney Channel home video presents at the beginning of this.
So kind of just like knowing that, and I felt like it was kind of clear what we were getting ourselves into. I still kind of wanted to die at the like kind of coming toward the middle of the season because we had just a big run of just pitfalls, it seemed like.
Yeah.
But we got through it. We got some good ones. We got some good info. Yeah, I think it was an exciting season overall.
So before we jump into the ranking of the 12 movies, here's some honorable mentions or some back again fun facts, as we like to say. So looking back at the season, we broke down each movie into 3 questions that led to a final vote. Now, every movie was done this way except for the first episode, Aladdin, just because we didn't add the does it need to exist until the Little Mermaid episode. But pretty much they were broken down into checks and X's. And interestingly enough, if you look at the season as a whole, we gave in total to all 12 Disney animated sequel movies 25 checks and 48 X's. So we had a lot more X's than checks to give in this season. As far as movies that passed that had more checks than X's, only 3 movies passed our voting system and 9 movies failed. So of those 3 movies that passed, it was Aladdin and the King of Thieves, Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamp's Adventure, and Fantasia 2000. Outside of those 3 movies, every other movie pretty much got mostly X's. Now, some of them got asterisks put next to them where there were elements to the movie that were enjoyable or that we weren't completely sold that it was a waste of time, that you could get something out of it if you watched it. But as a whole, like we were saying earlier, not a lot of checks throughout the season, a lot of X's. Mm-hmm. Another special mention, looking back at the whole season, is reoccurring actors and actresses that come back for some of these voice roles. We got John Rhys Davies, who plays multiple characters in the Disney sequel franchise. We got Haley Joel Osment. We got Cree Summer, and we have Tara Strong. I'm sure that there are more that we missed, but I got to 4, and I thought that's enough. So if there are more reoccurring voice talent, I believe you, and awesome. And then the last special mention is going to be Tad Stones, who directed at least 2 of these Disney animated sequels. We know he directed half of Atlantis, or a third of Atlantis. So we got some recurring actors, we got some recurring directors. And I think that's going to be all the special mentions. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this ranking list of season 1 of the Back Again podcast with Disney animated sequels. So first up is number 12, last place. And we probably both have the same answer for this, but my number 12 is Tarzan and Jane.
Mine is as well.
Okay. Yeah, this movie was absolutely probably the worst of all the movies we had to watch this first season. Right out the gate, the animation was horrible. There was no effort put in to the story. And then to top it all off, you did research and we found out that this was just 3 episodes of the Tarzan show that they just kind of put into they put into a movie format, and they just made a movie.
It wasn't even a real movie. We should have just taken it off the list.
Well, it is a real movie in the sense of it's a movie, but it's not a movie in the sense of them deciding like, hey, let's make a movie. It was like, oh, you know what? We got this stuff. Can we turn this into a movie? Like the whole movie is actually a question of, is this a movie?
That's pretty much exactly what it is.
Special mentions from that episode, though, is our boy
Alexis Denisov.
from Buffy and from Angel, but mostly from Buffy.
Yeah, that was the only good thing about the episode.
Only saving grace was being able to hear that sweet British voice. So moving on to the list, number 11. And I don't know if you want to go first or me.
You go ahead, go first.
So my number 11 is Atlantis, Milo's Return.
Okay, that makes sense.
And the reason why this is my number 11 is because just based off the animation alone, this is another one of those movies where it just looks horrible right from the start. It looks just like a TV show. And then we did some more research and we found out that it wasn't as intentional as Tarzan and Jane, but they were in a situation where they were going to make a TV show. It didn't end up working out. And they said, well, we have all these scripts from this kind of failed TV show. Let's just take the 3 best and turned it into a movie. And that's what they did. And that's why you kind of have 6 different writers and you have 3 directors. So yeah, that if Tarzan and Jane was like horrible to get through, this was just a little better to get through, but it was still really, really bad. So that's my number 11.
My number 11 is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I gotta give this just slightly better than Tarzan and Jane, but still pretty shitty, just for the fact that it just did not need to exist based on the source material. I think it has worse animation than Atlantis, if you want to include that. I don't hold animation to that high a standard, but I do think it's worse than Atlantis. And just the undoing that it does of the original source material. This was a real stinker. It had some potential that was completely unrealized, and it just has to be number 11 on my list. It is a true movie, so it is a half step above Tarzan and Jane, but it is still the worst on the list, I would say.
Yeah, I can understand that. And even to lead into then our number 10, my number 10 is Hunchback of Notre Dame too. So that's going to be my number 10, mostly for the reasons that you said. I think the animation is a little bit better than Atlantis, but it still is pretty horrible. And then not to mention the whole love storyline with Quasimodo and Jennifer Love Hewitt. It just, these kind of bottom 3 on the list are all just really bad animation, I think is kind of what fills that out. So that's my number 10.
That is definitely one thing that unites all of these. My number 10 is Atlantis. So we have a little switcheroo right there. I hold Atlantis to slightly higher esteem because at least it had some good ideas it was playing with. Hunchback just didn't have that. Atlantis did. I thought that it elevated it just a little bit. Can you go mention specifically why you would say Hunchback is higher than Atlantis? Because
Hunchback is at least a movie. Like from what I know from the research that we did, it is not a failed television show. So these first, 12 and 11 for me are like not even movies. They're just, they're just leftover scripts that they decided to try to salvage what they could. Whereas for me now, the list kind of really starts at 10 with Hunchback 2 being like, all right, this is the worst animation of the rest of the list, but it's ranked a little higher than Tarzan and Jane and Atlantis because at least it's a true sequel.
I understand. Those ideas for Atlantis, I just hold those 2 a little bit higher, so I get it.
Well, yeah, you like those concepts, or at least those ideas that they went with.
And even if they fall flat, at least they were trying. Hunchback, there just didn't seem to be any effort. Did we want to give Haley Joel Osment a little shout out for Hunchback?
I mean, just did.
Nice.
All right, so now we are moving on to number 9.
I feel like this is where the list can really start.
Yeah, because our 12 through 10 are pretty much the same, just a little interchangeable. But number 9 for me is going to be Pocahontas 2. And the reason it's going to be Pocahontas 2 is because I felt like out of all these Disney sequels, Pocahontas, the first one, is already kind of controversial. And then when they make the second one, they try to kind of redo their wrongs by saying like, no, well, Pocahontas would never fall for John Smith, but she's going to fall for this other white guy named John Ralphio. And the animation is decent in Pocahontas 2, and some of the music is good. But, there's a whole storyline where she's got to, look pretty for a ball, and pretty much the villain is just trying to get, revenge 2.0. So, in regards to the rest of the movies on this list, I thought that it was well executed, and I thought they put effort into it. But the franchise is just so exhausting. And making a second movie to such, an exhausting original movie and trying to right your wrongs and make it a little kind of cleaner, I respect the effort they put into it, but it is the weakest concept and execution from the rest of this list, I would say.
My number 9 is also Pocahontas.
Ooh.
It was, whereas I could see kind of you saw it lacking, I saw it as still kind of in the cluster of like actually bad or detrimental movies. Just the themes it plays with are just to me, especially with the wasted potential where as opposed to Hunchback, like I kind of mentioned in the review, this was a original idea that could have done some fun things or some fun twists with the sequel, and it just completely didn't. All it did was finally acknowledge that John Smith might not be the best guy, and it kind of just stagnated from there.
I can say this, it would probably be higher on my list if Pocahontas didn't end up with a guy at the end of the movie.
That was really disappointing. Yeah, that really is a big part of why I would place it like definitely below 6.
Why can't Pocahontas fall in love with someone in her like tribe?
They tease that in the first one, but she wants something different. That's her whole thing.
Oh my god, yeah, she wants like just a white guy that's like still part of a corrupt government, but he hasn't like pulled the trigger yet. That's the message. You got to catch the guy before he pulls the trigger. So we both have the same number 9. So now we're going to move on to number 8.
Let's see if we can switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, why don't you tell me your number 8?
All right, my number 8, kind of going into the not necessarily as bad, but kind of the more forgettable, is Mulan 2.
Okay.
Very similar to Pocahontas, I think, with the themes that it was trying to play with. I could see the themes themselves being a little bit more effective just because Mulan, I believe, is better source material and it didn't stray too far away from that. It didn't have to do anything too complicated with like flipping the script on its head like Pocahontas probably should have done. But where it suffers for me and why it's so low on the list, just above Pocahontas, is because of issues with plot. Character, I'm not so much. I'm more like lukewarm about. Nothing really seemed to change, but then again, nothing really seemed to be detrimental except for Mushu's character, which I still don't really like that much. But the plot's just all over the place. The plot is just there to service. The plot's just there to get the movie done, it sounds like, or it seems like, because so much is forgotten, so much is brought up and then never, referenced again, so much is built up as important and then just kind of shoot away when more important things, emerge for the characters to react to. Like I said, essentially just a slightly stronger thematic version of Pocahontas, but still with the same weaknesses that you see in a lot of these other Disney sequels that place lower on the list.
Yeah. My number 8 is going to be Bambi 2.
Oh, okay.
Interesting enough. The reason why this is my number 8 right after Pocahontas, because this isn't a sequel. This is a prequel. So, after the events of the first Bambi, they jump forward to the future in the first Bambi. But then with Bambi 2, they stay back to see what happened between Bambi and his father, played by Patrick Stewart. And to me, since it's not a sequel and it's also not the most offensive thing on the list, it does get that number 8 spot. I believe actually it was number 8, episode 4. It's just like Hunchback was number 10, episode 4. So that's kind of interesting. But it is number 8 for me because it's not a true sequel. It is a prequel. There were some elements to the movie that I liked. There were some elements to the animation that I liked. But overall, only 30 minutes of the movie worked for me. So it's going to get that number 8 spot on my list.
Okay.
And then interesting enough, now that we jump into number 7, my number 7 is Mulan 2. So without kind of repeating what you said, the only thing that I'll add to the conversation, because yes, the plot is very convoluted, it switches up a lot. The characters are reliant on becoming dumb because they need Mushu to be successful at some of his tricks. But the only reason why this is my number 7 opposed to my number 8 is because some of the animation is good, especially when they do serious stuff. Some of the conversations they have are useful, but it is more a weaker sequel to me because the first Mulan is so good. And when your first movie is so good, and then you jump to this animation that is so much more kind of TV friendly. And when your first movie doesn't tell you the themes, but it shows you the themes and it shows you your protagonist doing stuff, versus the sequel where she's just kind of saying things and she's complaining. Like I thought it was a step back for me. So even though there's a lot of things I like about that movie, I think there's some things you can get out of Mulan 2 that are useful. I think the cast is great. I think the music's pretty good. It's just one of those things where it's like, man, if you can't do it the way you did the first time, I don't even know why you're doing it again.
My number 7 is Lady and the Tramp 2.
Ooh.
Scamp's Adventure.
Wow.
Very, very just inoffensive to me. There was definitely some stuff I liked. The new characters were interesting. Scamp Angel, the Junkyard Dogs to an extent, at least as far as side characters go. So what brings it down to a 7 out of 12 for me is, and I brought this up a lot in the actual review, is the fact that the title characters just aren't there. Lady's absent, and Tramp is just completely reactionary to the plot. I did like the animation. I could see the animation being a lot better than a lot of the other films on this list. There were plot elements that I liked. The flashback telling Tramp's story, the hero shot of Tramp, like pretty brief moments, but still things that kind of elevated a little bit from like the dredges of this list. So I don't have a whole lot to say about it. It's very weak on theme, but what isn't on this list? Kind of average for me, 7 out of 12.
Yeah. So we're going to now move on to number 6. So what's your number 6?
My number 6 is Aladdin, King of Thieves.
Oof.
Again, with the middle of the list, I don't have a lot to say. There's some stuff I liked, there's some stuff I didn't like, but at the end of the day, this was just one of the more forgettable ones for me.
It's the only movie on the list that is the third movie of the franchise. And we did that consciously because this is the one where Rob Williams comes back.
Yeah, it is an exception, but it's not like a blatant exception,
Yeah.
I don't think. I thought Robin Williams elevated it to a 6, but the themes that they're dealing with, even though they're explored and kind of touched on, they kind of just dabble with, like we see in a lot of these bigger franchise movies. I appreciate they didn't really dance over, because there's a lot of father-son issues we see in these sequels and just with Disney in general, and they really dance over them with songs. I don't really believe that they did that too much with Aladdin. I feel like there was actually some tension with the characters, and that's what kind of brought it up a little bit for me as well. But at the end of the day, the villain is forgettable, the plot fairly forgettable. I do like that Aladdin and Kasim do spend some time together, and their relationship isn't really as glossed over, but so much of the plot is, so much of the themes are, it's just kind of just middle of the list, kind of in purgatory for me.
If Robin Williams didn't return as the genie, where would this movie rank on your list?
Probably just like 7 or 8.
Okay, so it's
It
just a
wouldn't
couple
drop too
spots
much,
to
yeah.
kind of, all right. So my number 6 is actually Little Mermaid 2. And the reason why this is right outside my top 5 is because it was enjoyable / entertaining, what I remember. The musical numbers were good, the animation was good, and it was one of the few sequels where the daughter of the protagonist from the original was actually better than the protagonist from the original. So I felt that Melody was a lot better than Ariel, just as far as motivation, just as far as overall just appeal. Like I related a lot more to her. Her desire in life had nothing to do with a man. It had to do with, like, you know, finding herself in the ocean and finding out what like family means and where you come from and why that matters and stuff. I like also Tip and Dash in that movie as well. So I rank that one higher above like a Mulan 2 or Pocahontas 2, because I don't think The Little Mermaid is very good. I think there are good elements to it, but I thought that they executed things better outside of the villain, but they executed things better in Little Mermaid 2, and they just made it, you know, enjoyable. So for me, that's my number 6. All right, so let's move on down to number 5, top 5. I guess we'll top 6 since it's 12, but we're moving on to number 5. So my number 5 is 102 Dalmatians, live action with Glenn Close. And the reason this makes it into my top 5 is very biased, and it's not the best reasoning, but it's just because of Glenn Close. It's her performance is the only reason why that movie works. It's the only reason really why we watch that movie, and it's the only reason why it makes it into my top 5. The fact that she's just having fun, and considering on this list that there are so many returning villains that kind of do the same thing as the first one, Glenn Close is the only one, and her advantage is that this is live action. You do actually get to see Glenn Close act. But she's the only villain that knows, or at least realizes, that it's ridiculous that she's back again. So she's just going to ham it up. So I really like the fact that she's having fun with it. And it was a nice switch up from what we were watching. But yeah, that's my number 5.
My number 5 is Bambi 2.
Oh, wow.
It placed a little higher on the list for me. I'm not as beholden to the prequel rule as you are. It's actually technically an interquel because it takes place in the middle of the original movie. But yeah, there is a lot of shitty stuff about it, especially in regards to the side characters. Everything, honestly, that's not directly related to the story about about Bambi and his father is kind of annoying superbly, but that core story and the way it's told, insofar as bringing the hunters back, making them a threat, and portraying them as a threat the same way the original did, and sticking to that familiar art style, that really did bring it up the list for me.
You probably also just did that because Patrick Stewart is the father and you like Picard.
I don't like Picard anymore. Don't use any of this.
I think that's interesting that that's your number 5, considering that that's my number 8. But, you know, I guess the only kind of similar factor is the father angle with like Aladdin and his father and Bambi and his father. They're both bad fathers. But I always think there's something interesting about Bambi too, where Patrick Stewart's like, oh, I gotta raise my son. And he doesn't even raise him all the way. Like, he gives him away like in the beginning of the 3rd act of that movie.
They found an interesting way to tell a story with this sequel, and they were able to maintain the same tone, especially when it came to danger and threats that they did in the original. And even if I don't like that necessarily, I can respect it, and that, you know, that's what elevates it a little bit more for me.
All right. So now we're moving on to number 4. And my number 4, interestingly enough, what did you say your Lady and the Tramp 2 was?
Lady and the Tramp is down at 7 for me.
So this is my number 4.
Ooh.
Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamp's Adventure. The reason that this is in my top 5, and this is actually my number 4, is... Well, I'll say this. I agree with everything that you said in regards to why it's number 7 in a negative context. However, I will say that out of all the sequels on the list, this one is in the more effort range. The original movie comes out in 1955. They make this movie in 2001. And I think some of the musical numbers are pretty good. I like the Tramp Harrison Ford fugitive flashback when he jumps off the cliff. But in general, I thought that the new characters that they added were good. I thought they paid homage to the original. And in regards to a movie about a day in the life that turns into something else, and I say that because the original is a movie about the day in the life of dogs and then it turns into a romantic comedy or just a romance movie. This one, they add more stuff to the story. So it is a day in the life, but then they kind of, you know, they add a villain, they add in some scenarios. So I just thought the animation, the musicals, and just the overall direction of it, and really just trying to keep you engaged and entertained the whole time. I thought that they succeeded on a lot of that stuff, and I can see a kid watching that movie and actually liking it more than the original Lady and the Tramp. So for me, that's why it's my number 4.
My number 4 is Jungle Book 2. And what I'm realizing as I'm going through this list for kind of like the 10th time and just kind of judging my decisions, I'm realizing that I'm doing this not necessarily based on my enjoyment of the movies, but more on how I think they function as successful Disney sequels. Kind of like ticking the box that Disney specifically is trying to tick with these movies, or at least kind of what a Disney fan thinks they should be focused on, or someone who can at least identify with a Disney fan. The reason Jungle Book 2 works for me more than a lot of these other movies isn't necessarily the plot or the themes, which are what I really try to stick to when it's just my personal preference on movies. The reason this is so high on my list is because it succeeds with the music, where a lot of these other movies do not. I think they fall flat on their face 100% of the time, except for Jungle Book 2. And it succeeds on characters and bringing back the characters in a way that is familiar but not repetitive. And I think that helps a lot with the cast in this movie, and I think it helps a lot with just the way that the characters were envisioned. I think that the new characters that are introduced are a little bit weaker, but what matters in these sequels to me a little bit more is the main characters, the original characters, and where they are now. And where there's not necessarily a whole lot of development with those characters for Jungle Book 2, there is a lot of they are able to capture who those characters are so many years after the fact. So I think there is something to kind of be said about that.
Yeah, and I'll actually take that and I'll start jumping into our number 3, because my number 3 is Jungle Book 2.
Nice.
And to not continue on with what you said, but if it wasn't for the cast and if it wasn't for the fast-paced storytelling and all the jokes and all the music, this movie would probably be way lower on the list. And Jungle Book and Lady and the Tramp 2, they're kind of similar in the sense to where the plot and the themes don't really work. Oftentimes the characters from the original contradict themselves in the sequel, mostly with like Tramp and Mowgli. But to focus just on the Jungle Book 2, you know, I think that Mowgli is so annoying in the second one. I think he is a huge step back. But the voice cast and the animation, the direction of it with a lot of these musical numbers, just with how they kind of just make everything pop. And like I said, and then like you said too, the musical numbers themselves are really good and they're entertaining. So this movie is the most interesting because it's probably the most entertaining, the most engaging, and the most impressive. But the plot, the characters, and the theme, they are all just like completely retracted from the first one in this one. And it's just the least offensive on the list. Whereas in all these movies kind of do this where they kind of make their protagonist take a step back. But with this one, they just do a really good job of hiding it by just making really good music and really good animation. So that's my number 3.
My number 3 is going to be 102 Dalmatians.
Wow. Glenn Close, both of our top 5s.
I don't want to necessarily say it was all Glenn Close, even though a good portion of it was, but I do feel like some credit is given to the way that Cruella de Vil was written. But then it kind of fails on every other front. The comedy I did like, especially when Cruella, the villain, was involved. And then all of her cohorts were great, and the fact that she took up a lot of the screen time was great. That's why it's, up to 3. If it was a normal villain, or if she had normal villain screen time, it would be probably more down at like 7 or 8. But because she has so much screen time, because she's such a presence, and because she was relatively well written, that's what's gonna put it up there for me. On top of that, I've been thinking more and more about what you were saying in regards to the prequel that's been in production starring Emma Stone, and the fact that this movie was somewhat necessary for that movie to be made. And even though I don't necessarily agree with that 100%, I did take that into consideration when kind of placing this on the list, and that bumped it up, I think, from maybe a 4 to a 3 for me.
Okay.
Because I do, even though I have not seen that prequel yet, that prequel hasn't been released, I do believe that at least it's set up to be really good.
Yeah, watch out, Emma Stone. We're coming for you when we do the prequel podcast.
It's Back from the Past.
Back from the past.
Yeah.
There you go.
The prequel podcast. Trademark.
All right, so number 2. And interesting enough, where did Aladdin rank on yours?
Down there. It was 6 for me.
6 for you. Aladdin 3, King of Thieves is going to be my number 2. And the reason why is because just in regards to the villain problem with Disney sequels, I actually like the villain in this movie, which was played by Sakul or Saluk. I don't remember which one. Sakul.
Yeah.
Which is Jay Orbach. I actually liked his villain a lot. I liked his plan. I thought it was actually smart to some degree. I like the fact that Robin Williams comes back. I think that even though it sounds like they only used him for a day, he does elevate the movie a lot. And the plot wasn't offensive or anything. It was basic and bland, but it still was more interesting and engaging than the rest of these. I know that it's cliche and eye-rolling to do the whole, I got to get back in time for my wedding, or I have to decide whether or not to, go to my wedding or save my dad, or all of a sudden I have to like my dad because he's showing up in my life on like the day before or the day of my wedding just to rob everyone and stuff. But outside of all that stuff, the musical numbers were really good. It's a pretty quick movie. And overall, it kind of wraps it up nicely. And I thought that it was a good way to start the podcast. I still think it's one of the stronger stories of the whole Disney sequel verse. So I'm being a little bit more considerate, but with all the different variables kind of mixed together and then, sticking your head in the pot and looking at it, I think Aladdin 3 kind of floats to the top faster than the others. So that's my number 2.
So my number 2 is Little Mermaid 2. Whereas the other movies on this list, like kind of at the top of this list, like Dalmatians or Jungle Book, were kind of functioning very strongly on one level when it came with the villain or the songs. Little Mermaid 2, I think, functioned on a lot more levels, just not necessarily as to the same degree. I think it had a great protagonist. I think it had a adequate villain. I think it had great side characters. This might be the only movie on the list with good original side characters in the sequel.
Well,
Dip and Dash.
It's interesting that this is your number 2, since this movie kind of started off the villain problem that we had with a lot of these movies, which was Morgana was the same as Ursula, and then every movie we watched after the fact, we kind of saw a retreading of that. The only difference is I don't believe any other sequel has a different villain that has the same end goal. Most of them were just the same villain returns.
I wouldn't see it as that. I see Morgana as very indicative of... I see Morgana as a good example of what Disney was trying to do with their villains. With Cruella de Vil doing her revenge thing, that was great, but it was still because of Glenn Close, not necessarily because of Cruella. With Morgana, we're doing a classic revenge plot, but we actually have a new character, which is interesting. And then on top of that, we are poking fun at the fact that it is just a retreading of the same villain's plot. which even though I don't think they do it extensively or at least near enough in the movie, they do at least hint at it, so it does register that they were conscious of it. So I thought, even though I didn't think the villain was necessarily handled well, I thought she was handled smart. Same thing with the side characters, same thing with the protagonist, and this is just straight up, I think, one of the few sequels on this list that I think was better than the original.
Yeah,
So that's why it's got to be like number 2 for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's definitely better than the original. It's interesting kind of how we both have kind of gotten through 12 through 2 with this. But here we are. We're at number 1, and I mean, if you're looking at the list right now on screen, it's pretty obvious which our number 1 is, and Fantasia 2000.
Fantasia is definitely my number 1. It's the one that I grew up with. It is the one that I think is objectively the best one given all of these sequels, whereas we didn't watch the other objectively, well-received sequels like Lion King 2 maybe.
Yeah.
This is definitely, of the ones we did watch, this is definitely the best on the list.
It was the easiest to watch too. I mean, it's kind of unfair to the list. I mean, if you removed our number 1s and you took our number 2s and number 1s, it would be Aladdin and Little Mermaid 2.
Yeah.
But they put a lot of effort into
Yeah.
Fantasia 2000 with the animation, with the music. The host segments were really cheesy, like we said in our last episode. But yeah, I mean, it was really visually engaging, and I thought the themes played with your emotions good, and I thought they made you kind of feel, even if it was for a short span of time, and it was just overall a good watch and an easy watch.
Definitely the one that I would recommend.
Yeah,
Like
for sure.
just almost just to anyone.
Well, it's like we said, it's one of the few sequels where not only is it necessary that they do a continuation of this, but they also excel by doing a continuation of this. They're able to, not diminish from what they did in the past, but kind of exceed it and also pay respect to it at the same time.
This is definitely one of the examples, I think, the only example on the list where the original kind of set them up and then the sequel just knocked it out of the park. Really good original, or at least on a concept level, and then a great follow-up that I think really kind of showed what the original was really about.
Yeah, and it was a good way to kind of wrap it up after watching all these sequels and kind of different tastes in our mouth. It was a nice
Something new, yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be our ranking of 12 through 1 of the Disney animated sequel list. Obviously, we didn't do every Disney movie, so if there's any movies that you thought that we missed, or you think that any movies bring anything interesting to the table, please comment below. Let us know what your rank is of this season. Do you agree with our ranks? Do you disagree? Tell us in the comments below where you would place some of these movies. But overall, I think it was a good first season as far as doing this. I look forward to taking this voting of worth going back again and now applying it to other aspects of sequel verses.